The economic weapon. The rise of sanctions as a tool of modern war. Nicholas Mulder. Acknowledgements. As I grappled with the history of economic sanctions, I incurred many debts to mentors, colleagues, interlocutors, friends, and family, all of whom helped give shape to this book and bring it into existence. Throughout my time in the doctoral program in history at Columbia, I was immeasurably aided by my supervisor, Mark Mazur. An early enthusiast of the project, he subtly and incisively commented on many drafts and has provided a lasting model for how to think and write, historically and otherwise. The encouragement, energy, and generosity of Adam Tooze powered much of this project and made the last decade an invigorating experience. I would like to thank Susan Peterson, whose seminar first inspired me to examine the impact of the Great War blockade and whose teaching and advice set an edifyingly high standard of scholarly commitment. I owe a debt to Samuel Moyne, who asked acute questions and helped expand the project toward the history of international law. I would also like to thank Lisa Tiersten for her kind support and always valuable advice. Natasha Wheatley got straight to the point with terrific advice on how to write the history of an actual thing. I also profited greatly from talking, reading, and learning with Charlie Coleman, Victoria de Grazia, Martha Howell, Malgorzata Mazurek, Timothy Mitchell, Camille Robsis, and Carl Wenner-Lind. My colleagues at Cornell have been extraordinarily welcoming since my arrival in Ithaca. I am particularly grateful to Ray Crabe, Christina Floria, Maria Cristina Garcia, Derba Ghosh, Larry Glickman, Tamara Luce, Aziz Rana, Russell Rickford, Robert Travers, Aaron Sachs, and Claudia Verhoeven. A manuscript workshop allowed me to take in the helpful insights of Jamie Martin and Stephen Link. I also want to thank Robert Boyce, Patricia Clavin, David Edgerton, and Patrick Weil for reading and criticizing portions of the argument. Stimulating questions, conversation, and critique came from Fritz Bartel, Deborah Cohen, Mario Del Perro, Nicholas Delaland, Michelle Erpelding, Jeremy Friedman, Stefanos Gerolanos, Michael Geyer, Georgios Giannakopoulos, Daniel Emirwer, Simon Jackson, Kostas Karpazillos, Duncan Kelly, Jan Lemnitzer, Jorn Leonard, Frederick Logeval, Charles Mayer, Reed Pauley, Morten Rasmussen, Jennifer Siegel, Quinn Slobodian, Leonard Smith, Anders Stepp Hansen, Mark Trachtenberg, and Karen Van Leeuwen. For helpful comments, insights, and camaraderie, I am grateful to Benjamin Abrams, David Adler, Nader Al-Atassi, Thomas Bottelier, Danielle Carr, Anasir Faruqi, Ted Furtick, Yakov Fijin, Pierre Christian Fink, Freddie Fox, Kate Jackson, Anton Yeager, Jeremy Kessler, Madhav Khosla, Aidan Nape, Max Krahe, Johannes Leonard, Dominic Leicester, Chase Matter, Clara Mattei, Flavien Morrow, Ben Muser, Timothy Noonan, Orkan Oken, Charles Peterson, Victor Petrov, Ryan Rafati, Jerome Roos, Apradim Sahai, Maha Spanu, Daniel Steinmetz Jenkins, Jan Stockman, Boyd van Dijck, Jens van T. Kluster, Camila Vergara, Darius Weil, Madeline Woker, and Alexander Zavin. While conducting archival research in France, the United Kingdom, Germany, Switzerland, the Netherlands, and the United States, I benefited from the financial support of the Prince Bernhard Kulturfonds, the Social Science Research Council's International Dissertation Research Fellowship, IDRF, the Columbia Sciences Po Alliance Fellowship, enabling an affiliation with the Centre de Recherches Internationales, CERI, and Sciences Po's Departement d'Histoire, where I was supervised and helped by Jerome Scard, the Chateaubriand Humanities and Social Sciences, HSS, Fellowship of the French Embassy in the United States, and the research funding of the Hoover Institution Archives. My thanks are also due to those who hosted, assisted, and entertained me during this research trajectory: Gray Anderson, Nils Mangan, Berth Mulhoff, Alexandra Perskal, the Pisani Ferry family, and Danilo Scholes in Paris, Stephen Wertheim in London, Hunter Dukes and Emma Vevalainen in Cambridge, Anna Bogdan, Thomas Meany, Saskia Schaefer, and Jonas Tinius in Berlin, Yahya Khan and Yusra Mirza in Geneva, Alexander Klapp and Xenia Kaunalaki in Athens, Daniel da Costa, Diana van Everdingen, and Arnoud van Thiel in Amsterdam, Elizabeth Rubenfien and Daniel Snyder in Palo Alto, and Hugo Mattei in Berkeley. The project improved significantly as a result of talks and presentations at the Columbia Global Center in Istanbul, St. Anthony's College, Oxford, the Institute for Historical Research in London, Sciences Po in Paris, the German Historical Institutes in Paris and Washington, the universities of Tilburg, Amsterdam, and Copenhagen, a workshop with Charles Bright and Michael Geyer organized at Columbia University with Ted Furtick and Adam Tooze, Harvard's International History Conference, and the Yale ISS Grand Strategy Workshop. I am grateful to Jonathan Eyal at the Royal United Services Institute for hosting me in conversation and to Macias Fiebiger for the opportunity to present a chapter to the BGIE unit at Harvard Business School. At Yale University Press, I would like to thank my editor, Seth Ditchik, as well as Karen Olson, Christy Leonard, Bohana Ristic, and 2 anonymous readers, for their interest, patience, assistance, suggestions, and extraordinarily efficient handling of the publishing process. Finally, I owe much to my closest friends, family, and loved ones in the Netherlands, Belgium, New York, Ithaca, and elsewhere in the world. Thanks to the love, good judgment, wit, and curiosity of Sophie Pinkham, I was able to sustain and finish the project. This book is dedicated to my parents, Denise Vandeler and Taco Mulder, who have always supported me, up close and from afar, and helped me figure out the most important things. Of course, any errors that remain in the work are wholly my own. Introduction. Something more tremendous than war. Can war be banished from the earth? Throughout modern history, world peace has been a powerful ideal. It has also been one of the most elusive. Each major war produced its share of cynics as well as visionaries. Pessimists saw war as an inescapable part of the human condition. Optimists viewed growing wealth, expanding self-government, and advancing technology as drivers of slow but steady moral progress. This veering between hope and desolation took on a new urgency after the unprecedented destruction of World War I. The victors created a new international organization, the League of Nations, which promised to unite the world's states and resolve disputes through negotiation. The collapse of the global political and economic order in the 1930s and the outbreak of a Second World War have made it easy to dismiss the League as a utopian enterprise. Many at the time and since concluded that the peace treaties were fatally flawed and that the new international institution was too weak to preserve stability. Their view, still widespread today, is that the League lacked the means to bring disturbers of peace to heel. But this was not the view of its founders, who believed they had equipped the organization with a new and powerful kind of coercive instrument for the modern world. That instrument was sanctions, described in 1919 by U.S. President Woodrow Wilson as something more tremendous than war. The threat was an absolute isolation. That brings a nation to its senses just as suffocation removes from the individual all inclinations to fight. Apply this economic, peaceful, silent, deadly remedy and there will be no need for force. It is a terrible remedy. It does not cost a life outside of the nation boycotted, but it brings a pressure upon that nation which, in my judgment, no modern nation could resist. In the first decade of the League's existence, the instrument described by Wilson was often referred to in English as the economic weapon. In French, the Geneva-based organization's other official language, it was known as l'arme économique. Its designation as a weapon pointed to the wartime practice of blockade that had inspired it. During World War I, the Allied and associated powers, led by Britain and France, had launched an unprecedented economic war against the German, Austro-Hungarian, and Ottoman empires. They erected national blockade ministries and international committees to control and interrupt flows of goods, energy, food, and information to their enemies. It was the severe impact on Central Europe and the Middle East, where hundreds of thousands died of hunger and disease and civilian society was gravely dislocated, that made the blockade seem such a potent weapon. Today, more than a century after the Great War, these measures have a different but more widely known name: economic sanctions. How economic sanctions arose in the 3 decades after World War I and developed into their modern form is the subject of this book. Their emergence signaled the rise of a distinctively liberal approach to world conflict, one that is very much alive and well today. Sanctions shifted the boundary between war and peace, produced new ways to map and manipulate the fabric of the world economy, changed how liberalism conceived of coercion, and altered the course of international law. They caught on rapidly as an idea propounded by political elites, civic associations, and technical experts in Europe's largest democracies, Britain and France, but also in Weimar Germany, in early fascist Italy, and in the United States. But then as now, sanctions aroused opposition. From the outbreak of war in 1914 until the creation of the United Nations Organization in 1945, a diverse assortment of internationalists and their equally varied opponents engaged in a high-stakes struggle about whether the world could be made safe for economic sanctions. When the victors of World War I incorporated the economic weapon into Article 16 of the Covenant of the League of Nations, they transformed it from a wartime to a peacetime institution. Like other innovative aspects of the League's work in the realms of global economic governance, world health, and international justice, sanctions outlived the organization itself and continued as part of the United Nations after World War II. Since the end of the Cold War their use has surged. Today they are used with great frequency. In retrospect, the economic weapon reveals itself as one of liberal internationalism's most enduring innovations of the 20th century and a key to understanding its paradoxical approach to war and peace. Based on archival and published materials in 5 languages across 6 countries, this book provides a history of the origins of this instrument. The original impulse for a system of economic sanctions came at the 1919 Paris Peace Conference from the British delegate, Lord Robert Cecil, and his French counterpart, Léon Bourgeois. These men were unlikely partners. Cecil, an aristocratic barrister and renegade member of the Conservative Party, was a fervent free trader who became Britain's first Minister of Blockade during the war. Bourgeois, the son of a Republican watchmaker, worked his way up the professions to become a radical party prime minister in the 1890s and advocated a political theory of mutual aid known as solidarism, solidarisme. But despite these different backgrounds, both Cecil and Bourgeois agreed that the League could, and should, be equipped with a powerful enforcement instrument. They envisioned deploying the same techniques of economic pressure used on the Central Powers against future challengers of the Versailles Order. Such recalcitrant countries would be labeled aggressors, a new, morally loaded legal category, and be subjected to economic isolation by the entire League. The methods of economic warfare were thus repurposed and refined for use outside a formally declared state of war. What made interwar sanctions a truly new institution was not that they could isolate states from global trade and finance. It was that this coercive exclusion could take place in peacetime. The significance of the birth of economic sanctions lies in this momentous shift in the meaning of war and peace. A coercive policy that used to be possible only in time of war, isolating human communities from exchange with the wider world, now became possible in a wider range of situations. Commercial and financial blockade, a policy developed as a form of economic war, was reconceived as a prophylactic against war. By carving out the space in which international economic sanctions have been used for the last century, the League thus had a much more profound impact on modern history than is usually assumed. Indeed, this book argues that the struggle to create and use the weapon of sanctions deeply shaped the interwar world and thereby the structure of the political and economic order that we inhabit today. For one thing, it marked the international emergence of a new form of liberalism, one that worked through a technical and administrative apparatus of lawyers, diplomats, military experts, and economists. These officials' work, first in wartime and then after 1919, had far-reaching effects. In a period when European governments granted suffrage and extended welfare and social insurance, sanctions made them see other populations as suitable targets of coercive pressure. Long-standing traditions, such as the protection of neutrality, civilian non-combatants, private property, and food supplies, were eroded or circumscribed. Meanwhile, new practices, such as police action against aggressor states and logistical assistance to the victims of aggression, arose. All of this amounted to a major and complex transformation of the international system. Today, economic sanctions are generally regarded as an alternative to war. But for most people in the interwar period, the economic weapon was the very essence of total war. Many sanctionists regretfully noted the devastating effects of pressure on civilians but nonetheless wholly accepted them. Woodrow Wilson held that if thoughtful men have thought, and thought truly, that war is barbarous, the boycott is an infinitely more terrible instrument of war. To William Arnold Forster, a British blockade administrator and ardent internationalist, admitted that during the Great War we tried, just as the Germans tried, to make our enemies unwilling that their children should be born. We tried to bring about such a state of destitution that those children, if born at all, should be born dead. Three internationalists were exceedingly honest about this awful reality for a good reason. By deliberately spelling out the horror of enforced deprivation, they hoped to dissuade revisionist states from even thinking about challenging the Versailles Order. A fear of being blockaded would keep the peace. The initial intention behind creating the economic weapon was thus not to use it. To interwar internationalists, economic sanctions were a form of deterrence, prefiguring nuclear strategy during the Cold War. Of course, sanctions were not nearly as immediately destructive as nuclear weapons. But for anyone living in the pre-nuclear decades of the early 20th century, they raised a frightening prospect. A nation put under comprehensive blockade was on the road to social collapse. The experience of material isolation left its mark on society for decades afterward, as the effects of poor health, hunger, and malnutrition were transmitted to unborn generations. Weakened mothers gave birth to underdeveloped and stunted children. 4 The economic weapon thereby cast a long-lasting socio-economic and biological shadow over targeted societies, not unlike radioactive fallout. Feminist politicians and scholars in particular recognized this during the Great War itself, and many pursued an energetic campaign against the economic weapons targeting of civilians. The women's movement played an active role in the international history of sanctions, largely opposing and moderating their force, although also sometimes supporting them as preferable to war. The economic weapon was not the only interwar practice to instill fear in civilians. In 1923, future British Prime Minister Ramsay MacDonald warned that the next war will be worse than ever. There will be blockade and, what is more, there will be the air raids, with poisonous gases, which will simply devastate whole towns and whole countrysides. 5 Both airplanes and poison gas were feared for the indiscriminate fashion in which they wounded and killed. But their effect was in the first place psychological. Aerial bombing during World War I killed about 1,400 civilians in Britain and several hundred on the continent out of a total death toll in the range of 20 million. 6 Air power had the ability to strike terror and was used as a cheap form of colonial control in the 1920s. Only the advent of the 4-engined bomber in the late 1930s, however, made strategic bombing possible. 7 Gas also became a highly feared weapon. But during the Great War it was not used on civilians, and on a generous estimate it killed about 90,000, or 7%, of the estimated 1.2 million soldiers affected by it. 8 Moreover, chemical weapons were unambiguously banned as weapons of war by international agreement in 1925, a mere decade after their introduction on the battlefield. If we compare the 3 major anti-civilian weapons of the interwar period, air power, gas warfare, and economic blockade, it becomes clear that blockade was by far the deadliest. In World War I, 300,000 to 400,000 people died of blockade-induced starvation and illness in Central Europe, with an additional 500,000 deaths in the Ottoman provinces of the Middle East affected by the Anglo-French blockade. 9 Before World War II, these hundreds of thousands of deaths by economic isolation were the chief man-made cause of civilian death in 20th century conflict. Yet unlike aerial bombing and gas warfare, the lethal effects of blockade were remarkably difficult to render visible and condemn, even to their direct users. Arnold Forster worried that the economic weapon is one which is so infernally convenient to use that it naturally commends itself to those who sit in offices. Pens seem so much cleaner instruments than bayonets, and can be handled by the amateur with so much less exertion, so much less realization of the consequences. 10 sanctions were attractive not just because of their potential power, but also because they were easy to use for their handlers. Their coercive power was administered not out of the cockpit of a bomber or through the breech of a cannon but from behind a mahogany desk. Sanctions, an American commentator argued, were special because their field of operations is not a visible terrain, but a force is exerted just the same. 11. Precisely because sanctions combined concrete and ineffable qualities, they raised the question of how they changed the behavior of those exposed to them. Wilson warned that a boycott could cripple a modern trading nation's standard of living. But he ultimately pinned his hopes not only on the physical pinch, not only the fact that you cannot get raw materials and must stop your factories, not only the fact that you cannot get credit, that your assets are useless, but on the mental force of being placed under sanctions, the still greater pinch that comes when a nation knows that it is sent to Coventry and despised. Ignoring their physical effects, Wilson claimed their true power was psychological. Sanctions worked because it is the soul that is wounded much more poignantly than the body. 12. Sanctions were a useful antidote to war exactly because in the modern world, being quarantined from global commerce was an unbearable form of imprisonment. Rather than restoring the liberal certainties of the pre-war world, the introduction of sanctions in 1919 meant that the post-World War I international order bore the permanent imprint of economic warfare. This involved a sustained effort to make economic pressure against civilians both technically legal and politically legitimate. International law had long been a paradigm for thinking about the use of force and questions of war and peace. But domestic legal institutions were affected too. States acquired new powers of control over private economic interests. Despite the internal logic of legal principles, during the rise of sanctions the law functioned less as a constraint on politics than as a field of contestation in its own right. In this domain, disputes over the boundaries of regulation, emergency powers, economic coercion, and the use of force were central. Changes in international and domestic law had serious political, even strategic, consequences. As became clear during World War I, the hermetic encirclement of a modern trading state required controlling what its nationals did everywhere in the world. Effective isolation also depended on the power to stop third countries from trading with the enemy state. This desire to make economic sieges impregnable clashed with two older internationalist principles, freedom of the seas and legal neutrality. Sanctionists therefore began to redefine international law to restrict free navigation as well as neutral trading rights. Every state, company, and individual had to join in isolating the aggressor. This changed the status of private trade, foreign investment, and capital flows in the world economy. International firms, merchants, bankers, and investors grew wary of peacetime sanctions as they struggled to reconstruct and protect their global networks in the wake of the war. They desired a legal and economic order that was free from political interference and protected their businesses and assets from the risk of interruption, devaluation, or seizure. The history of sanctions is a prime example of how legal institutions shaped material outcomes and affected the tissue of globalization and the everyday lives of civilians. Law was no mere abstraction or scrap of paper but a core domain for the elaboration of statecraft and strategy. Aside from new legal justifications, putting sanctions into effect prompted policymakers to engage in novel technical interventions. This book examines how interwar sanctionists developed mechanisms for energy control, blacklisting, import and export rationing, property seizures and asset freezes, trade prohibitions, and preclusive purchasing, as well as financial blockade, the precursor to modern financial sanctions. The complexity of these techniques makes clear how much economic warfare depended on intelligence gathering and knowledge production. To cut off an entire country from the dense linkages that sustained global exchange, it was necessary to map the worldwide fabric of material flows connecting it to the rest of the world. But in the 1920s, the administrative state in many European countries was still in its infancy. The progress of sanctions came to depend not just on new legal powers, but also on more accurate statistics. In combining the quest for power with the elaboration of knowledge, sanctions were a quintessential form of so-called biopolitics, the state management of human lives and livelihoods under conditions of advancing globalization. Sanctions also raised great questions about Europe's relationship to the wider world. For all the lofty talk about ending war among the great powers, in times of diplomatic crisis it became clear that they were often aimed at smaller states. French cabinet minister Étienne Clementel opined in 1917 that by controlling and withholding raw materials the United States of Europe, of America, of Asia could find the sanction, vainly sought in the force of arms, which would impose peace on unruly peoples as on predatory peoples. 13 Despite their supposed universality, League sanctions were considered suitable for use mainly against peripheral European states and semi-civilized countries. Justifying the infliction of pain from a distance came easily to European elites accustomed to managing colonial empires overseas and defending class rule at home. In 1919, the Soviet republics of Russia and Hungary were the first states to be subjected to Western blockades without an official declaration of war. In subsequent years, two border conflicts in the Balkans were defused with threats of economic sanctions. Yugoslavia was made to desist in its invasion of Albania in 1921, while the Greek dictator Theodoros Pangalos was dissuaded from starting war with Bulgaria in 1925. In the years that followed, Turkey, China, and Japan each appeared in the crosshairs of the economic weapon. As global imperial powers, Britain and France were prepared to go much further in pressuring Asian peoples than fellow Europeans. Only in the 1930s did European challengers such as Italy and Germany come into view. Sanctionists originally conceived the economic weapon as a tool for keeping the peace within Europe. Many believed that if the ability to use sanctions had existed in July 1914, it could have held back Austria-Hungary and Serbia from dragging the continent into war. But the fact that post-World War I sanctions were usually considered against the periphery made them appear less a new peacekeeping practice than the latest disciplinary mechanism of Western Empire. The limited enthusiasm for sanctions in the rest of the world meant that their operation was extraordinarily sensitive to continued agreement among the core League states. It was this uneasy combination of expansive material potential and constrained political legitimacy, a form of dominance without hegemony, that began to cause problems in the 1930s. 14 Collective security, as the League's system of mutually supporting sanctions and aid became known, envisioned a world in which the sovereignty of each state was equally inviolable. 15 But this was difficult to reconcile with the imperial and hierarchical order of the 30s. The rise of sanctions was thus bound up with the wider transformation of war, liberalism, law, and empire in the interwar years. As a result, sanctions played an important role in the crisis of globalization that erupted in the 1930s. The breakdown of the post-World War I order had many causes: waning enthusiasm for democracy, the popularity of revolutionary communism and rising fascism, the shock of the Great Depression, and the failure of disarmament efforts. Given these headwinds, it is hardly surprising that stability was shattered and the world slid toward a new global conflict. But this familiar story takes on a new quality when we integrate the history of sanctions into it. Interwar sanctions differed in their effects as the global situation changed. During the 1920s, war fatigue, reconstruction, and a return to growth allowed the economic weapon to play a stabilizing role. But amid the deteriorating circumstances of the 1930s, its effects became destabilizing. Examining how these structural shifts shaped the effect of sanctions forces us to reconsider what was fragile about the interwar order. Conceived during an era of high globalization, sanctions politicized the post-World War I world economy in new ways, creating fault lines that began to crack when conditions took a turn for the worse after the Depression. During the 1930s, many countries reacted to the deteriorating economic environment by launching programs of internal self-strengthening and autarky. Rather than stopping this nationalist tide and the risk of war that it entailed, sanctions reinforced it. Although this counterproductive effect was widely recognized at the time, it has not been systematically examined by historians. In doing so, this book outlines a new perspective on the interwar crisis of globalization. One of the dominant interpretations of the interwar crisis centers on the role of hegemonic stability. 16 In this view, the early 20th century world was caught in a transition between hegemons, on the one hand, the fading imperial power of Britain, and on the other, an ascendant but immature United States, which shirked responsibility for a leadership role commensurate to its economic size. The danger of this interregnum became apparent during the Great Depression, when the international economic order entered a deep crisis marked by nationalism and disintegration. Hegemony theorists emphasize that it was only in the wake of World War II that the United States came to provide a stable international monetary and financial system, the Bretton Woods system, enabling an embedded liberalism of national welfare states. 17 But in the 1930s, they argue, there was not yet a great power available to provide the global public goods needed to save liberalism. That the interwar world was riven by profound tensions has also been the point of departure for historians who emphasize competitive dynamics as a cause of breakdown. This realist materialist vein of analysis has focused on the escalation propelled by uneven economic growth and industrial development, on the one hand, and military rivalry and ideological struggle, on the other. The Depression opened a window for nationalist revival that was seized by states fearful of the dominant liberal capitalist powers. Instead of unity under a benevolent U.S. umbrella, autonomy projects in the 1930s envisioned autarkic regional spheres of influence ruled by heavily armed empires. The historians in this group tend to regard international organizations such as the League as a well-intentioned sideshow to the central tragedy of full-spectrum power politics. 18. The story of how a hegemonic vacuum and ideological economic rivalry produced spiraling insecurity is important. But it needs to be integrated with the research of historians of interwar internationalism in the last decade. These scholars have recovered the ambitious scope of early 20th century efforts in global governance, from refugee settlement and public health to drug prohibition, colonial supervision, and financial advising. 19 In emphasizing economic sanctions as another signal innovation of interwar internationalism, this book follows in the tracks of this growing literature. However, it shifts our attention back to the realm of international security. Charting the development of sanctions demands that we take seriously a capacity that hegemonists, competitive realists, and historians of interwar internationalism all consider to have been lacking in the League: coercive force. For this is what the economic weapon ultimately was. In its style and self-presentation, the League may have been opposed to power politics. But there was a remarkable continuity between the coalition that had starved Central Europe into defeat during World War I and the elite policymakers who flocked to Geneva after the conflict. Indeed, personnel was policy. The blockaders of the Great War were the internationalists of the 1920s and inspired the sanctionists of the 1930s. Memories of blockade loomed very large in the imagination of interwar Europeans, and its renewed use against peacebreakers represented a daunting threat to small nations. As early as 1920, the head of the League's information section, the American journalist Arthur Sweetser, declared that if it is charged that the League is powerless because of lack of actual military or naval forces, it may easily be retorted that it possesses against a covenant-breaking state a force far more subtle and more powerful, the force of economic strangulation. 20 The internationalists in Geneva, as well as those in London, Paris, Moscow, and Washington, did not shy away from the threat and use of massive economic force. 21. To be sure, practical and strategic questions dogged the actual implementation of sanctions. But fear of economic isolation was more powerful than the League's ability to deploy it quickly. Wartime experience and internationalist discourse combined to give the economic weapon an ideological force far beyond its material readiness. Economic blockade acquired, in the words of the French jurist René Cassin, a permanent potentiality, un virtualité permanente. 22 Interwar Europe was haunted by the specter of sanctions. Whereas the threat of sanctions sufficed to restrain smaller states, it backfired against authoritarian states powerful enough to consider challenging the League. Deterrence broke down when Fascist Italy risked confrontation by invading Ethiopia in 1935. Internationalist enforcement swung into action to implement Article 16 of the League Covenant. For the first time, economic sanctions were deployed at scale as 3/4 of the world's states severed most of their commercial links with Italy. The sanctions failed to hurt Benito Mussolini's regime quickly enough to save Ethiopia from conquest and occupation. Italy had prepared to withstand shortages. Nevertheless, Mussolini had to launch a campaign for comprehensive anti-sanctions autarkia, to survive financial attrition. Sanctions so depleted Italian economic strength that Il Duce could not consider another offensive war for several years. The Italo-Ethiopian War is often interpreted as a defeat for internationalism at the hands of fascism and imperialism. But from a strategic material perspective, it is better seen as the moment when the first major use of economic pressure dramatically raised the stakes of using sanctions as a tool to maintain world order. The League's sanctions were seriously worrying to other revisionist states. Officials in Nazi Germany became convinced they would be the next target. In early 1936, a regime-wide drive began to achieve blockade resilience under the 4-year plan. Japan, too, started to worry about its prospects for regional autonomy. To both Berlin and Tokyo, territorial expansion became a way to enhance self-reliance, mobilize popular support, and retain strategic independence. Conquest appeared as an avenue of escape from the anxiety of living under the Damocles sword of international blockade. Over time, the seeming inevitability of economic war prompted both Adolf Hitler and the Japanese leadership to secure resources by any means available. The internationalists' search for more effective sanctions and the ultranationalists' search for autarky thereby became locked in an escalatory spiral. Of course, the economic weapon was only one among several causes of the outbreak of World War II. Its threat interacted with existing aggressive impulses and other influences. But while historians have given plenty of attention to conventional military factors, as well as the ideological, political, economic, and social origins of war, the role of sanctions in shaping the aggression of fascist and militarist powers in the late 1930s has not been sufficiently examined. Point 23. That sanctions played an unintentional destabilizing role in the interwar collapse is all the more tragic since the League's Article 16 entailed more than prohibitive measures alone. During the Great War, the phrase economic weapon also denoted a positive agenda to provide other societies with material resources rather than depriving them. Between 1916 and 1920, this logistical function was fulfilled by inter-Allied organizations such as the Allied Maritime Transport Council, AMTC, and the Supreme Economic Council, SEC, which simultaneously mobilized resources for the Entente through the same world markets from which they were severing the Central Powers. Point 24. The provision of supplies to allies was indissolubly linked with the interdiction of supplies to the enemy. These policies, diametrically opposed in their effects, were two sides of the same economic weapon. John Maynard Keynes, one of the architects of inter-allied warfare, Nance and a famous critic of economic punishment, saw great promise in these positive tools as early as 1924. But despite interest from certain British internationalists and financiers, in the interwar years France was the only major state to consistently support a permanent mechanism to provide emergency financing to the victims of aggressive war. If small nations could rely on the material backing of a broad alliance in case they were attacked, such a guarantee would itself function as a deterrent to potential aggressors. This economic plan to prevent aggression produced the Convention on Financial Assistance in 1930, an internationalist initiative that has been all but forgotten. But due to political disagreements and fiscal conservatism, the convention never went into force. The result was that the League talked up the threat of blockade against aggressors without putting in place an aid mechanism for their victims, a highly unstable combination that was easily breached. The fragility of international institutions stemmed from this imbalance of focus, which prioritized discipline and punishment in the form of austerity at home and sanctions abroad while neglecting expansion and solidarity, both in domestic welfare and in foreign aid. As World War II erupted, the wisdom of the positive economic weapon was appreciated anew. The Roosevelt administration began to direct financial assistance to Latin America and China in 1938 to 1939 to counter German and Japanese influence. 25 But the idea that solidarity with the beleaguered was just as important as the punishment of aggressors found its most consummate expression in the global provision program of Lend-Lease, begun in early 1941. Centered on the United States, both sanctions and supply thus survived the interwar years to be reincorporated into the United Nations organization when it was founded in 1945. The history of this positive economic weapon grew out of early 20th century war economics. Yet as the negative instrument of sanctions has come to dominate modern geopolitics, the shared origins and complementary function of these two approaches has been overlooked. The interwar history of sanctions is instructive for our 21st century world in another way as well. Sanctions exploited the economic networks of interwar globalization but ultimately undermined its political foundations. Today, as the world economy reels from financial crises, nationalism, trade wars, and a global pandemic, sanctions are aggravating existing tensions within globalization. That sanctions are intended to promote international stability is, unfortunately, no defense against this risk. Unintended negative consequences can be just as destructive as premeditated harms. Interwar history should sharpen our sense of what the stabilizing power of provision could have done if it had not been overshadowed by the destabilizing effects of deprivation, real and imagined. For as long as humans have organized themselves politically, they have used material channels to persuade, cajole, and coerce each other. Sanctions are often traced back to Thucydides' account of rival city-states in ancient Greece. In his Peloponnesian War, he records Athens' commercial ban against merchants from the Greek port city of Megara in 432 BC, an event that international relations scholars have proclaimed the first case of economic sanctions in history. 26 But besides scholarly disagreement over the exact nature of the Megaran decree, such claims about ancient origins construct misleading continuities across space and time. 27 A purely state-centered definition excessively widens the definition of sanctions to any economic policy with a political aim without considering how these practices function, both materially and morally, in the international system in which they are deployed. Two distinguishing characteristics of modern economic sanctions are their link with the enforcement of norms and the international legal and economic imagination behind them. For much of medieval and early modern history, the word sanction derived from the Latin verb sancire, meaning to ratify or to underwrite connoted approval. In the medieval church and at the courts of Catholic monarchs, for example, it was common to issue pragmatic sanctions to endorse special cases of royal inheritance by female heirs. But the term started to acquire another, slightly different, meaning in the late 19th century. As the world grew economically integrated to an unprecedented degree, the question of what principles underpinned this international order became more pressing. This is when the term sanction acquired its second meaning of guarantee or enforcement. Because the 19th century international system was ruled hierarchically by a group of great powers and governed by European principles of law, their sanctions were conceived of as punitive measures to uphold civilization against barbarism. In its scale and nature, this order was totally different from the Aegean world inhabited by ancient Athenians. The modern meaning of economic sanctions, that is, to use material exclusion from the world economy to protect international norms, was unimaginable before the economic and cultural conditions created by globalization beginning in the mid-19th century. While economic pressure is an age-old weapon, economic sanctions to enforce visions of international order are a distinctly modern innovation. This narrower definition of sanctions helps to distinguish them from related but distinct tools of policy regarding trade, industry, development, technology, and aid. Tariffs, for example, are often referred to as trade sanctions. But they differ in crucial ways from the economic sanctions whose history is traced in this study. Customs tariffs are forms of legislation that shield a given economy or domestic industry from competition. Economic sanctions, by contrast, are offensive in nature. Although some of their aspects can be enforced through domestic legislation, their object is located beyond the borders of the states using them, it is one or more other national economies that are placed under sanctions. Tariffs function like taxes, they make exchange more expensive and difficult but do not prevent it categorically. Sanctions, on the other hand, prevent all entry or exit of a given commodity, and in this they reflect the blockade techniques that inspired them. The key difference is that sanctions are restrictions on exchange imposed on their target from the outside, they seek to exert force over other actors at a distance. What tariffs have in common with sanctions is that they are both located on a spectrum of prohibition. As practices of prohibition expanded during the early modern period, so did the vocabulary to describe them. The embargo from the Spanish verb embargar, meaning to arrest, emerged during the 16th century as a royal order to seize enemy ships at anchor in Habsburg ports. 28 But the degree to which European states enforced these restrictions differed significantly. It was not uncommon for merchants to maintain trade with countries at war with their own government. As Spain fought its rebellious Dutch provinces in the 80 Years' War, 1568 to 1648, Dutch traders continued to sell to Spanish territories, even when Spanish embargoes prevented them from buying anything in return. In their eyes, making money by trading with the enemy was no betrayal of the fight for independence but a way to accumulate the wealth that sustained it. The logic of commerce therefore competed with the logic of war and often won. In the mid-17th century the term blockade entered most European languages as a term for besieging cities, islands, and territories. Two factors circumscribed the use of blockades. The first was that blockade was a belligerent act, it depended on the existence of a state of war. To exercise the rights of blockade, states had to formally declare war. Blockades were thus a form of combat, not a mere administrative matter. Jonathan Swift reported a British Army officer in the 1720s insisting that the army is the only school for gentlemen. "Damn me, I would be glad by God to see any of your scholars with his nouns, and his verbs, and his philosophy, and trigonometry, what a figure he would make at a siege or blockade." 29 So long as a state of war obtained, it was permissible to apply ruthless pressure against civilians. However, when a peace treaty was signed, the blockade had to be lifted and all trade freedoms restored. A second limitation to blockade was material. Economic war in the early modern period aimed primarily to degrade the income and resources of rival states. To starve citizens who in many places were self-reliant in food production was possible only in highly localized sieges of individual towns or small city-states. The relatively self-sufficient character of most larger agrarian states meant that their exposure to external pressure was limited. Cutting off trade in manufactures and colonial raw materials could inflict considerable damage. But most countries' trade dependence was not widespread or profound enough to enable wars to be won through material pressure alone. The limited reach of interdependence before the 19th century made early modern economic pressure qualitatively and quantitatively different from modern economic sanctions. But from the Napoleonic era onward, Britain began to exploit commercial channels in a more systematic way. At the Congress of Vienna in 1814 to 1815, Foreign Secretary Lord Castlereagh proposed to give weight to the conference's international declaration against the slave trade by organizing a non-purchase campaign against goods made with slave labor. Spain, Portugal, and France could thereby be forced to phase out the transatlantic slave trade. Although the proposal did not come to fruition, it demonstrated a growing awareness that trade restriction could be used for humanitarian objectives. 30. On the whole, however, severing nations from worldwide exchange went against the grain of the greater freedom of flows that accompanied 19th-century capitalist expansion. Historians now widely characterize the years between the 1840s and 1914 as the first great era of globalization. 31 What has been less recognized is that an important legal pillar of this process was the growing body of law that protected private property from interstate conflict. This separationist theory of war and commerce drew on strong currents of Enlightenment thinking. Jean-Jacques Rousseau's On the Social Contract, 1762, argued that war then is not a relationship between one man and another, but a relationship between one state and another. Any state can only have other states, and not men, as enemies. 32 In the Napoleonic era, this view became the basis for the so-called Rousseau-Portalis doctrine, which held that individual civilians were not responsible for the actions of their governments. Private property in war was therefore inviolable by the state as a public entity. The doctrine quickly became dominant in national law, statecraft, and diplomacy across continental Europe. To modernize, 19th-century wars protected commerce and finance to a degree that is almost unbelievably generous. During the Crimean War between Britain and Russia, 1854 to 1856, Her Majesty's Treasury continued to fulfill its payment obligations to the Tsarist government on old loans. Meanwhile, Russia dutifully paid interest to owners of its sovereign debt living in Britain. 33 A British government minister saw it as beyond dispute for civilized nations that public debts should be paid to an enemy during war. 34 In the treaty ending that war, the Paris Declaration of 1856, the first multilateral treaty open to signature by any country, the maritime foundations of globalization acquired a further layer of protection through the creation of a category of free goods that were immune to seizure on the high seas. 35 But war on land enjoyed similar protections. As they led a revolt against rule from Vienna, Italian noblemen continued to draw regular income from their estates in Austrian-held Lombardy. 36 After unification, Italy signed treaties with Austria-Hungary and the United States that rendered civilian property immune from seizure in conflict. Arch-militarist Prussia honored these principles even as it fought a series of short, brutal wars to unify Germany in 1864 to 1871.37 Rare cases of politically motivated financial restrictions, such as Bismarck's 1887 loan ban, Lombard Verbot, against Russia, proved the general rule that geopolitics and market regulation usually remain separate. The Russian government promoted the inviolability of private property on land by belligerents, a principle that was generalized in the Second Hague Treaty of 1907.38. Both old and new European elites could support the separation of war from commerce. To aristocrats, purely military wars satisfied the demands of honor while preserving their landed wealth, whereas the bourgeoisie could learn to live with periodic armed conflict if property and contract retained their integrity. The economic thinker Karl Polanyi described this 19th-century arrangement as one that guarded with extreme rigor against a general war while providing for peaceful business amid an endless sequence of minor ones. 39 By erecting a barrier between public war and private economic life, laissez-faire liberalism made economic sanctions as a state policy affecting all of economy and society nearly impossible. 40 Over the course of the 19th century, two developments began to put this segregated system of war and commerce under pressure. The first was Europe's growing imperialism, which routinely broke down its central barrier by waging war on the livelihood of entire peoples outside the civilized world. One manifestation of this was the rise of Pacific blockade, the 19th century practice that most resembled 20th century sanctions. As their commercial influence on other continents grew, Britain and France began to exploit the considerable gray area between formal peace and open war. The first time that they imposed a blockade without declaring war was to help Greek insurgents revolting against the Ottoman Empire in the 1820s. In the following decades, these brief episodes of maritime pressure were increasingly accompanied by more aggressive actions, such as raids and naval bombardments. Common reasons for doing so were debt repayment and the protection of European citizens and property abroad. Between 1827 and 1913, imperial powers used Pacific blockade to bend weaker states to their will at least 23 times. 41 This form of economic pressure short of war took advantage of the discrepancy in power between European empires and smaller states in Latin America, Mediterranean Europe, the Balkans, and Southeast Asia. While the measure was, in the words of one British diplomat contemplating how to make Venezuela repay its debts, totally inapplicable in the case of a great power, it was nonetheless suitable to the case of a recalcitrant petty state in controversy with great powers of overwhelming strength, who, while desiring to obtain proper redress, are unwilling to dismember or destroy a puny antagonist. 42. European imperialists never had a monopoly on the use of economic pressure, however. In fact, the state-centered tradition of embargoes and blockades from which sanctions would emerge had a civil society counterpart. This was the organization of economic non-interaction by political and social movements against foreign oppressors or moral injustices. American colonists and British Quakers had used such tactics in the 18th century. Organized non-intercourse as a global phenomenon therefore existed before it had a proper name, the boycott. 43 The term originated in a famous case in 1880 in which the Irish Land League, which fought for the rights of landless peasants, used a policy of non-interaction to pressure Charles Boycott, the despotic agent of an absentee landlord, into making concessions to rural tenants. Soon his name was widely used as a noun and verb. It entered the French language 1 year later and by the end of the decade was used in Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, Swedish, German, Dutch, and even several Asian languages. 44 The rapid proliferation of the term itself in the 1880s shows that boycotts were directly linked to the globalization of trade and information in the late 19th century. As steamships and telegraph networks allowed faster travel and communication and the circulation of print media exploded, groups from the Chinese Boxer rebels to the Indian Swadeshi movement and Polish nationalists used these technologies to organize campaigns of private economic pressure. The second trend that undermined the separation of commerce and war was growing internal opposition among European elites. British common law justices had never liked the Enlightenment separationist theory. As one judge, John Nicol, argued in 1800, there cannot exist, at the same time, a war of arms and a peace of commerce. 45 On this view, a state of war suspended the foundations of private economic life and allowed the seizure and suspension of all enemy property and contracts. British conservatives and novelists wanted to give the Royal Navy free rein to interdict global commerce. They chafed at restrictions imposed by international law, whose separationist rules they secretly planned to repudiate in case of war. 46 In France, a new generation of naval thinkers, the Jean École, saw the revolutionary upheaval of the Paris Commune as evidence that wars could be won by triggering social unrest on the enemy's home front. 47 They argued for an all-out offensive against commercial supply lines, as well as artillery bombardment of civilian population centers. This orientation was consonant with strategic thinking in the United States, which had won the Civil War against the Confederacy by waging total war on land and mounting a naval blockade of Southern cotton exports. American elites thus agreed with British and French novelists that in an age of industrialism and globalization, civil society was a legitimate target of war. Alfred Thayer Mahan, the American naval theorist who was the most widely read military thinker of the late 19th century world, argued that property engaged in commerce was the lifeblood of national prosperity. And as such it is national in its employment, and only in ownership private. To stop such circulation is to sap national prosperity, and to sap prosperity, upon which war depends for its energy, is a measure as truly military as is killing the men whose arms maintain war in the field. 48. These fin de siècle visions of open war against civilian economies were bleak. But in some ways these anti-separationists were merely thinking the material realities of a globalized world through to their logical conclusions. It was precisely the laissez-faire ideal of an apolitical international economy totally insulated from war that was historically novel. This project displayed a distinctively 19th century faith in the progress of trade and law as hallmarks of Western civilization. Separationism was embraced by liberal politicians in Great Britain but also by German bureaucrats, Belgian and French international lawyers, Italian aristocrats and Russian generals, as well as bourgeois merchants from Bremen to Bombay to Buenos Aires. As a result, by the beginning of the 20th century it seemed to many that the arteries of global trade and finance were a vital force holding back the possibility of a large-scale conflict. Economic sanctions were only an elusive hope, one of many utopian schemes populating the newspapers, cafes, and lecture halls of the period. The sanctionist idea became popular in the international arbitration movement, a loose group of jurists in Europe and the United States who wanted to end the occurrence of war by submitting all interstate disputes to a neutral arbiter, ideally a world court. But to be effective, This arbiter had to possess some sanction or guarantee its judgments were respected by non-compliant states. 49 Under domestic law, states had a variety of punishments for lawbreakers. But in international politics, it was much less clear how one could punish an entire state. In 1906, a group of French arbitrationists proposed sanctions with an economic content. 50 Boycotts and the temporary freezing, sequestration, of foreign property were put forward as options. The lawyer Jacques Dumas argued that the sanction of bills would be more efficacious than the sanction of bullets. 51 More aggressive options, such as intervention by international naval and land forces, were controversial. 52 These were clearly a form of war, not a way to stop it. If arbitration leads to war, another jurist objected, the question of pacification will not have advanced at all. 53. The possibility of exploiting economic interdependence to uphold law and preserve peace was thus being considered in arbitrationist circles. The first attempt to generalize this insight came from the eccentric merchant-turned-internationalist Léon Bolloc. A Frenchman who had created his own universal language, launched a gold coin as international currency, and proposed to unite Britain and France in a confederation called Westja, or Ouest. Bolloc put forward another idea in 1911, a global law of customs boycott. Under this law, if a country refused to respect an arbitration verdict, all other arbitrationist states could punish it by refusing entry to its goods, expropriating its foreign property, and blocking its financial transfers. 54 In September 1912, Bolloc presented this idea to the Universal Peace Congress in Geneva. 55 Its goal was straightforward, tuer la guerre, to kill war. Bolloc's idea attracted immediate criticism from other arbitrationists who saw the world economy with its division of labor as a complex organism to be protected. One of them, the Hungarian sociologist André de Mattei, warned that it was dangerous to envision the complete isolation of a people, and especially the interruption of international communication. Was it wise, he asked, to inflict a crying injustice, such as preventing food imports, on a civilian population, saving it from war only to subject it to famine instead? 56 Dumas agreed, proclaiming that the boycott was an institution of the past and that modern morality regarded it as an injustice, to penalize individuals for the faults and missteps of governments. 57. The arbitrationist debate about economic sanctions was a theoretical discussion of a tool that at the time existed only on paper. Mattei and Dumas had delivered prudential critiques of economic sanctions, the first but certainly not the last such warnings in history. By contrast, Bolloc's utopianism appeared wildly out of touch with growing geopolitical tensions around the world. Arbitrationism proved too weak politically to prevent European governments from embarking on war in July 1914. Yet in an unexpected twist, the war ended up making one of the movement's ideas a reality. The total war advocates in most European states gained the upper hand over the proponents of continuing business as usual. Property was seized, shipping lanes were blockaded, bank accounts were frozen, and private firms were placed under close surveillance. The world economy was subjected to the ruthless logic of strategic victory using all means available. But after 4 years of grinding global conflict, the victors did, in fact, create an international mechanism to protect peace with economic sanctions. The answer to the arbitrationist puzzle how to make international law binding emerged from the way that the Entente waged a new kind of industrial, commercial, and financial warfare. Economic sanctions arose where the conditions of advanced globalization encountered the techniques of total war. How this sudden shift changed the world is the story told in this book. The economic weapon is composed of 3 parts, each of which examines a consecutive phase in the history of sanctions and adopts a distinct focus to do so. Part I, The Origins of the Economic Weapon, covers the blockade project pursued by Britain and France from 1914, spanning the Great War and the immediate post-war years up to the restoration of trade with Bolshevik Russia in 1921. Chapter 1 charts how the evolving wartime politics of blockade presented new challenges and opportunities for intervention in a deeply interdependent world economy, from the management of neutral trade to the interdiction of finance. Chapter 2 examines how the economic weapon took shape between 1917 and the drafting of the League's Article 16 sanctions procedure at the Paris Peace Conference in early 1919. It was in this period that blockade administration changed from an instrument of state policy to a technocratic internationalism, rendered more effective after U.S. entry into the conflict on the Allied side. This chapter shows how this globe-spanning control over raw materials inspired the idea of using international resource boycotts after the war. It also documents how the Versailles negotiations among Woodrow Wilson, Robert Cecil, and Leon Bourgeois unintentionally produced a League of Nations that could apply blockade-style sanctions without declaring war on aggressor states. Chapter 3 studies the first peacetime use of economic pressure by the Allies in 1919 as they blockaded revolutionary communist regimes in Russia and Hungary. This episode launched a public debate across Europe about the ethics of economic war on civilians. Vocal campaigns by feminist, humanitarian, leftist, and liberal groups eventually helped persuade the Allies to moderate economic pressure on Central and Eastern Europe for fear of driving populations into the hands of political radicals instead of toward bourgeois stability. Part 2, The Legitimacy of the Economic Weapon, is an institutional history of how national elites and the technocrats in the League managed the powerful but incomplete system that took shape during the 1920s. Beginning with the League's convening of an International Blockade Committee in 1921 and ending with the international crisis over Manchuria in 1931, Chapters 4 and 5 trace how the option of economic sanctions appeared in virtually every international crisis of this period. There was a profoundly imperial dimension to the way the economic weapon operated in this period. Threats of economic sanctions successfully restrained border wars in the Balkans, convinced Turkey to give up territorial claims in Iraq, and were continuously considered against striking workers and anti-colonial nationalist resistance in China. Chapter 6 shows how the struggle to secure wider legitimacy for sanctions against civil society and private economic interests led to a deep but underappreciated political rift within Western liberal elites. This split between sanctionists and neutralists weakened the imperial internationalist consensus on which the League rested and complicated its relations with external powers, especially the United States. Part 3, Economic Sanctions in the Interwar Crisis, assesses the role of the economic weapon in the global crisis of the 1930s and 1940s, from the Great Depression until the end of World War II. Chapter 7 investigates the difficulties of implementing sanctions from Manchuria to South America and the fraught efforts to deter a set of powerful challenges to the post-World War I order from Japan, Nazi Germany, and Fascist Italy. Chapter 8 reconsiders the most famous interwar use of the economic weapon, the League's sanctions against Mussolini's regime during the Italo-Ethiopian War, arguing that this crisis produced a new understanding of sanctions focused on attrition. But why did sanctions not prevent the return of conflict and the eventual outbreak of another world war? Answering this question requires us to look beyond narratives of the 1930s as an ideological struggle between liberalism and totalitarianism or democracies and dictatorships. Instead, the analysis presented here advances a more hard-nosed view of how economic pressure spurred competition for raw materials, financial reserves, and territory. Chapter 9 suggests that the intensification of autarky in the mid-1930s can be understood as driven in part by a general blockade phobia, brought on by memories of economic war and kept alive by sanctions. Chapter 10 provides a materialist interpretation of World War II as a conflict revolving around the construction of coalitions for resource control. When, after 1941, Anglo-French economic warfare was supplemented by the U.S. Lend-Lease program, unifying coercion and aid into a single constellation, the sanctionists belatedly attained the collective security that had eluded them in the 1930s. The book concludes by examining how the legacy of the interwar economic weapon shaped the post-1945 international order and what this history means for our 21st century present, as the widespread use of sanctions today raises new questions about the politics of globalization. Part I. The Origins of the Economic Weapon. Chapter 1. The Machinery of Blockade, 1914 to 1917. At the end of August 1914, 3 weeks into the war, the German diplomat Kurt Riesler wrote a letter to his fiancée, Kathy Lieberman. Trained as a classicist in Munich, Riesler had already spent several years as personal political advisor to the head of government, Chancellor Theobald von Bethmann-Hollweg. At age 32, he embodied the peremptory confidence of Wilhelmine Germany's ruling elite. From his post at the Imperial Army headquarters, he reassured Kathy that everything is going well, the question of provision is also being taken care of, and we will not starve. The English will certainly hold on to the bitter end like they did against Napoleon I, but we will set up a continental system in a more refined way than Napoleon. 1. Riesler's invocation of Napoleonic history was understandable. In August 1914, it seemed that European history was repeating an older pattern. Once more, Britain faced a powerful land empire aiming for continental dominance. And again, it used its maritime power to restrict its terrestrial opponent's access to world trade, forcing the opponent, then France, now Germany, to create a self-sufficient European economic bloc. But beyond these similarities, the comparison obscured more than it illuminated. In material terms, the world in which Riesler lived was not at all like that of the 1800s. The intervening century had seen an unprecedented expansion of trade, integration of markets, rise in industrial production, urbanization of society, and democratization of institutions. As a result, when the Triple Entente of Britain, France, and Russia embarked on economic war against the Central Powers, Germany and Austria-Hungary, joined a few months later by the Ottoman Empire and Bulgaria, it did so under conditions vastly different from those of the Napoleonic era. Severing its continental enemies from external markets led the Entente to develop a system of economic surveillance and control without historical precedent. What resulted was a transnational enterprise to master something far larger than a single rival empire, the global trading system. The experience of managing this apparatus from 1914 to 1918 convinced Allied policymakers that economic pressure was a force so powerful that it could prevent future wars. But how did this policy develop to the point that it acquired such war-stopping allure? The administrative history of the blockade is well known. Point 2. Yet how the wartime blockade shaped the economic weapon that emerged at the Paris Peace Conference has been much less examined. Point 3. In the process of learning how to wage economic war, British and French officials and their allies began to exploit interdependence. To do this, they intervened in the infrastructure of the world economy. This involved gathering intelligence, producing qualitative and quantitative knowledge, and devising policy instruments with which to enforce the isolation of their enemies. Although building the economic weapon required vast reservoirs of knowledge, how to use this information remained an inescapably political choice. Point 4. Rival institutions, individuals, and interests therefore clashed in the management of economic warfare. But it was precisely this flexibility in using its levers for political ends that over time strengthened the appeal of blockade as a model for future sanctions. The blockade became one of the most consequential experiments in global economic governance of the 20th century. Building their economic weapon in a thoroughly interconnected world launched the Allied blockaders on a voyage of discovery. There is no better way to illustrate this process than to delve deeply into the blockade enterprise itself. This chapter provides an overview of the development of the Allied blockade but focuses on two particularly illuminating learning experiences: the control of raw materials and the emergence of financial blockade. These policies became the wartime predecessors to later commodity embargoes and financial sanctions. A focus on minerals and money brings out how closely the material and financial dimensions of economic pressure were intertwined. Our journey therefore begins with a small but essential commodity in world trade in 1914, the mineral ore known as manganese. Manganese and globalization. Manganese is a chunky, silver-gray metal found in lumps and arteries in the Earth's crust. It has long been known to have the capacity to harden iron objects. In 19th century Central Europe, blacksmiths used small amounts of manganese when smelting pig iron in their furnaces to produce a tougher, shiny product called Spiegeleisen, mirror iron. What allowed it to become a key mineral was the revolution in modern steel manufacturing launched by the discovery of the Bessemer process in the 1850s. Tinkering in the hills of Gloucestershire, Henry Bessemer and Robert Machet developed a method to produce steel that involved deoxidizing molten pig iron by adding manganese to it, radically improving its quality and preventing rust and corrosion. Manganese thus became a preferred input for alloys used to manufacture strong yet relatively cheap stainless steel. By the 1890s, electric furnaces using high-grade manganese ore could turn out prime industrial metal. In the early 20th century, Germany was the second largest steel maker in the world, after the United States. Accounting for half of all West European and almost a quarter of global production, its steel industry was dominated by conglomerates such as Krupp, which manufactured everything from hulls, girders, and beams to plating, pipes, track, and helmets. 5 But the raw materials that went into this prodigious output came largely from outside Germany. Iron ore arrived in trains from France and Luxembourg and coal from the Ruhr region itself. Steadily improving supply lines meant that Krupp plants were fed by a continuous flow of inputs delivered throughout the year from all over the world. This allowed the firm to achieve an enormous yearly steel production while operating on very small inventories. In 1913, Krupp held stocks of raw materials that covered just 2 months of production. 6. Despite its leading position in European steel making, German industry thus depended on overseas supply. Manganese, which had very few European mines, was a case in point. Most of the world's manganese came from the Chiatura mines in Georgia, then part of the Russian Empire. British India, which had deposits on the Malabar coast, provided the second largest supply. In 1913, combined output of Russian and Indian mines came to 2 million tons, some 90% of global production. 7 The third and fourth largest producers were Brazil, which exported about 183,000 tons of manganese in 1913 and 1914, and Spain, which produced just 21,000 tons, less than 1% of global output. 8 Commensurate with its share of global steel output, Germany consumed a quarter of the annual world production of manganese. All in all, this meant that over 500,000 tons of manganese ore arrived in Germany in 1912, nearly 2/3 from Russia, a quarter from India, 6% from Spain, and 4% from Brazil. 9. The needs of German steel producers drove considerable manganese imports. Where the ore came from, however, was determined by a variety of factors. Transport infrastructure was one of these. The mid-19th century transportation revolution had dramatically lowered freight rates for oceanic transport. Despite major railway investment in recent decades, maritime transport often remained cheaper than overland supply. For a solid bulk good like manganese, even small distances by rail added significantly to the wholesale price. By the time Russian ore reached the Black Sea port of Poti, just 180 kilometers from the mining pit at Chiatura, its unit price had tripled from 10 to 30 francs per kilo due to the dire state of Tsarist railways in Georgia. 10 German firms imported from Brazil because it was often cheaper to have mineral ores sent overseas from Latin America than to transport them overland from Russia. Krupp's main plants were located in the Ruhr Valley in western Germany, connecting them to world markets via the Rhine River through the Netherlands. In the 1880s and 1890s, a wave of European investment in Brazilian railroads further increased the ease of access and hence competitiveness of Latin American ores compared to those from Russia, which, as noted, relied on much poorer railways. Physical and political conditions of production also shaped supply. Indian manganese benefited from the low cost of colonial labor on the subcontinent. 11 Although plentiful, the Russian manganese mines at Chiatura were a hotbed of revolutionary agitation. The young Georgian Iosif Jugashvili, later known as Stalin, started his political career as a Bolshevik by organizing mining workers in the region. 12 Finally, the quality of the material mattered. Manganese-holding ores with higher concentrations of the pure chemical element were prized since smaller amounts were then needed to produce a unit of steel. Brazilian mines held high-quality ores of 50% purity, whereas Russian deposits were cheaper but low-grade. All these reasons, good infrastructure, political stability, and high-grade ores ensured that the Brazilian export of manganese to Germany remained viable and reasonably competitive. Krupp's procurement of Brazilian manganese involved a complex chain of transactions. The steel firm sent orders with desired amounts to its London agent, who matched requirements with the offers of suppliers in the global mining industry concentrated in the British capital. After dispatching this order to a given mine, the agent arranged trade financing by forwarding the order to Krupp's bank, Deutsche Bank. As the second largest bank in the world, Deutsche Bank was able to dispense the trade credit through a special Latin American subsidiary, the Deutsche Überseeische Bank, which operated locally under the name Banco Alemán Transatlantico. 13 Meanwhile, manganese ore was being dug up in large pit mines in the state of Minas Gerais in the Brazilian interior. 14 One such excavation site was located at Itabira, where the British-owned Itabira Iron Ore Company had operated a mine since 1911. This pit was connected to the main inland railway of Brazil, the state-owned Estrada de Ferro Central do Brasil, which ran through the state capital of Belo Horizonte. 16 From Belo Horizonte, bulk cargo trains carried the manganese 300 miles, 500 kilometers, southeast to the national capital, Rio de Janeiro. Itabira Iron Ore Sales Desk in Rio received a bill of exchange from the Banco Alemán Transatlantico on behalf of Krupp. This bill was effectively a promise that the company would be paid for the manganese ore shipment once it had been received by its user. Because it was issued and underwritten by Deutsche Bank, a large bank that could disperse the amount paid to the mining company if demanded, the bill was itself a means of exchange that could be sold for cash. Highly rated bills of exchange could even be used to pay for other goods as if they were money. In Rio, the ores were transferred from rail cars onto steamships, ready for their trip through the heart of the global trading system, the world's oceans. Britain, Germany, the United States, and Norway all operated large merchant marines to ferry goods between Latin America and Europe. Merchant vessels involved in such long-distance transport required insurance. This risk protection was provided by the British firm Lloyd's, the world's major marine insurer, at its exchange in London. The trade also relied on an adequate supply of fuel. Both the Brazilian locomotives that brought manganese to the coast and the Norwegian steamers that ferried ores across the Atlantic used coal as their main source of energy. Almost 90% of the coal imported by Brazil came from Britain. British coal traders sold coal directly to shipping companies and privately owned coal depots, so-called bunkers, around the world. Insurance, fuel trading, and storage were all dominated by firms based in the British Isles. 17 Any steamer departing from Rio with ores destined for Europe was therefore quite likely to be powered by carboniferous rock dug out of the soil of Wales and shipped southward across the Atlantic before being burned on the northward journey. From Brazil it took 3 weeks for the average steamer to arrive in Rotterdam, the Dutch transit port for the West European River Rhine trade. There the manganese ore would be transferred to another railcar or river boat for the final 130 miles, 210 kilometers, to the Krupp plant in Essen, where steel workers used high-tech blast furnaces to smelt it and iron ore into hardened stainless steel. The material supply chain in minerals trading had a financial counterpart in an international chain of payments. Krupp's high-speed order system meant it would usually find buyers for its finished steel product by the time inputs arrived at the plant. This allowed the company to invoice its clients for the cost of manganese imports. With this prospective payment it cleared its trade debt to Deutsche Bank. In the 4 to 6 weeks between the mining of the manganese in Brazil and its physical delivery in Essen, Deutsche Bank would bear the risk of price shifts and ultimate payment on its balance sheet. To offset the money tied down in this way, the bank borrowed from other banks in the London money market, such as the French Credit Lyonnais. While the commodity shipment it had financed was being transported across the Atlantic, this left Deutsche Bank free to conduct other lending business. As a result, a single import of raw materials from Minas Gerais to the Ruhr could easily involve 7 parties in 6 different countries other than Krupp and the Itabira Iron Ore Company, the Brazilian government and its state railroad, a Norwegian shipping firm for transport, Lloyd's to underwrite the ore shipment and another British company to supply bunker coal, a Dutch railroad operator carrying the shipment to Germany, Deutsche Bank to finance Krupp's initial purchase, and a French multinational bank to extend the short-term liquidity, allowing Deutsche Bank to cover its trade credit. The complexity of this single supply and payments chain shows how intricate the architecture and infrastructure of fin de siècle globalization had become by the time that the war broke out. Moreover, depending on the vantage point of the observer, the transaction assumed a variety of guises. From the most straightforward point of view, the supply and final use of the manganese made it a Brazilian-German exchange. But in legal corporate terms, the example considered here appeared as Anglo-German trade, since a British-owned mine supplied a German steel company. Trade statistics helped clarify what was going on, but only up to a point. Import and re-export through entrepot economies such as the Netherlands was a confounding factor. Since the manganese shipment would be registered by customs officials when it crossed national borders, in international trade statistics the Itabira-Krupp delivery would show up twice, as Brazilian-Dutch trade and Dutch-German trade. The Itabira-Krupp manganese contract was a very normal transaction in the highly globalized environment of 1914. Most of the inputs for high value-added industries such as chemicals, shipbuilding, and electrical manufacturing involved much more complex supply chains. This ecosystem of private interactions was minimally regulated by governments, even as their economies heavily relied on these trading networks. The British Board of Trade, BOT, and the German Imperial Customs Office kept statistics about the shipments involved, such as the coal being shipped from Wales to Brazil and the manganese crossing by rail into the Ruhr, but these conveyed only part of the process. The most knowledgeable people involved were the mining company officials and bankers in London, who made crucial transactions in support of the trade. But even they had limited control over certain aspects, such as a shipment's Norwegian maritime part and Dutch railbound part. The case of a simple steamer full of manganese thus gives a sense of the bewilderingly complex networks, exchanges, ties, and movements that underpinned global trade in 1914. If a war broke out, then how could this system be controlled to prevent the ore reaching Germany? This was the practical question that led Britain and France to begin building the blockade machinery that inspired modern sanctions. Building the blockade. Britain clearly occupied a pivotal position in this global economic system. Although Krupp did not think of itself as being engaged in trade with Britain when it sourced manganese ore from Brazil, the expertise, resources, and influence of British firms and banks sustained every aspect of its business. The centrality of London to the pre-war world economy is difficult to overstate. In 1912, the City of London financed roughly 60% of the world's trade through its discount market, where short-term trade credit was extended and settled in the form of bills of exchange. 18 At least £4 million in such bills came due every day. 19 London brokers and acceptance houses were carrying over £350 million in bills of exchange on their books when the war broke out, 1/5 of which was owed to them by German and Austro-Hungarian borrowers. 20 Britain possessed the world's largest merchant marine, and its shipping companies carried 55% of the world's seaborne trade. 21 2/3 of global maritime insurance contracts were handled in Britain. 22 Due to its enormous coal exports, Britain was also the world's premier energy exporter. In the words of one historian, it was the Saudi Arabia of 1900. Over 3/4 of the 80 million tons of coking coal, the fuel used by 96% of the world's cargo vessels, came from the British Isles. 23 At any one time, about 20 million tons were kept in British ports, with a further 25 million tons kept across a network of British-controlled bunker depots from the Falkland Islands to Gibraltar, and much of the rest was maintained and supplied by private British firms to local bunker depot owners. 24 Moreover, 70% of the global telegraph cable network was composed of lines operated by British companies. 25 Britain's infrastructural power over the lifeblood of globalization, goods, money, energy, and information was therefore immense. Before the war, British naval planners had intended to use this power to launch a coordinated strike at the financial and commercial nervous system of the German economy. 26 But in the first weeks of war, the Admiralty's plans for such an economic Schleifenplan were defeated. 27 The blockade that did emerge therefore came to be managed primarily by the Foreign Office rather than by the Admiralty. Even though it was enforced by the Royal Navy's surface fleet, the blockade ended up in civilian as much as military hands. 28 Economic pressure remained influenced by naval staffs, while implementation would henceforth be handled by civilian bureaucrats. This had two implications. The first result was that blockades and sanctions became matters of statecraft as much as military strategy. The second was that a less onerous legal form of pressure was chosen than a full blockade. The economic blockade of the Central Powers was in fact a system of contraband control, a policy looser than a full legal blockade. 29 A full blockade would have allowed the Entente to prohibit all maritime traffic in and out of enemy ports. By contrast, contraband control was a regime of inspection that seized only prohibited cargoes and goods destined or intended for enemy use. It depended on the ability of a belligerent to stop ships anywhere on the high seas. This was a capacity that only the Royal Navy possessed. 30 What allowed Britain to use this power was its declaration in November 1914 that the North Sea was now a war zone. The British and French governments defended this de facto policy of distant blockade impossible under the rules of the 1856 Paris Declaration by arguing that the changed conditions of modern maritime warfare necessitated a distant blockade plus contraband control. They justified breaking the letter of the law by invoking its spirit. 31 Although Britain was slow to unfold the machinery of blockade, by early 1915 it found willing partners in the French. In February, Germany declared a campaign of unlimited submarine warfare against Allied merchant shipping. This impelled the British government to step up its efforts to isolate Germany and coordinate more closely with the French in the process. 32 The blockade administrators soon realized that more than just Anglo-French collaboration was required. Contraband control focused primarily on goods traveling to Europe's main neutral economies, the Netherlands, Switzerland, the three Scandinavian countries, and Spain. Continuous diplomacy was required to manage the conflicts that arose with these states. The Dutch government, for example, could not cease trade with either Britain or Germany lest it violate its status as a neutral power. 33 Yet to the Foreign Office and Admiralty, the Dutch transit trade to Western Germany was a costly loophole that had to be closed. 34 In November 1914, a group of Dutch businessmen and bankers created the Nederlandse Overzee Trust Maatschappij, Dutch Overseas Trust Society, NOT. Private traders in the NOT pledged that all goods they imported were destined for domestic consumption and would not be re-exported to Germany. This assuaged British worries about German foreign trade being diverted through the Netherlands while allowing the Dutch government to retain its official neutrality. A year later, the Société Suisse de Surveillance Économique, SSS, was established to manage Swiss external trade in a similar fashion. In coordination with British diplomatic representatives, the SSS used the power of Swiss law to force private firms and business people to abstain from economic relations with the Central Powers. Although the NOT and SSS were not under the direct control of Entente governments, they functioned to satisfy an Anglo-French strategy. These bodies were products of the Dutch and Swiss willingness to curtail their country's economic sovereignty as a price for staying out of the largest war in European history. 35 To understand the blockade as a governance system, it is instructive to examine how it obtained, processed, and disseminated information. In Britain, the kernel of the entire strategy was the so-called Trade Clearing House, TCH, a section of the Treasury's newly created War Trade Department, WTD. In February 1915, the TCH set to work with 30 staff members scouring all the sources at its disposal: German newspapers, customs records, reports from diplomatic missions, intercepted cables, shipping manifests, and hearsay from traders in the City of London. Unsurprisingly, the volume of information passing through the TCH became torrential within a matter of months. By September, Total staff nearly quintupled to 145 people. 36. The Entente Encirclement of the Central Powers, 1914. Map by G. F. Morel in the Birmingham Gazette. National Library of Wales. Meanwhile, the WTD handled all the applications for import and export licenses from merchants who wanted to obtain permission to circumvent the blockade. Merchant firms and banks that wanted to keep trading had to disclose all their extant business dealings and were recruited into the intelligence gathering network operated by the TCH. 37 Under the British Trading with the Enemy Act of August 1914, the WTD also acquired the power to confiscate enemy property and investments across the British Empire. 38 By January 1917, it could seize any foreign security enemy or neutral held in the City of London. 39 The Treasury thereby gained substantial control over a sector of the British economy that before the war had been largely self-regulating and unsupervised except by the Bank of England. The activities of the WTD and the TCH produced a stream of information and recommendations that ended up in front of the Restricting of Enemy Supplies Committee. This interministerial committee brought together delegates from the Foreign Office, Admiralty, and the BOT and would make final decisions on policy. Its deliberations then passed to the Contraband Committee, which provided expert opinion on whether the proposed measures were in accordance with the International Maritime Law of Blockade. 40. The Foreign Office naturally looked abroad for ways to block the Central Powers' trade. It controlled a worldwide network of embassy officials, legation staff, and local consuls, and agents. At the start of the war, Britain's foreign diplomatic personnel numbered just 414 individuals worldwide, only one-third of whom were career diplomats. 41 The remainder were local consuls, legation staff, and semi-official representatives involved in private business. Traditional upper-class diplomats balked at the idea of granting these men on the ground, whom they regarded as unreliable social climbers, any discretion to wage economic war. 42 But the Foreign Office was ill-prepared to engage in full-time blockade administration. British officials abroad thus had to improvise, and they began to report extensively on the activities of foreign companies trading with Germany and Austria-Hungary, as well as foreign ships transporting goods from Asia and Latin America to Central Europe. 43. The center of the French blockade apparatus in the first 3 years of the war was the Committee for the Restriction of Enemy Commerce and Provisions, Comité de Restriction de Approvisionnements et du Commerce de l'Ennemi. Known as the Comité, it was created in March 1915 within the Foreign Ministry, Quai d'Orsay, and counted 9 members, both military officers and civilian bureaucrats. 44 During the war it published 195 weekly reports on the Central Powers' economic situation based on information gathered by the Section de Contrôle Économique, SCE, a small office in the cabinet of the Minister of War that collated information from mail and telegraph censors. 45 The head of the SCE, Jean Tannery, saw his organization as an intelligence service on commerce in contraband of war. 46 The Quai d'Orsay also built up a considerable foreign information gathering network by early 1916, consisting of 49 consular stations worldwide, 32 of them in crucial neutral and transit zones around Europe. 47 Despite these broadly parallel institution-building efforts, the French blockaders' approach to the blockade differed from that of their colleagues across the Channel in one respect. In British circles a business-as-usual attitude was prevalent. Foreign Office and Treasury officials were wary about risking Britain's great commercial and financial standing by pressing and antagonizing neutral and third countries too much. By contrast, the French blockaders thought vigorous economic pressure against the enemy was impossible without some pecuniary loss to the Entente. To them the British spirit of risk avoidance was irreconcilable with victory in the economic war. Economic total war. By late 1915 the Entente's blockaders had not achieved the comprehensive economic isolation of their enemies. On the European battlefields, the Central Powers were holding out in France, Belgium, the Alps, and Gallipoli and advancing deep into Russia and the Baltics. In their parliaments and press, the Entente governments were being accused of lacking the determination to prosecute the war effectively. French Prime Minister Aristide Briand visited London in January 1916 to make the case for increased cooperation. His British counterpart, Herbert Asquith, and his cabinet agreed on the need for a more vigorous economic war. On February 23, 1916, all the British bodies hitherto involved in contraband control were merged into a single organisation with ministerial status, the Ministry of Blockade. Nominally part of the Foreign Office, the ministry was in fact a fully autonomous branch whose roots spread across the British state, also gobbling up the Treasury's TCH, now renamed the War Trade Intelligence Department, WTID. Point 48. Lord Robert Cecil, ca. 1915. Library of Congress. As the head of the Ministry of Blockade, Asquith appointed Lord Robert Cecil, 1864–1958, Viscount Cecil of Chelwood. Cecil was an inspired choice for the job. He came from the aristocratic inner sanctum of the British political elite, having been born the third son of the Marquis of Salisbury, one of the most powerful conservative prime ministers of the 19th century. Educated at Eton and Oxford, Cecil practiced law for 2 decades before entering politics as a Conservative MP in the 1906 general election, when the Liberals swept back into power after almost 2 decades in opposition. Within his party, Cecil stood out as an ardent supporter of free trade. In the fight over tariff reform, he sided with Asquith's Liberals against the protectionist Conservatives led by Joseph Chamberlain and Lord Lansdowne. 49 Cecil's political career was a kind of measured family rebellion. He took particular pride in opposing the more reactionary imperialist tendencies of the Tory party, led by his own cousin, Arthur Balfour. Despite his patrician origin, Cecil was not without a populist streak himself. He relished long speeches, enjoyed personal interviews with journalists, and maintained an extensive correspondence with fellow internationalists in dozens of countries. But even at the height of his later extra-parliamentary campaigning for the League, which would earn him a Nobel Peace Prize in 1937, he never lost his standing as a consummate insider in the British ruling class. At first sight, it may seem odd that a committed free trader like Cecil spent the war unfolding a sprawling system of restrictions on global commerce. But in wartime Britain this was not at all unusual. In fact, the most fervent free traders in the Liberal and Conservative parties, including Lloyd George, Edward Grey, and Lord Curzon, were also the chief supporters of all-out war on German foreign trade. The reason for this was their belief in the primacy of economic interdependence. Edwardian elites were highly aware of their country's reliance on export earnings and imported food. The British population was especially foreign-fed, more than 65% of its caloric consumption came from overseas. 50 Because Cecil and his peers saw commerce as the glue that bound the civilized world together, manipulating those ties seemed an obvious way to change the behavior of its aberrant members. The war reformulated the role of the British state in managing trade in a more activist and interventionist manner, but it did not change the underlying primacy of commerce that had united pre-war free traders. 51. Cecil's ministerial appointment made him the supremo of British economic warfare. He described his job as really much more than a blockade. The organization of all sorts of economic and commercial pressure on our enemies. 52. The Ministry of Blockade systematized and centralized the economic war against the Central Powers. At the core of this shift in economic warfare was an epistemic as much as an organizational transformation. 53. British blockaders understood their own maturation as the outcome of a process of learning how to produce actionable knowledge. In interwar studies of the blockade, this was described as a progression from a primitive evidential system to a more advanced and scientific so-called statistical system. This innovation came from within the blockade apparatus, and it was largely driven by one man, Cecil's subordinate and close associate, William Arnold Forster. William Arnold Forster, 1886–1951, came from a background distinct from but not dissimilar to Cecil's. Born into a prominent family of liberal unionist politicians, his great-uncle was the famous Victorian poet and critic Matthew Arnold. His father, Hugh, had been adopted by the Quaker wool industrialist William Forster and become a Liberal Unionist MP before being appointed State Secretary for War in Arthur Balfour's Conservative cabinet in 1903.54. His son Will thus grew up in a liberal imperialist household at the core of the British elite. He joined the Royal Naval Volunteer Division in December 1914 and subsequently served in the Trade Division of the Admiralty, becoming its representative on the Contraband Committee, where he served as Admiralty representative alongside Cecil, who represented the Foreign Office. The Contraband Committee kept files about cargoes en route to enemy ports and would dispatch Royal Navy vessels to intercept these shipments. Its basic operating method was to undertake discrete interventions in the global trading system based on leads about contraband. In this position, William Arnold Forster became the architect of an epistemic revolution in economic warfare. The principal drawback of the Contraband Committee's evidentiary approach was the enormous effort it required. Both intelligence analysts and inspectors were chronically overworked. Since searches at sea were difficult, many ships had to be allowed to pass unless they were clearly engaged in illicit trade. During 1915, Rear Admiral Dudley de Chair's 10th Cruiser Squadron operated 18 armed merchant cruisers that stopped no fewer than 3,098 vessels in the North Sea, an average of 8 interceptions per day. Of this total number, 743 ships, a quarter of all ships stopped, were sent into port for closer inspection. 55 At the main British Channel ports equipped for such inspection, Kirkwall and the Downs, Royal Navy personnel would check the cargo manifests, telegraph their contents to the Contraband Committee, and physically inspect the vessel. But ships came in all sizes, and time constraints required tough decisions. To inspect a large passenger liner carrying 500 passengers required a Royal Navy crew of 10 officers and 20 sailors to work non-stop for at least 18 hours. 56 In the same amount of time, many smaller vessels could have been searched. Besides the inevitable errors in intelligence processing and execution, there simply was no way to control all the maritime traffic entering neutral ports with such a small force. Arnold Forster realized that vast amounts of trade to neutral countries was ending up in enemy hands. To save men and resources on inefficient pinprick inspections, he proposed to cast the net much wider. In 1915 he began to plead with the Admiralty to replace the evidential approach with a statistical method that became known as the rationing system. 57 The WTD used pre-war consumption levels to produce quarterly and annual estimates of normal levels of imports by neutral states. Instead of looking for proof that individual ships were transporting contraband, Arnold Forster argued, Britain should restrict neutrals from importing more than their pre-war average for any given good. Any imports exceeding the established rations would result in an embargo on further trade in those commodities. From the British point of view, the rationing system improved control over world trade. But for the neutrals it created major problems. The WTD's estimates often underestimated actual neutral needs, which had increased due to the wartime dislocation of domestic industry and world trade. 58 But the statistical blockade system also had an inherent tendency to produce lower rations over time. In the case of the Netherlands, the WTD concluded in early 1916 that Dutch imports of linseed, lubricating oil, and gasoline during the final quarter of 1915 had exceeded the normal quantities. The Royal Navy immediately blocked further imports of these goods. 59 However, the WTD also reduced rations of goods of which Dutch imports had turned out lower than their allotment in the preceding quarter. Rations of maize, rye, oilcake, cotton, and refined petroleum were accordingly adjusted downward. The British officials reasoned that if the Dutch had shown that they could satisfy their needs with fewer imports than estimated, this meant that the existing ration was too high and should be reduced. 60. As a result, under the rationing system there was almost no way for neutrals to maintain existing levels of imports without either incurring penalties for exceeding the ration quantities or seeing those quantities ratcheted down for not having been used fully. The new system completely reversed the burden of proof that international law required belligerents to meet. Ordinarily, the blockader had to prove that goods were in fact destined for the blockaded. By 1916, Britain often declared neutral imports that exceeded a self-picked norm to be contraband until proven otherwise. This broke with the traditional interpretation of belligerent rights under international law. But as a way of preventing potential contraband from reaching Germany, it was much more efficient than the older system. Based on aggregate statistics rather than specific evidence, the British state had shifted the operating logic of the blockade from a legal to an economic basis. Arnold Forster's epistemological revolution ended what he later called the early, unscientific stages of the blockade. 61 It laid the groundwork for later additions of new policy tools. In early 1916, the blockade apparatus consisted of a physical maritime barrier, an import-export licensing scheme, and a mechanism for rationing the imports of neutral countries. With the unification of various organs under Cecil's Ministry of Blockade, 3 new tools were added. The first was the introduction of blacklists. A publicly available statutory list registered firms that were known to trade with enemy entities. 62 Any firm on this list was ipso facto in violation of British law and could have its cargoes impounded and assets seized under the Trading with the Enemy Act. Besides the statutory list, the ministry also maintained 3 secret blacklists, one for bankers, one for ships, and one for firms that were suspected of trade with the enemy. The French also maintained lists noirs, which were regularly updated by an interministerial commission. American firms that traded with Germany were usually kept on the secret blacklist while the British and French blockade bureaucrats gathered further information about their activities. Political concern about antagonizing Washington prompted a second measure intended to deal with American trade, in particular, the introduction of navigation certificates or Navy certs. These were permits with which foreign exporters could obtain passage through the maritime blockade if they registered their cargo with a local British embassy. 63. Finally, by the spring of 1916 the Ministry of Blockade had set up a powerful energy control mechanism based on British-owned and British-supplied bunker coal all over the world. 64 Bunker control, which came into effect in March 1916, was run by a small section of the BOT known as the Unofficial Coal Committee. It demanded that neutral vessels stop in British ports for cargo inspection as a condition for being supplied with coal. Shipments far from Europe were inspected by local consuls or Royal Navy attaches. Ships cleared to receive coal were added to a white list. The prospect of being denied coal was a powerful incentive for neutral firms to register their cargoes and avoid trade with the Central Powers. Bunker control soon became the most effective way to bring difficult-to-track vessels into a growing database of world shipping. Simultaneously, the French developed a fourth tool of blockade. If controlling trade between neutrals was not always possible, then buying these countries' supplies of specific commodities outright could be the best way to prevent them from being obtained by the enemy. This practice of preclusive purchasing first emerged at Bryant and Asquith's January 1916 meeting in London. A Committee for Foreign Purchases, Comité d'écoutes à l'étranger, was created in the French Ministry of War. 65 The only thing that constrained preclusive purchasing was monetary resources. With French government spending already stretched to its limit to support the war effort, Britain borrowed on international markets, chiefly in New York, to obtain the funds with which crucial commodities could be bought. 66. By August 1916, the Comité had become a full department, sous direction, in the French Foreign Ministry. It included statistical, technical, and translation sections, a cryptography desk and a printing office, and at least 35 to 40 permanent staff members by the end of the year. 67 The French Ministry of Blockade, Ministère du Blocus, and the economic administrators in Paris tried to conceptualize a guiding strategy for the blockade and cast this into a permanent structure. The French were also much more efficient than the British in their use of manpower, administering all blockade-related activities with just 53 persons, of whom 26 were female clerks and typists, compared to the 1,880 functionaries working under Cecil at the Ministry of Blockade and the Foreign Office. This parsimony was largely due to Jacques Sidious, an archetypal Quai d'Orsay civil servant and the linchpin of the blockade effort within the French state. Sidious, 1870 to 1929, was born into a Protestant family belonging to the liberal Parisian bourgeoisie. Educated at the École Libre des Sciences Politiques, he worked as a diplomat in London, Berlin, and Athens before the war propelled him into the position of assistant director of blockade. 68 Citos was determined to defeat Germany, but he also wanted to use the blockade bodies to mobilize resources for post-war reconstruction, a task that he thought would necessarily involve all European countries. This forward-looking and pragmatic attitude locked Citos in an institutional struggle with Étienne Clementel, 1864–1936, the technocrat who served as Minister of Industry, Commerce, Post, and Telegraphs. An imperious, confident, and self-aggrandizing figure, at the Paris Economic Conference in June 1916 Clementel pushed through an inter-allied resolution to permanently restrict German commerce after the war, against the will of Quai d'Orsay diplomats. 69 But his scattered responsibilities meant he never saw this plan through to the end. This allowed Citos to reposition France as a more constructive partner in economic warfare. From March 1916 onward the so-called Comite Permanent International d'Action Économique convened in Paris with representatives from Britain, France, Italy, Russia, Serbia, Japan, Portugal, and, later, Romania to unite national blockade measures. 70 After American entry into the war, an Allied Blockade Committee, ABC, was created for the same task. Even if most of the resources and intelligence in the blockade system flowed to London, Paris remained an important locus of decision-making among the wider coalition partners in the Entente. The uses and limits of the blockade system become clear if we return to the example at the beginning of this chapter: what happened to shipments of Brazilian manganese to Germany? As blockade administrators tracked minerals, they made substantial advances but also encountered serious problems. As early as October 1914, manganese had been added to the British and French lists of goods considered absolute contraband, that is, goods that always served a military purpose and were thus readily seizable. 71 Pre-war commercial statistics clearly conveyed Germany's dependence on manganese imports from Russia, India, Spain, and Brazil. 72 French economic intelligence composed a more detailed, though still imperfect, understanding of German production since the start of the war. 73 Tanneries. Analysts estimated that the total needs of the Central Powers amounted to roughly 1 million tons per year by late 1916, deducting their small estimated reserves. They expected the Germans to face a mounting shortfall. 74. The war rearranged available routes of access to manganese suppliers. Since India was part of the British Empire and the Central Powers were fighting Russia on the Eastern Front, Germany lost access to the two largest suppliers of the mineral ore. It was now wholly dependent on small amounts from neutral Spain and from the Jacobeni mine in Austrian-controlled Bukovina. 75 By the end of 1916, 90% of global production was controlled by the Reich's opponents. As rising shipping rates raised the cost of ocean transport from India and rail transport from Russia was severed, Brazilian manganese mines were uniquely well positioned to profit from this global disruption. Buoyed by high prices, Brazilian production rose from 183,000 tons in 1914 to 310,000 tons in 1915, reaching 350,000 tons in 1916 on the back of surging American demand. Enormous Entente munitions and materiel orders were reconfiguring the U.S. economy for war production. 76 Producing 1 ton of steel required 14 pounds of manganese, and total U.S. imports from Brazil rose from 63,000 tons in 1913 to 468,000 tons in 1917. 77. 2 years into the war, German industry had been effectively shut off from its pre-war supplies. French intelligence reported that German agents had tried to stockpile and smuggle manganese but that their hidden shipments had been intercepted by British naval patrols. 78 A combination of intelligence gathering, estimation, diplomatic coordination with allies and neutrals, and old-fashioned maritime power helped tighten the blockade of this key metal. But the blockaders' success did not immediately throttle their enemies' war effort. The reversion to lower-grade steel by German and Austrian war factories took time to make itself felt on the battlefield. Moreover, the Central Powers reacted to the shortage by shifting their aims. As we shall see, with their overseas supply cut off, German generals, bureaucrats, and industrialists focused on overland access to one region above all, Russia. Blockade and future enforcement. Minister of Blockade Robert Cecil described his job as the management of a blockade of an entirely novel character that nobody had ever tried to carry out in the history of the world before 79. He unabashedly defended Britain's right to invasively manage global flows of goods, money, and information. To American newspaper readers, Cecil explained that Britain must be able to intercept transatlantic mail and telegraph messages. 80 In the second half of 1916, he also began to think more concretely about what the blockade project could mean for the future of international cooperation. 81 That September, he penned a memorandum to Lloyd George's cabinet on the challenge of preserving post-war peace. Cecil presented a counterfactual question: could the escalation of the July crisis of 1914 have been avoided? When Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia, not all options for a peaceful resolution had been exhausted. Cecil felt a negotiated settlement, either through a great power conference or some sort of arbitration procedure, could have resolved the crisis. Still, it remained difficult to compel the quarreling parties to respect the outcome of such a procedure. Cecil wrote, "If, however, an instrument could be found which would exert considerable pressure on a recalcitrant power without causing excessive risk to the powers using it, a solution of the difficulty might perhaps be found. I believe that in blockade as developed in this war such an instrument exists. No doubt for its full effect an overwhelming naval power is requisite. But much could be done even by overwhelming financial power, and with the two combined no modern state could ultimately resist its pressure. Suppose in July 1914 it had been possible for the Entente powers to say to Germany and Austria, unless the ultimatum to Serbia is modified or a conference is called, we will cut off all commercial and financial intercourse from you, it is very doubtful whether the Central Powers would have proceeded. If the United States could have been induced to join in such a declaration, the effect would have been enormously increased." 82. This memorandum was the first proposal by a British cabinet official to transpose the blockade into a peacetime mechanism to prevent war. Cecil's idea would shape long-term plans for an international organization. 83 Yet his apparatus was only one branch of economic governance developed during the war. Vast efforts to mobilize global resources in support of the Entente war effort had also taken shape. Since early 1915, a small coterie of officials at the Treasury that included the young John Maynard Keynes had worked to link the balance sheets of the Entente economies together. By 1916, credits from Wall Street were fueling massive Anglo-French arms procurement in the United States. A novel intergovernmental body to manage shipping tonnage, the AMTC, was created under the British civil servant Arthur Salter and the French businessman Jean Monnet. By 1918 the AMTC had enlisted much of the global merchant marine to supply the Entente war economy. 84 International economic cooperation worked to deprive the enemy and provide resources to alliance partners at the same time. This strategic duality bore some resemblance to Napoleon's continental system of 1806 to 1813, which the French historian Albert Sarrail once described as a two-trigger machine à double détente, to ruin Britain's foreign trade while constructing a new continent-oriented economic system. 85 Allied economic internationalism during World War I functioned in a similar way. Cecil, Arnold Forster, and Cedus focused on interdiction of resources to the enemy, while Salter, Keynes, and Monnet managed their mobilization for the alliance. That the two faces of this Janus-like global project complemented one another did not mean that there was agreement on how it should develop or to what end. Many believed that if the contraband control system against the neutrals was pressed too hard, access to these countries' resources would be lost. Moderates such as Cedus believed that a fine balance should be maintained between closing off world economic possibilities to the Central Powers and realizing them for the Entente. Yet hardliners such as Clementel and the French interventionists around him pushed for both more inter-allied integration and increased pressure on the Central Powers. It was in this context that the concept of the economic weapon, l'arme économique, first gained traction in 1917.86. Clementel's chief advisor, the economic historian Henry Hauser, spelled out the term's meaning in a memorandum for French cabinet communication with the Wilson administration. In Hauser's view, the Entente's economic union fulfilled 5 distinct roles: first, that of a combat weapon to undermine the Central Powers' morale; second, a first-rate guarantee for peace negotiations; third, a measure of persuasion and attraction with regard to neutrals; fourth, an instrument of mutual aid in view of Allied economic recovery and development; and fifth, perhaps most important of all, one of the foundations and most effective guarantees of the new international order that will have to be founded after this war. 87. This vision contained an important tension. Either the economic weapon could become an impartial instrument of peace, or it could retain its offensive character and aim at the industrial ruin of specific threats, especially Germany. What was difficult was to combine these two aims into a single mechanism, especially if it was to acquire broad legitimacy after the war in the eyes of the defeated countries. 88. What set French internal disputes apart from divisions in the British government was that the disagreement concerned not the viability of the economic weapon but the ultimate intentions behind it. Should it be used to continue power politics or to transcend them? This question would hang over the entire interwar history of sanctions and would be a major bone of contention in Anglo-French relations. In a meeting with British officials in August 1917, Clementel suggested a scheme for inter-Allied control of global raw materials to force Germany to accept peace. In his view, commodity control was a powerful instrument for the preservation of peace in the name of a post-war international organization or arbitration. In the future, would it not be in this control of raw materials, Clementel asked, that the United States of Europe, of America, of Asia could find the sanction, vainly sought in the force of arms, which would impose peace on unruly people's turbulence as on predatory people's deploy, and would this not be the best constraint to guide toward arbitrage? 89. His hierarchical language spoke volumes about the world order Clementel was committed to preserving. The wartime experience of Greece shows how the blockade remained embroiled in old-fashioned power politics and could function as a more refined instrument of it. Officially neutral, Greece was riven between a pro-Allied faction under Republican Prime Minister Eleftherios Venizelos and a pro-German clique of officers around King Constantine, brother-in-law of the German Kaiser. In late 1916 this split escalated into a de facto civil war. To press Constantine into joining the war on the Allied side, the French government extended the general European blockade system to the royalist areas of Greece, especially the Peloponnese, but without declaring war. Britain soon joined this policy, seizing Greek ships in Allied ports. Since the population of Old Greece depended on food imports, this Pacific blockade caused severe hunger. Civilian mortality in Athens doubled in early 1917. In June the king abdicated, and the Allies ended their blockade. Venizelos quickly formed a new government that led the country into war on their side. On the brink of world war, economic pressure had been politically efficacious but highlighted Greece's subordinate status in the international order. 90 Europe's great powers had used Pacific blockades against the country in 1827, 1850, and 1886. While in 1917 Cecil and Clementel staked out lofty visions for the future use of such techniques, to the Greek population the economic deprivation of that year was reminiscent of the plight of their 19th-century ancestors. Financial blockade. In its early years, Allied blockade policy focused on the interception of physical goods and seizure of foreign property. Over time, bunker control also brought energy under the control of the blockaders. What remained largely untouched, however, was the most dynamic element of the world economy, the global financial system. Although world trade between Central Europe and the rest of the world had slowed considerably, Germany and Austria-Hungary still found sources of funds abroad. Large money flows continued to pass through financial centers in neutral countries. Between February and March 1916, for example, the British Treasury recorded over $11 million in wire transfers from Wall Street to various neutral European banks. 91 One circular noted that Dutch and Scandinavian banks are putting through business of incredible magnitude. Small banks in places like Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Copenhagen, Christiania, Bergen, Malmö, Trondheim, and Stockholm put through as much business in a day as they would in a month of normal times. There is no other basis possible for all this finance than trading with Germany. 92 Cecil's Ministry of Blockade wanted to stop these flows. But it lacked both the necessary personnel and the methods to obtain systematic financial intelligence from the City of London. The city banker E.F. Davies suspected that many trades through London involving neutral banks in fact hid profits from German firms overseas being repatriated to the Reich. 93 Davies recommended that the ministry develop a policy for the financial blockade of Germany by recruiting experienced traders from the city to spot such suspicious transactions. 94 Imposing more bureaucracy and blocking a certain amount of trades would cause the city to lose some of its foreign exchange business. But the gains in the efficacy of the blockade were, in Davies's eyes, far larger. Some people, he thought, look at the pecuniary side of the matter, without considering that it is better to lose money for 6 months and wage war successfully than to make money and endanger the empire. 95. Cecil appointed Davies to lead a newly created finance section. He brought with him a small coterie of like-minded bankers from Barclays and the Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking Corporation, HSBC. The finance section developed a stamp authorization scheme for neutral-to-neutral financial transfers through London. 96 Because orders to transfer money and securities were sent by post or by telegram, a financial blockade was in effect a communications blockade. Whoever controlled postal routes and undersea telegraph cables also controlled payment flows. Mail censorship and signals interception thus became instrumental to severing enemy banks from the global financial system. The finance section compensated for its limited personnel by placing the burden of enforcement on financial institutions themselves. From May 1916, banks in Allied countries were made to sign guarantees that their accounts would not be used for any business which will in any way, either directly or indirectly, assist or be for the benefit of an enemy of Great Britain or her allies. 97 Blockade administrators thereby held the prospect of blacklisting, prosecution, and forced closure over the heads of private bankers. The finance section created its own intelligence gathering network by developing a rudimentary system of mandatory reporting. Select banks incorporated under British law had to report their weekly flows to and from neutral countries. 98 The role of banks in greasing the wheels of trade meant that the finance section also learned much about commercial goings-on. In a memorandum to Lord Cecil, Davies reported that every consignment of goods crossing the seas which is financed in the United Kingdom under credits established with British banks can be followed by the finance section, including the names of the consignors and consignees, ports of shipment and destination, names of steamers, and dates of sailing, etc. 99. In the late summer of 1916, Sir Adam Block succeeded Davies as the head of the finance section. 100 Block was an experienced banker who had spent a long time in the Ottoman Empire, where he had served as chief dragoman, interpreter, of the British Embassy and as an administrator in the Ottoman Public Debt Administration. 101 He immediately proposed a crackdown on Swiss banks, which he saw as duplicitous financiers of the Kaiser. In conversations with French blockade officials, he also proposed cutting off all American money orders to neutrals that passed through London. The French government was taken aback by the impetuousness of Block's approach. 102 Their Commission Financière Interministerial Finance Commission, was run largely by French central bank officials but also included private bankers such as Octave Homburg, another veteran of colonial finance who had chaired the Banque de l'Indochine and Banque de l'Union Parisienne, and negotiated the first inter-allied loan of the war on Wall Street in 1915. 103 The Commission, supplied with intelligence by the analysts of Tannery's SCE and in frequent contact with Jacques Seduz's blockade desk at the Quai d'Orsay, drove forward the partial financial blockade targeting neutral countries that was constructed in 1917. Latin America was a large supplier of raw materials to European industry, but it was equally important to Britain and Germany as a destination for foreign investment. 104 Financing new ventures in this high-growth market was a very profitable activity for the banks involved. In 1913, Deutsche Bank's regional subsidiary, the Banco Alemán Transatlantico, brought in 1/6 of the revenue and net profits of its parent conglomerate. 1055 German banking consortiums had created their own subsidiary banks in the region between 1886 and 1912. 106 As long as this considerable German banking and business in Latin America continued, a blockade focused narrowly on physical goods trade failed to dent the Reich's global economic position. The financial blockaders thus began to seek ways to prevent the German repatriation of overseas profits to the besieged metropole. But enforcing such a policy confronted administrators in Paris and London with the difficulties of intervening in the early 20th century financial system without damaging their own economies. A striking case study is the Franco-British effort in late 1917 to stop German financial transfers from Argentina and punish the French and Dutch banks that facilitated them. At the center of this affair stood Crédit Lyonnais, the great success story of French fin de siècle finance. Founded in 1863 with a capital of 20 million francs, 50 years later it had grown into the world's largest bank, with total assets of 2.85 billion francs, 113 million pounds. 107 As a multi-continental banking conglomerate, it provided short-term trade credit and long-term capital to firms in Eastern and Southern Europe, Russia, the Middle East, Latin America, and Asia. The French megabank conducted Latin American business through its Madrid branch, which transacted with German, Dutch, and Swiss banks active in the region. National allegiance mattered little in this domain, and Crédit Lyonnais held in trust a portfolio of securities that belonged to Banco Alemán Transatlantico. 108 Most Latin American finance was conducted by the subsidiaries of major European banks. One of the Crédit Lyonnais's counterparties was a subsidiary of the Rotterdamsche Bank, which had been established in March 1914. It opened its first branch in Buenos Aires in October as the Banco Jaleñas de la América del Sud. A Brazilian branch in Rio followed in 1916. 109 Banco Jaleñas first appeared in the intelligence funnel of the French blockaders in February 1916, when its Buenos Aires branch bought 4.3 million marks worth of gold on behalf of the Diskontogesellschaft, the second largest bank in Germany. Diskonto had for some time been trying to sell gold to the Argentine government to raise money for German war expenditures. 110 Because there was not yet a coherent Entente financial blockade policy in place, both Dutch banks and Argentina were free to transact as they wished. No action was taken. But the Latin American branches of European banks were an obvious future target for blockade administrators. By the late summer of 1917, the entry of the United States into the war changed the situation. The Allied powers now controlled the world's three main financial centers, New York, London, and Paris, and could mount a more forceful campaign of financial pressure. In early September, Adam Bloch of the Ministry of Blockades Finance section argued for more stringent controls on neutral banks at the French Interministerial Financial Committee in Paris. Experience has shown, he claimed, what a powerful weapon is constituted by the inscription on blacklists and the exclusion of all relations with the Allies. Before such a threat, a great majority of neutral banks will accept our conditions. 111 Bloch wanted a blanket ban on transactions between Allied citizens and neutral citizens who had any kind of relation with the Central Powers. His French colleague Octave Homburg was more cautious. A general embargo against large neutral banks, he thought, ran the risk of backfiring. Forced to choose between the two rival alliances, banks that were heavily involved in business with the Central Powers would probably cut their ties with the Entente rather than cease lending to Germany. In that case, Homburg warned, the weapon that we will have forged will turn itself against us. 112 He thought that a more subtle approach was needed, a blacklist-style system of discretionary prohibitions not against banks as a whole but only against specific suspicious transfers, justified as a measure to target arbitrageurs speculating against Allied currencies. 113 These more capillary sanctions were soon applied to transatlantic transfers between Latin America and European neutrals. As Allied financial pressure on Brazil increased, the Banco Holande's Rio branch became the conduit for profit transfers to Spain. German merchants likely hoped that its Dutch affiliation would shield them from the blockaders. From intelligence gathered on the spot by consular personnel, the French blockaders learned that the Banco Hollande had links with the German trading house Bromberg and Company and demanded its inscription on the blacklist. 114 On August 14, the Dutch bank's Rio branch sent 180,000 Spanish pesetas, £8,500, from an account held by the Deutsche Südamerikanische Bank to the Madrid branch of Credit Lyonnais. A similar-sized payment through the Banco Hollande followed 9 days later, followed by a £500,000 peseta, £23,900, wire transfer in September. Upon noticing these payments, the French embassy in Madrid requested that the bank, which was clearly sending enemy funds to Europe, be added to the blacklist. By October 1917 a file had been drawn up on the Dutch bank. Banco Hollande used 5 different names to undertake transactions for various Latin American subsidiaries of several major German banks such as Deutsche Bank, Dresdner Bank, Schaffhausensker Bankverein, and Darmstadter UND National Bank. The Dutch bank's 3 branches in Amsterdam, Rio, and Buenos Aires were soon added to the French blacklist. 115 The plot thickened when it was discovered that there were 2 French nationals on the Banco Hollande's board of directors. To the members of the French Financial Blockade Committee, the most troubling aspect was not even the presence of fellow Frenchmen on the board of a blockade-violating bank, but the fact that Credit Lyonnais, an institution they considered their national pride, had allowed Germans to use foreign front accounts. Bringing Credit Lyonnais's Madrid branch to heel posed another challenge. After the French blockaders had frozen its correspondent accounts with neutrals, Spanish courts had become involved. They were now ordering Credit Lyonnais to fulfill its contractual obligations to its counterparties, as Spanish clients were suing the French bank for non-payment. Its Madrid branch directors pleaded with the Financial Blockade Committee for permission to make the payments that had fallen into arrears. But the committee was steadfast. Credit Lyonnais, a French corporation, must conform to the French law and could not defend any better before the Spanish courts a refusal to pay than by invoking this obligation. 116 What was at stake in the Credit Lyonnais, Banco Hollande's affair was how much power nation-states could exercise over the globalized private financial sector. Could the French government force the world's largest bank to reconfigure its international business in the national interest? 117 Before 1914 Western governments often assisted bankers in international affairs as financial houses acquired significant political influence in Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Americas. Inter-Allied war finance was highly dependent on a small group of New York, London, and Paris-based bankers. The extension of the blockade into the financial world brought about a local inversion of this relation, rendering banks vulnerable to political decisions about the intensity with which economic warfare should be pursued. In legal terms, the French state had little difficulty forbidding direct transfers from French banks to enemy nationals. But this was trickier in the case of payments between neutral banks, on which the plumbing of Allied war finance also relied. Nonetheless, by intervening forcefully in specific cases without erecting permanent controls, the financial blockader set an example while leaving the banking sector in charge of its own compliance. Financial blockade was primarily a surveillance mechanism, although this did not, in the view of the committee, diminish in any manner that the financial establishments take their own precautions and police themselves. It is they who are the best equipped to survey their correspondents and their agencies, and the government does not have the task to substitute itself for them. 118 Compliance would be the bank's own responsibility. Even as global economic war decisively ended the laissez-faire world of the 19th century, private interests remained to a large degree masters of their own house. But where the limits of state intervention lay would emerge as a recurring problem in the design of sanctions in the decades to come. Chapter 2. The birth of sanctions from the spirit of blockade, 1917 to 1919. Economic isolation left a powerful impression on those who experienced World War I. Blockade delivers blow upon blow, now here, now there, till every bone in the national body is broken, wrote Russian shipping entrepreneur Boris Karamtsev as he looked back on the events of 1917. In his view, many histories of war would have to be entirely rewritten if the influence of the blockade in the affairs as well as in the history of the world were to be given its true place. 1. World history indeed took a decisive turn in the first 4 months of that year. In fact, it was as much economic pressure by the Central Powers as by the Allies that was responsible. When Germany blocked the Danish Sound and the Ottoman Empire closed the Turkish Straits, Russia lost the main arteries connecting its vast economy to the outside world. Before the war, a quarter of the world's grain trade had passed through the Dardanelles. 2 With its merchant marine bottled up in the Black Sea and the Baltic by this dual blockade and its Arctic ports accessible only 6 months a year, the Russian economy came under tremendous strain. 3 Without sufficient export earnings or imports of coal and food, by early 1917 the railways could no longer adequately supply the world's largest army and the sizable civilian population. 4 In March, a revolution overthrew the Tsarist state in Petrograd. In the same weeks, the German decision to try to bring England to its knees by restarting unrestricted submarine warfare brought on a second turning point. The United States entered the war on the Allied side as an associated power. 5. Russia's revolution and Germany's unleashing of U-boats against Atlantic shipping were crucial events in the blockade of the Central Powers. As the Tsarist armies collapsed, the eastern rampart in the economic siege of Central Europe crumbled. Vast Eurasian resources now beckoned. Securing these raw materials seemed to offer Berlin and Vienna an escape from material attrition. At the same time, U.S. entry into the conflict enormously strengthened the alliance of the Allied and associated powers. Washington did not just control vast quantities of raw materials, food, and capital. Congress also passed its own version of the British Trading with the Enemy Act, beginning a campaign of expropriation against alien property. 6 As Latin American governments followed suit in declaring war, Germany lost much of its foreign investment in the Western Hemisphere. Finally, the arrival of U.S. troops set the clock ticking on the time span in which Germany could achieve battlefield victory on the Western Front. As the war entered its final year, economic war thus assumed a paramount importance. In these months, between late 1917 and the summer of 1918, talk about the power and promise of the economic weapon reached a peak in Britain, France, and the United States. Raw materials control seemed a war-winning weapon as well as a way to keep a defeated Reich docile. The economic weapon, the most decisive, which can, without a drop of blood, bring the aggressor to his knees, will be used, wrote the French newspaper editor Léon Bailby in 1918. The threat will be understood in Germany. And that the League of Nations is no longer a utopia, because it brings out into the open an irresistible weapon. 7 Nor were the Allies alone in perceiving resource control as pivotal. As they negotiated and then exploited peace in the East, the German leadership too became fixated on the resources of the Black Sea and Caucasus region, launching several quixotic expeditions to acquire the raw materials necessary to withstand any future blockade. Yet in the fall of 1918 it was not immediate shortage but battlefield exhaustion and the collapse of morale among German soldiers in the West that broke the Reich's resistance. These dramatic reversals of fortune transformed expectations of what victory would look like in the final 2 years of the war. They also deeply shaped blockade policy and by extension the sanctions of the future League of Nations. Germany's rush for resources in the East convinced the Allies to maintain the blockade after the armistice in November 1918. The last restrictions would not be fully lifted until July 1919, after a new Republican government signed the Versailles Treaty. Simultaneously, the widespread perception that the world order now hinged on the global balance of raw materials spurred a flurry of Allied proposals for sanctions mechanisms. Regardless of what shape these would take, it was clear that the new international organization being crafted at the Paris Peace Conference would rule by economic pressure. 8 The eventual provisions of Article 16 of the League's covenant were a compromise solution, with all the imperfections of backroom diplomacy. For one thing, it was very much an open question whether blockade had in fact won the war for the Allies. Another issue was that neither Cecil nor his French counterpart Léon Bourgeois had envisioned a league that was dependent on economic sanctions alone. Both believed that some military intervention capacity, even if only a minimal one, had to be created. Nor had the British intended sanctions to be a peacetime instrument. In line with their common law tradition, they preferred to wage economic war openly. But at the Paris Peace Conference, the role of U.S. President Woodrow Wilson and his legal advisor, David Hunter Miller, blocked European intentions on both counts. Economic sanctions thereby took on an institutional form that was unexpected, while their ideological appeal as a history-shaping weapon grew massively and probably beyond proportion. The involuntary autarky of the Central Powers. The governments of Germany and Austria-Hungary had long maintained they were invincible in the face of the enemy's blockade. Chancellor Bethmann Hollweg declared early in the war that the economic unit from Aras to Mesopotamia cannot be crushed. His inclusion of the Middle East in the Central Powers' besieged land fortress was apposite. When the Ottoman Empire entered the war in November 1914, it too became a target of Entente economic warfare. Unlike in the North Sea, where enemy mines and submarines necessitated the use of a contraband control system, in the Mediterranean the British and French navies could actually institute an effective blockade and declared one against the Ottoman Empire. 10 The Anglo-French blockade of Anatolia and the Levant devastated the food economy of Greater Syria. It has not received the historical attention that it deserves, especially in light of the fact that it likely contributed to as many civilian deaths as the blockade of Central Europe. 11 Estimates of the total deaths among the inhabitants of Greater Syria between 1915 and 1918 range from 350,000 to 500,000. 121 Historian has estimated that as much as 18% of the population of Ottoman Syria, or 1 in 6 inhabitants, died during the war. 13 The Ottoman Empire was a net importer of grain, bringing in 88,000 tons of cereals in 1913 to 1914, all of which were cut off by the Anglo-French blockade. Requisitioning of grain and animals by the Ottoman army weakened the distribution of food and effectively severed towns from the surrounding countryside. On top of this, a locust attack hit the region in 1915, with swarms the size of Manhattan consuming the food intake of 42 million humans in a single day. 14 After the harvest of 1916 was severely reduced, famine conditions took hold. Ottoman exploitation and locusts caused serious hardship. But it was the blockade that massively compounded the dislocation of regional agriculture, causing a food crisis to tip into starvation and eventually mass civilian deaths. This is clear from the fact that after early 1917, Ottoman regions such as Transjordan, which were connected by Arab trading networks to maritime supplies of food, were less affected by famine than Syria and Lebanon, which remained under both Ottoman control and formal blockade. 15 From December 1915 until October 1918 no ships, not even neutral ones, were permitted to cross the Mediterranean blockading line upheld by the British and French navies. 16 In December 1916 the USS Caesar, an American vessel bound for Beirut with 2,000 tons of aid, including grain, was intercepted and its cargo diverted to Salonika and Alexandria. 17 The effective and thereby lawful character of the blockade was one of the major causes of its deadliness. In comparison to the contraband control used against Germany, in the Mediterranean the formal legality of blockade increased its lethality. Yet exposure to blockade produced only limited change within the Ottoman state. In part this was because the Ottoman elite actively welcomed the starvation of groups such as Armenians and Arabs that it considered internal enemies or seditious subjects. 18 Within the German elite, however, there was great concern about the problems that prolonged material isolation posed for the national economy and popular welfare. The wartime economic organization that emerged in 1915 to 1916 was shaped by the effects of this external pressure. As the Entente devised new methods to turn control of the raw materials and food resources into weapons, the Central Powers drew lessons from the blockade about wartime economic organization and the utility of conquest. 19 Almost without exception, German commentators criticized the British blockade as illegal and in violation of international law. 20 For the nationalist right, The blockade confirmed its suspicions that Britain was a perfidious empire that would defend its hegemony at all costs. Point 21. When it came to ideas about the post-war order, the German experience of economic encirclement by blockade produced two broad responses. One was the call for a return to a liberal legalism. The exclusionary resolutions of the Paris Economic Conference of June 1916 provided a perfect target for such arguments. Clementel's harsh measures made the Entente appear as a mercantilist alliance unwilling to grant Germany equal standing in the world economy. These proposals openly renounced many of the principles of economic liberalism and equality, such as most favored nation status, protection of property and patents, and equitable market access, for which the Allies claimed to be fighting. German economists were quick to note the discrepancies. Point 22. The Reichstag's famous peace resolution of July 19, 1917 demanded an end to Germany's economic isolation in any settlement. It was the only hope that the political center, the coalition of Social Democrats, liberals, and centrist Catholics, had of rebuilding a prosperous German economy with a global presence. To them, economic peace, Wirtschaftsfrieden, was the key prerequisite of any political peace. The other line of response was more radical. It was the onset of blockade in full force in 1916 that drove a growing interest in the idea of Mitteleuropa, a German-led Central European economic zone. As talk of an economic weapon in Paris and London increased in 1917, the scope of German ambition in the East rose proportionately. Point 23. Erich Ludendorff and his staff at the Supreme Army Command, Oberst Heeresleitung, OL, began to see expansionary autarky as the most viable strategy for long-term security. Ludendorff concluded that a 3 years war was only possible because we had in Germany abundant coal, and so much iron and food that, together with what we could obtain from occupied territory and neutral countries, we could, by practicing the most rigid economy, manage to exist in spite of the hostile blockade. Only by offensive action. Had we been able to exist, we should certainly have been lost had we remained within our own frontiers. 24. In his assessment, comprehensive economic warfare had changed the minimal requirements for hegemony. A state that did not possess vital raw materials, or reliable access to them, could survive prolonged war only by seizing territory containing those resources through conquest. At a September 1917 meeting about German demands for possible peace negotiations, Ludendorff stated, "I am of the opinion that it is desirable that we should try to get a peace before the winter sets in, so long as it brings us those essentials we need to secure our economic position hereafter and gives us an economic and military position which allows us to face another war of defense without anxiety. Without Romania and the other occupied areas, we should have been in a critical position with regard to food. Even with Romania it has been serious enough. We must, therefore, have an increase of territory. That territory can only be found in Courland and Lithuania, which offer good agricultural opportunities. Point 25. The more an all-consuming war seemed inevitable, the more German and Allied war aims became locked in a mutual process of radicalization. Point 26. Allied economic warfare did not only respond to a fixed set of German goals. The shifting pressure of the blockade actively shaped those goals as they changed the strategic and political objectives of the German elite. The economic consequences of Brest-Litovsk. The February Revolution in Russia raised the prospect that the largest land army of the Entente would cease to fight in the war. If the eastern pillar of the war effort collapsed, the entire Allied grand strategy for conducting the war had to be revised. Sir William Robertson, the British chief of the Imperial General Staff, wrote a memorandum on the possibility of a Russian collapse in May 1917. One of the most important results of Russia making peace, Robertson warned, would be to relieve the blockade of Germany by allowing her to procure supplies from Russia. Although he noted that the value of Russian resources depended on the state of the railway system, the speed of Russian demobilization, and the domestic need for food supplies, he estimated that in course of time substantial relief must undoubtedly be expected. 27. In the absence of a battlefield decision, the main road to victory, the economic blockade of the Central Powers, would be fatally undermined if the encirclement broke in the East. Christ Abel Pankhurst, the most prominent suffragette supporter of Lloyd George's war effort and the editor of the nationalistic journal Britannia, even traveled to Petrograd to personally appeal to Alexander Kerensky's provisional government to honor the Entente and continue a war of attrition against the Central Powers. 28 But in August, the British War Cabinet agreed that possibly the stalemate in the military operations might become so complete that it might be necessary to fall back on a passive defensive, to hold the line with the smallest number of men compatible with safety, and thus to release as much manpower as possible for industry, and simply to rely upon blockade to bring about the collapse of the enemy, just as often occurred in the case of a siege. 29. From this perspective, the Allied military intervention in Russia that began in December 1917 was a means to preserve the economic encirclement of Germany. In London, Foreign Secretary Arthur Balfour was maneuvering to get an expeditionary force off the ground. He wanted to keep the siege intact by finding local military proxies, various Cossack organizations to the north of the Caucasus and Armenians to the south who control the richest grain-growing districts of the country and almost all coal and iron. While war continues, a Germanized Russia would provide a source of supply which would go far to neutralize effects of Allied blockade. 30. When negotiations for a peace between Russia and the Central Powers started at Brest-Litovsk, the Allies followed them closely. In Austria-Hungary, public attention focused on the need for a bread peace, brought Frieden, to provide food for the empire's cities. 31 Once the size of the territories that Russia would cede to the Central Powers became clear in early 1918, Allied elites were shocked. For some, the Brest-Litovsk Treaty changed the entire outcome that could reasonably be expected from the war. 32 Winston Churchill wrote that no one at this time saw any prospect of a speedy end to the war, and there seemed no reason to doubt that the Germans and Austrians would have the time, as they certainly had the power to draw new life almost indefinitely from the giant empire prostrate before them. 33 Robertson likewise thought the best outcome that Britain could now secure would be to gain terms of peace which would render the future position of the British Empire reasonably secure. 34 When the treaty was signed in March, the WTID's chief German expert, William G. Maxmuller, noted that the enemy was emboldened by the knowledge that he has burst the barrier that we had built round him, and is no longer dependent on his own resources. It would be a grave mistake to underestimate the effect on Germany's economic position of her achievements in the East. But, Maxmuller continued, though Germany may get food from Russia, and also coal, iron, oil, flax, leather, etc., there are many essential raw materials, such as cotton, wool, jute, silk, rubber, and countless other commodities of which we shall still be in a position to deprive her. 35. The chief French strategy-making body, the French Supreme War Council, Conseil Supérieur de Guerre, CSG, took a very pessimistic view of the peace in the East. It declared that the events in Russia modify profoundly the physiognomy of the war and will modify the physiognomy of the peace. The axis of German policy has been moved. It was not German navalism that threatened the world, the real menace was Berlin's imminent control over the Eurasian landmass. One should not have any illusions, the French staffers warned, a Germany obtaining economic domination over the Balkans, Russia, and all of Western Asia has won the war and become master of the old world. 36. Indeed, German industrial interests were pushing the Reich government to secure manganese deposits in Ukraine and the Caucasus. 37 80% of Russian production came from the Georgian Chiatura mines, the remaining 20% was mined at Nikopol in Ukraine, another territory put under German influence by the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. 38 A German engineer noted that proven deposits amounted to 30 million tons in the Caucasus and 11 million tons in Ukraine, but estimated reserves in the former were 8 times larger than proven ones, some 240 million tons. Such an estimate amounted to at least 42 years' worth of manganese at 1917 consumption levels, enough to supply Ruhr steel manufacturers until 1959.39. Unsurprisingly, the Kaiser and his generals saw a Transcaucasian expedition to obtain Georgian manganese and Caspian oil as a top priority. 40. As the Allies grasped the size of the prize obtained by Germany at Brest-Litovsk, they veered between despondent and self-assured views of the future of blockade. In late November 1917, the prominent Tory politician Lord Lansdowne voiced his opposition to the government's economic war policy in an open letter to the editor of the Daily Telegraph. While a commercial boycott would be justifiable as a war measure, and while the threat of a boycott in case Germany should show herself utterly unreasonable, would be a legitimate threat, Lansdowne opined, no reasonable man would, surely, desire to destroy the trade of the Central Powers, if they will, so to speak, enter into recognizances to keep the peace, and do not force us into a conflict by a hostile combination. 41 He proposed making a genuine offer of economic peace to Berlin. The next month, the Conservative Speaker of Parliament, James Lowther, went further and criticized the idea of a post-war boycott of Germany, to cut her off altogether and treat her as though she were a leper. That would be a way of carrying on the war, and although it would not be with the weapons we were now using, there would be the same hatred and struggle between one combination of nations and another, and it would leave the world divided. 42. Against such hopes of returning to pre-war commercial normalcy, Cecil continued to project his total economic war beyond the war's end, with the full backing of Prime Minister David Lloyd George. The Liberal Economist magazine, under the patriotic management of Hartley Withers, who had replaced the previous editor, the pro-peace Francis Hurst, wholly endorsed the intransigent cabinet position. 43 The threat to enforce an economic boycott is a very strong card in the hand of the Allied powers, the paper wrote, and one which may legitimately be used to the full to shorten the war or to bring about a real peace. A ruinous boycott of an unrepentant Germany is no idle threat. 44 Cecil defended the economic weapon as the best instrument of a future League of Nations, citing Henry VII's disciplining of restive noblemen after the Wars of the Roses as an example. How did a strong English king finally gain ascendancy and control over the warring barons? Cecil asked. He instituted a central body which enforced decrees on the barons largely by economic means. 45. A similar determination to achieve total victory was palpable in Paris, where the elections of November 1917 brought to power the radical Republican Georges Clemenceau on a platform committed to integral war, guerre intégrale. Clemenceau's stance attracted broad support, even from his political opponents. The monarchist Léon Daudet affirmed that without total war, the blockade, which rightly claimed at least until the Russian defection to encircle and starve Germany, was and could only be a word. 46 The French right thought that the weapon of resource control should be used in a merciless fashion to bring German imperialism to heel. Edmond Lascagne, columnist for the legitimist newspaper La Liberté, suggested a staggered boycott. If Germany made peace within 6 months, its products would be banned from Allied markets for 5 years afterward. If it fought for another year, they would be boycotted for a decade. Lascagne was confident that after Brest-Litovsk Germany is and remains excluded from the Weltwirtschaft world economy. Lenin and Trotsky can give Imperial Germany the keys to Riga or even to Petrograd, but the keys to international trade are not within their reach. 47. Despite this nationalist zeal, Clemenceau's cabinet viewed German economic domination of Eastern Europe as a very serious threat. This prompted 2 fateful French decisions in March and April 1918. The first was to continue the blockade after any eventual armistice. The Cabinet's Bureau of Economic Studies advised that because Eastern resources could sustain a virtually limitless German war effort, economic pressure should continue even after a ceasefire with Berlin. 48 On this basis, French blockaders received permission to continue their efforts until German hegemony in Eurasia was overturned. 49 This was a crucial contingent event with great significance for the subsequent history of sanctions. In fact, by convincing the Allies to maintain the blockade beyond the end of hostilities, it was the Peace of Brest-Litovsk in the east, not the Treaty of Versailles in the west, that began the creation of modern economic sanctions as measures outside of war. Clemenceau's second decision was to tighten the financial blockade of Russia in response to its exit from the Entente. Petrograd's peace deal with Germany was particularly concerning to the French because of their vast financial interests in Russia, A quarter of the entire French stock of foreign investment was in Tsarist government bonds and private enterprises. 50 Following the February Revolution, the provisional government not only continued to pay interest on old Tsarist debts held by foreigners, but also borrowed substantial new funds on the Paris money market. 51 After the Bolshevik seizure of power, the French state stepped in to guarantee interest payments to investors. 52 But this policy became untenable when, in February 1918, the Bolsheviks repudiated Russia's entire 14.8 billion ruble foreign debt. 53 The largest debt default in history disproportionately affected a bloc of 1.5 million middle-class savers who held 43% of all French capital in Russia. 54 Yet what worried the French public even more than the default itself was the possibility that Imperial Germany might materially benefit from it. Although few observers in early 1918 expected Lenin and Trotsky's Bolsheviks to last very long in power, many did fear that in desperation the Communists might surrender Allied economic assets to Germany. What the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk put at stake was not just physical control of territory, but also legal title to hundreds of firms owned and financed by Western investors. The French Ministry of Blockade received word that German buyers were already prowling neutral markets for opportunities to purchase these enterprises. Its economic intelligence section warned that it is an established fact that the Germans have been looking for some time to acquire the shares of the firms that find themselves in regions occupied by them, as a way to assure themselves of the majority of their capital and to take over control of these firms. 55 In response to this threat, a hostile takeover if ever there was one, the French National Assembly passed the most far-reaching capital controls of the war. The law of April 3, 1918, written jointly by the Finance and War Ministries and rushed through Parliament, effectively forbade French investors from selling specific financial assets to foreign parties. An initial list of firms to which the law applied had already been drawn up in late March, containing dozens of majority French owned firms in the Balkans and the Ottoman Empire. 56 Octave Homburg, the banker in charge of the French financial blockade, wrote to Clemenceau that the April 3 law would prevent the export from France of the assets of enterprises situated in Russia, in Turkey, in Romania, and in Serbia, where French capital has an interest, and in which the enemy is looking to acquire a preponderant influence. 57 Since the Ministry of Finance was already paying rentier's interest on defaulted Russian state debt, its financial controls affected stakes in Russian industrial, mining, railway, timber, oil, and agricultural enterprises that were easy to sell and hence likely to end up in enemy hands. 58 But by preventing French savers from selling the defaulted debt elsewhere, even at a steep discount, the financial blockade reinforced the loss of wealth inflicted by the Bolshevik default. This spurred fierce popular anti-communist sentiment that would leave a deep mark on French politics in the interwar period. Allied anxieties about Eastern resources increased further on May 7, when delegations from the four Central Powers signed the Treaty of Bucharest with Romania. Among its economic clauses was the Romanian government's extension of a 90-year lease of its oil reserves to German firms. The treaty also installed German civil servants in Bucharest to oversee Romanian ministries. 59 The country's resources could be rapidly tapped. 17 months of military occupation had allowed repairs and infrastructural improvements to progress. By the spring of 1918 some 370 oil wells were in operation, with another 136 wells under construction. In February, Romania sent 277 train wagons of oil a day to Germany and Austria-Hungary. By May the rate had risen to 400 train loads a day. 60 The country was rapidly becoming a cornerstone of the Central Powers' ability to resist resource blockade. 61 But in the long run, more was needed. As the Kaiser reminded his generals in characteristically clipped language, "We went into Ukraine to get food." 62 In June, a German force arrived in Tbilisi to secure the long-awaited ore and oil reserves of the Caucasus. 63 The German spring offensives on the Western Front showed that the Reich still possessed serious fighting power. 64 A conflict that had moved little for years now changed into mobile warfare, combining assault tactics with unprecedented artillery barrages and poison gas to achieve an overwhelming material and psychological effect. In the face of early German military successes, Allied elites reassured themselves of eventual victory by emphasizing that the global balance of forces still overwhelmingly favored them. The British classicist Alfred Zimmern, then working in the political department of the Foreign Office, rhapsodized about the economic weapon, the most powerful in the varied armory of the Allies. No human power can prevent it from ultimately bringing victory, final and decisive, to the Allied cause. 65 Zimmern approvingly quoted Ludendorff's deputy, General Hugo von Freytag-Loringhoven, who had admitted that the power of radical decision of a world war has slipped away from the armies. The strategical situation is conditioned by the world economic situation. 66 The same admission was also seized upon by a pseudonymous British author, Atticus, who noted that the experience of the blockade, reinforced now by the collaboration of nearly all the great producing countries of the world, has taught us to look to economic armaments as a practicable substitute for armed force in dealing with future offenders against the world's peace. 67 That British commentators cited German generals shows the close enmeshing of wartime strategy and post-war order. As the prospect of an international system in which blockade would play a recurring role dawned, the stakes of victory rose. Contemporary French estimates give a sense of the picture of the balance of global economic resources, shown in Table 2.1. Allied countries had a combined population of 1.18 billion, whereas the Central Powers had 160 million in their own territories and another 212 million in occupied and aligned territories in Belgium and Eastern Europe. 372 million altogether. 0.68 Even with the latter group included in the resource base of the Central Powers, the balance still strongly favored the Allies, who controlled majority shares of 26 out of 31 key commodities. This included monopolies in cotton and jute and semi-monopolies in cane sugar, rice, silk, hemp, nickel, aluminum, rubber, and tea. The Central Powers controlled majorities in only 5 commodities: barley, rye, beet sugar, flax, and manganese. 69. The French Committee summarized these facts about the global distribution of essential commodities in a series of widely circulated reports titled L'Arme économique des Allies. 70 After this careful stock-taking of global commodities, its conclusion was clear. The cover of the eastern and southeastern countries, the Russian Empire, Romania, and Persia, in an economic struggle will be useful to Germany. It will not manage to give her victory. For Germany, an economic war after the cessation of the hostilities will be very hard. Against a group of states that controls more than half of the grain and lead, nearly 2/3 of the wool, more than 2/3 of iron, zinc, and oil, more than 4/5 of maize, copper, and tin, and the quasi-totality of rice, cotton, silk, jute, rubber, and nickel that the world produces each year. 71. Table 2.1. The economic weapon of raw materials, 1918. French military officers waxed lyrically about the possibilities for an economic league of the Allies to contain German commercial influence. 72 The economic weapon also became an increasingly popular idea in the United States, both among legislators and in the private sector. In February, Representative Patrick Kelly introduced a bill in Congress to boycott German goods as well as those American firms that continued trade with Germany after the end of the war. 73 Walter Berry, the head of the American Chamber of Commerce in Paris, declared to a group of French and Allied cabinet ministers, ambassadors, and generals that it is urgent that the economic bottling up of Germany become a categorical imperative of Allied policy. It is not solely primary materials, indispensable commodities to Germany that the Allies dispose of, we possess the world market. Using this preponderant power to organize a boycott, Berry thought, was the effective weapon to wipe out Junkerism without trace. 74 When the U.S. Chamber of Commerce proposed this peace preservation tool to its members, it received support from American chemical and pharmaceutical companies eager to trounce their German competitors. But there were also dissenters. The National Association of Manufacturers called the boycott idea not only futile but vicious, and the International Seamen's Union of America also rejected it. 75 Industries and workers hoping for a recovery of world trade steadfastly opposed a post-war economic weapon as a form of counterproductive belligerence. Democracy and the economic weapon. By 1918, the Allied and associated powers were committed to a total war aimed not just at their opponent's military defeat, but also at the transformation of their political institutions. The radicalization of war aims to include political ideological change was clear in the trajectory of U.S. President Woodrow Wilson. Although sympathetic to Anglo-American naval power, he was initially hesitant about economic pressure because he identified it with a long history of European imperialism and gunboat diplomacy. 76 Wilson saw the 1902–1903 Anglo-German Pacific blockade of Venezuela as a violent European intrusion into a Western Hemisphere kept peaceful by the Monroe Doctrine. 77 Any future peace, he proposed in February 1917, should be founded on four principles: political independence, territorial integrity, economic peace, and arms limitations. Economic peace entailed a mutual guarantee against such economic warfare as would in effect constitute an effort to throttle the industrial life of a nation or shut it off from equal opportunities of trade with the rest of the world. 78 The starting position was similar to the Wirtschaftsfrieden proposals of the Reichstag Majority Coalition and British conservatives like Lansdowne and Lowther. But U.S. Secretary of State Robert Lansing raised an obvious problem with such a ban. Economic warfare often lay in the eye of the beholder. Was the imposition of tariffs a form of war? The United States had heavily protected markets for the entirety of the 19th century and justified tariffs based on the existence of similar measures in other countries. Moreover, who would be the impartial judge of whether economic hostility had occurred? In response, Wilson changed the third point on his wish list for a peace settlement. He gave it a much more commercial character, saying that there should be a ban only on countries conspiring to deprive others of the fair and equal opportunities of trade. 79 2 months before entering the war, Wilson therefore began to warm to measures of economic coercion such as blockades, embargoes, and boycotts. He spoke the language of formal equality but took an increasingly sympathetic view of economic warfare against Germany. This first became clear in August 1917, when Pope Benedict XV issued his note to the heads of the belligerent peoples, a 7-point peace proposal that included disarmament but also the institution of arbitration, with its lofty peacemaking function, according to the standards to be agreed upon and with sanctions to be decided against the state which might refuse to submit international questions to arbitration or to accept its decisions on the fundamental question of peace and its enforcement. Pope Benedict agreed with the arbitrationists. 81 The international order should have a legalist sanctionist character. 82 The Pope also called for every obstacle to the ways of communication between the peoples to be removed by ensuring the true freedom and common use of the seas. 83 Yet the belligerents' responses to Benedict's note were overwhelmingly negative. The German government said it would only support a peace that respected German interests. Britain announced its adhesion would be conditional on German policy toward Belgium, and France ignored Benedict's note outright. Wilson's advisor, Colonel Edward House, insisted that Wilson should seize the initiative and take the peace negotiations out of the hands of the Pope and hold them in his own. 84 On August 27, Wilson wrote a devastating reply to the Pope in which he outlined a political theory of economic pressure. The President rejected Benedict's proposal as an impossible return to the status quo ante. All free peoples of the world were fighting against Germany's vast military establishment controlled by an irresponsible government which secretly planned to dominate the world. The German people too had been victims of this aggressive clique, which was now their ruthless master. America opposed all exclusive and egoistic economic leagues like the 1916 Paris Economic Conference. Yet having broken the trust of the world, the German population would need to provide guarantees to other peoples. The participation upon fair terms in the economic opportunities of the world of the German people would be conditional on if they will accept equality and not seek domination. Wilson suggested that proof of such intent depended on a credible democracy emerging in Germany. Until that time, he said, we cannot take the word of the present rulers of Germany as a guarantee of anything that is to endure, unless explicitly supported by such conclusive evidence of the will and purpose of the German people themselves. 85. Wilson effectively refused to negotiate with any German government before the Kaiser abdicated. Until that time, Germany would continue being subjected to an expanding economic blockade. The democratic morality of this position seems odd. If the German people were themselves the victims of a militarist government, why should they suffer exclusion for the behavior of the regime? Yet this would be to misunderstand Wilson's distinction. Separating the populace from its rulers was not an expression of moral principle but a performative political act. By setting up the German people against the imperial government, he hoped to provoke them to assert their popular sovereignty in the most radical way, by overthrowing the emperor. 86 The only conclusive evidence of the will and purpose of the German people that would meet Wilson's test was a democratic revolution against the imperial German state. This meant that the future of the economic blockade was now tied to regime change in Berlin. 87 On October 27, 1917, Colonel House wrote to Wilson that the economic isolation of Germany should be maintained after the peace unless the Reich democratized. Wilson soon accepted House's position and even added another condition: without German democratization, there would be no extension of the open door, equal trade access to non-Western markets, for Central European countries. 88 In his Fifth State of the Union address on December 4, the President laid out the logic of conditionality in American economic pressure in its clearest form. German power, he said, a thing without conscience or honor or capacity for covenanted peace, must be crushed and, if it be not utterly brought to an end, at least shut out from the friendly intercourse of the nations. 89 Wilson continued. The worst that can happen to the detriment of the German people is that if they should still, after the war is over, continue to be obliged to live under ambitious and intriguing masters interested to disturb the peace of the world, men or classes of men whom the other peoples of the world could not trust, it might be impossible to admit them to the partnership of nations which must henceforth guarantee the world's peace. It might be impossible, also, in such untoward circumstances, to admit Germany to the free economic intercourse which must inevitably spring out of the other partnerships of a real peace. But there would be no aggression in that, and such a situation, inevitable because of distrust, would in the very nature of things sooner or later cure itself, by processes which would assuredly set in. 90. Strikingly evident here was Wilson's belief in the ability of economic incentives to shape the behavior of human populations. His democratic theory of the economic weapon presupposed an ideal citizen who was, if not exactly an Anglo-American capitalist, then at least in most respects a homo economicus. This implied that ordinary Germans were peaceful traders waiting to be liberated from a warmongering autocratic Kaiser. Yet Wilson did not think that the German population was without blame. It had deceived itself and acquiesced in its own subjugation. For that reason, Wilson acted both as an advocate of popular sovereignty and as a tough prosecutor of total war. The German people, he believed, would be induced to change their government. His trust in processes which would assuredly set in professed his faith in the inevitable forward march of democracy as a political practice linked with private enterprise and free trade. It was inconceivable to Wilson that any reasonable self-governing people would in the long run refuse to accept whatever conditions barred them from access to the global marketplace. The link between economic pressure and the behavior of populations would become a crucial element of interwar economic sanctions. By acting on the will of the people, governments would be forced to constrain destabilizing behavior in the international sphere. By connecting commercial exclusion to the promotion of democratic government, American internationalists formulated a new set of arguments about how economic war in fact served the cause of peace. In this regard, Wilson's thinking was distinct from that of his European allies. Franco-British interest in the economic weapon stemmed less from a desire to change Germany's political constitution than from fears of strategic and economic rivalry. The British liberal newspaper editor A.J. Spender was convinced that the commercial and industrial magnates of Germany thoroughly understand the immense power in the hands of the Allies through their control of a large part of the raw materials of the world, but felt that they are powerless to influence their government. 91 Elites in Paris and London worried about the power of conglomerates like Krupp, AEG, and BASF rather than constitutional details. 92 By contrast, Wilson made German Rhine Corporation into the global market conditional on the downfall of its militaristic monarchy. Wilson was the first statesman to cast the economic weapon as an instrument of democratization. He thereby added an internal political rationale for economic sanctions, spreading democracy to the external political goal that Cecil, Clementel, and European advocates of sanctions had aimed at: interstate peace. This aspect of the Wilsonian moment was less a set of political ideals to be realized than a set of constitutional conditions to be followed by smaller nations, on pain of coercive exclusion from the global market. 93. Sanctions were already part of Wilson's famous 14-point speech to Congress on January 8, 1918. The second point, a call for absolute freedom of the navigation upon the seas, contained the important caveat: except as the seas may be closed in whole or in part by international action for the enforcement of international covenants. 94. This raised expectations that Wilson would fulfill the hopes of an important U.S. arbitrationist group, the League to Enforce Peace, LEP. Its treasurer, Herbert Houston, argued that economic pressure is a powerful and peaceful way to ensure peace, while an international police force is likely to be a warlike way to provoke war, a view that he claimed enjoyed the support of the businessmen of America. 95. Another LEP member, the wealthy Boston merchant Edward A. Filene, noted that the deterrent effect of organized non-intercourse would make war less likely. 96. For American commercial elites, this legalism was not only compatible with peace, but also with their interest in maintaining a Western Hemisphere in which U.S. influence remained dominant. 97. No one in the LEP ever considered the possibility of economic sanctions being imposed against the United States itself. When they spoke about international law enforced by economic pressure, legalists on both sides of the Atlantic took for granted that it would operate in the world order they had themselves built, one that was entirely congruent with empire. Against the legalist template, Wilson formulated an international order that was quite different in form. 98. The League that Wilson would present in draft version to the British and French delegations in Paris in January 1919 was organized like a parliament and looked nothing like a world court envisioned by the legalists in the LEP. The discussions of the legislative body of Wilson's ideal league would stabilize international politics by bringing to bear something the president thought even more powerful than economic pressure: the moral force of the public opinion of the world. 99. There would be no set procedure through which to administer economic sanctions. Committed to using blockade to produce democratic revolution in Germany and Russia, Wilson wanted the League to be a political union to project this ideological program around the world. Wartime sanctions schemes. Statesmen and policymakers were not alone in conceptualizing sanctions during the war. In Allied countries, a range of intellectuals, journalists, lawyers, economists, and other experts also discussed the possibilities that blockade offered for global governance. This enthusiasm took hold long before the impact of economic pressure itself could be gauged. The British barrister F. N. Keane, for example, saw Allied war finance as the possible foundation for an international bank to fund the forces of peace. In his view, the power which such an institution would wield, either for purposes of fiscal or financial boycott, would be enormous. 100. Another focal point of debates about international order after the war was the Bryce Group, a coterie around the Liberal Party stalwart Viscount Bryce. 1012 figures in this circle's orbit made perceptive early proposals for internationalizing the blockade. John Atkinson Hobson was well known for his attack on imperialism as a system in which the interests of finance, capital, and export industry drove international conflict, a critique of global capitalism eventually taken up by Lenin. 102 Norman Angell was equally renowned for Europe's optical illusion, his Paean to fin de siècle economic interdependence and its peace-promoting possibilities. 103 As both men recognized, the World War accentuated rather than ended the dynamics of Edwardian globalization. 104. In Hobson's view, an organized economic weapon was worth developing precisely because the conditions for its rapid and concerted application have never hitherto existed. Under threat of being severed from world markets, he thought that every section of the industrial and commercial community would bring organized pressure on its government to withdraw from so intolerable a position and to return to its international allegiance. 105 The ultimate foundations of imperialism, the inordinate political influence of organized export, industrial and financial interests, could thus be turned into a solution for international strife. Like Hobson, Angell accepted the primacy of material forces in world politics, but he had a stronger appreciation for ideological and psychological factors. He began from the fact that the outbreak of war had thrown Britain into the worst financial crisis in a century. All this gives a mere hint of what the organized isolation by the entire world would mean to any one nation. Imagine the position of a civilized country whose ports no ship from another country would enter, whose bills no banker would discount, a country unable to receive a telegram or a letter from the outside world or send one thereto, whose citizens could neither travel in other countries or maintain communication therewith. We have little conception of the terror which such a policy might constitute to a nation. But if this machinery of non-intercourse were organized as it might be, there would be virtually no neutrals, and its effect in our world today would be positively terrifying. 106. Angell's ideal for the world economy was an economic world state, a set of overlapping and interacting networks that tied together most global economic, social, cultural, and technical life. In his 1915 book, The World's Highway, he argued that the ideal countermeasure to aggressive war was the worldwide exclusion of both the culture and the commerce of the aggressor, not merely during a war, but until such time as the aggressive policy were modified. As a first step, Angell proposed turning British sea power into a global enforcer in return for the United States surrendering its neutral rights to unencumbered trade, a scheme he called the internationalization of trade control. 107. Only the United States, he thought, was large and wealthy enough to survive independently in the modern world. But this latent self-sufficiency meant that America necessarily had to be included in a global system of sanctions. Its size made it potentially able to withstand a boycott, but also made it the decisive player in directing such pressure against any state in the world. Neither Hobson nor Angell thought that international economic sanctions were without risk, however. Hobson warned that the extreme pressure of the boycott might lead to forcible reprisals by the boycotted state which would, in fact, precipitate war. 108. Angell recognized that organized economic coercion would destabilize the strong international currents which division of trade and labor, irrespective of frontiers, have in the last few generations set up. There might result between nations a sort of competition for self-sufficingness which, ill-directed, might conceivably end in buttressing that immoral nationalism that was one of the causes of the war. 109. As we shall see, these warnings about the risks of sanctions stimulating autarky and fomenting war were underappreciated at the time by other internationalists. The war also created many advocates of sanctions on the European continent. The Italian polymath Eugenio Rignano envisioned a Federal Council of Europe whose international sanctions stipulated that the participating countries should strike the rebel state by breaking diplomatic relations and interrupting all economic and commercial links with it. 110. Rignano's book circulated in France during the war, where it was picked up and cited by intellectuals active in the French government. Edgar Millot, a professor of political economy who was close to the socialist leaders Leon Blum and Albert Thomas, explicitly endorsed economic sanctions in an April 1916 speech to the French National Study Committee, Comité National d'Études, CNE, a group of experts convened by the government as an informal think tank to prepare plans for the post-war order. 111. Peoples already dispose of a powerful weapon to impose respect for conventions to those among them tempted to violate them. That weapon is the boycott. Millot proposed. 112. He thought that the 44 signatory states to the two Hague Conventions formed such a powerful bloc that a collective embargo could not be resisted. 113. Millot's report, which incorporated Rignano's ideas and elaborated them in the context of the blockade, was first discussed by the CNE on April 10, 1916. 114. Its ideas were taken up and realized by the committee's president, former Prime Minister Léon Bourgeois. An important figure in early 20th century French politics, Bourgeois was the chief exponent of a form of liberal socialism called solidarism. Based on fin de siècle sociological theories about mutual interdependence, solidarism emphasized the need for collective action to enhance individual liberty and promoted the building of a modern social and fiscal state to do so. 115. Bourgeois subscribed to the arbitrationist view that the entire world should be united under a single judicial authority. One consequence of this universalist attitude was the disappearance of neutrality. If all links with an aggressor had to be severed, then that meant, as Bourgeois said, that there would no longer be neutral states. 116 His committee debated various modalities of isolation. Diplomatic exclusion was not enough, economic restrictions were also needed. All commerce between the international community and the violating state should be prohibited, contracts should be suspended or terminated, the property of enemy subjects should be confiscated. Finally, economic exclusion of the aggressor went hand in hand with economic mutual aid among the states imposing the sanctions. The application of bourgeois solidarism to international politics meant that weaker members would be financed, fed, supplied, and supported by the entire community. 117 International solidarity against the isolated aggressor could be constructed through material aid. This focus on provision shows that the economic weapon was not only a destructive tool. From the outset, the French conception of l'arme économique included a solidaristic component of economic assistance, modeled on the wartime inter-allied organizations. Yet there was also a serious coercive element in the French plan. It decreed an automatic and across-the-board cessation of economic interaction with aggressors. But from mid-1916 onward, French officials were clear that they did not think that economic sanctions exhausted the tools of a future League of Nations. The organization needed its own military force. To bourgeois, military sanctions were a logical consequence of the creation of real supranational authority. Just like individuals who agreed to join civil society gave up their private right to use force against one another, nations creating a new international body would transfer their resort to violence to a sovereign that policed all of them equally. As chair of the CNE, Bourgeois skillfully disseminated these ideas in a way that established him as the chief French theorist of sanctions. In July 1917 he was appointed to lead a full interministerial commission to design the French blueprint for a post-war international organization. The Bourgeois Commission was composed of 15 officials, mainly military and diplomatic experts, but it also included 2 major arbitrationist lawyers, the law professors and Nobel Peace Prize laureates Paul d'Estournels de Constant and Louis Renaud. 118 There were strong disagreements within the Commission between supporters of an alliance-based system and advocates of a more impartial international legal order. Bourgeois defended himself against military accusations that his juristic plans were weak and useless in the harsh world of power politics. "Are we idealists?" he noted in the first meeting. "Dreamers? No. Unfortunately we are realists. Shaped all too much by the bloody ordeal that saddens humanity. There is a real, primordial, vital interest, superior to all interests, peace. Only law can establish it. We must assure the organization of law." 119. The anti-German hardliners were not easily convinced. In September 1917, most Commission members felt that it is a matter of economically isolating the rebel power, and in that regard we find ourselves in agreement with what the Allies agreed at the Paris Economic Conference of 1916. 120 But during the following months the persistent bourgeois managed to push a strongly legalist and arbitrationist agenda through his commission. Its first draft charter for the League was presented to Clemenceau in June 1918. In addition to provisions for an international military force and a permanent general staff, it included a wide array of legal, economic, and military sanctions. 121 These were drafted by 2 jurists in the Ministry of Blockade, André Weiss and Fernand Pilat. They envisioned at least 4 different kinds of economic sanctions. The first was blockade, the cessation of all commercial relations with the transgressor state. The second was the more specifically legal measure of embargo, which entailed the confiscation of enemy goods, cargoes, investments, and property on the territory of League member states. Third, the offending state could be deprived of access to raw materials vital to its economic functioning. Finally, a similar ban would be issued to affect its ability to obtain external finance abroad, especially public loans. Foreign creditors could call in outstanding credits to the state in question, thereby putting its government budget under pressure. Weiss and Pila mentioned that these measures were inspired by the Allied economic blockade and noted the congruence of their ideas with those of Cecil. 122. The Bourgeois Commission underlined that this simple sketch shows that the League of Nations will not be a disarmed organization. 123. Crucially, Weiss and Pila always intended economic sanctions as complementary to military sanctions. As a last resort, the League would intervene militarily by sending a multinational force to subdue the aggressor state. Such intervention would be legitimate because it was undertaken in the service, not of dynastic interest or the spirit of conquest, but of the safeguarding of law. 124. The proposed League army took its inspiration from the wartime command of French Marshal Ferdinand Foch, who from 1917 onward led the inter-allied command of British, French, Italian, and American troops on the Western Front. 125. But this idea of multinational peacekeeping expeditions immediately ran into strong Anglo-American opposition. Norman Angell conjured up the image of Cossacks camping in Central Park to secure the enforcement of an international decision hostile to the will of the whole American people and secured in the International Congress as the result of a snap vote in which a combination of Japanese, Haitian, Siamese and Turkish delegates had managed to secure the voting balance. 126. This reluctance to binding international security commitments had to be overcome. Bourgeois tried to anticipate as many Anglo-American objections as possible, that the League usurped war-declaring powers from Congress, that it led to entangling alliances, that it violated the Monroe Doctrine, that European monarchies and non-democracies lacked good faith because of their political systems. The French even prepared to encounter the humanitarian view that the system of economic boycotting of a recalcitrant nation is inhumane because it makes non-combatants suffer, women, children, old people. 127. In bourgeois' view, an organization that was universal, reliable, and automatic in its interventions would be so reliably effective that these costs could be avoided. Another French solidarist and friend of bourgeois was anthropologist Marcel Mauss. 128. A draft document from 1918 found in his personal files contains an ingenious plan for automatic international sanctions. It introduced the concept of contraband of peace, defined as all foreign property and commercial goods based in or traversing another nation's territory. In case of a treaty violation, this wealth could be seized and auctioned off by the nation proven in the right by an international organization. Mauss's hope was that this threat would strengthen peace, since in this way public opinion would be strongly stimulated by the risk of financial loss entailed on the class engaged in international commerce, and the government inclined to disregard its international obligations would become very unpopular even with its own citizens. 129. Contraband of peace did not become part of the French negotiating package for the peace conference. But it shows how French internationalist schemes in 1917 to 1918 all agreed that whatever the nature of economic sanctions, they should be based on reliable and hence credible deterrence. In Britain, a deterrence-based economic weapon also attracted support from the left. The labor-supporting journalist Henry Noel Brailsford did not hide his excitement that raw materials, including foodstuffs, have become the pivot of world politics. With an international control over the flow of raw materials across frontiers, the League would recruit every civilized state in its ranks. With the power to stop this flow, it would have a sanction at its command which every state must dread. 130. South African Defense Minister Jan Smuts expressed a similar position in his pamphlet The League of Nations, a practical suggestion, published in December 1918. 131. At the center of his plan was an official moratorium on war, a mandatory waiting period in international disputes during which recourse to war was forbidden. As nerves calmed, diplomacy and arbitration could take their effect. To Smuts, the breaker of the moratorium would become ipso facto at war with all the other members of the League, great and small alike, which will sever all relations of trade and finance with the lawbreaker. Smuts agreed with the French that the economic weapon would work as a deterrent, since the effect of such a complete automatic trade and financial boycott will necessarily be enormous. 132. The Paris Peace Conference offered a unique opportunity to institutionalize wartime policies of economic pressure in a more constructive guise. The Allies' victory in the fall of 1918 solidified their case for blockade as a tool of peacekeeping. Smuts was representative of Allied policy-makers when he contended that the experience of this war has shown how such a boycott has in the end availed to break completely the most powerful military power that the world has ever seen, and the lesson is not likely to be lost on future intending evildoers. 133 Since events had demonstrated that economic pressure could defeat a feared industrial nation like Germany, it was reasonable to think it had the potential to subdue any challenger to the new post-war order. In making this assumption, the pioneers of economic sanctions foreclosed a question that was not fully resolved at the time: was the blockade decisive in bringing about the Allied victory? In 1918 to 1919 there was never any attempt to pursue a systematic study of the effects of blockade along the lines of the Strategic Bombing Survey examining Allied air war in the 1940s. 134 Lacking the methodological sweep and data used by mid-century social scientists, historians of the Great War have been divided on the question. 135 First of all, it is important to acknowledge that measuring the effects of blockade on socio-economic life is not the same as appraising their efficacy in winning the war. The final months of Wilhelmine Germany suggest a complex relationship between effects and efficacy. To begin with, it was military supremo Ludendorff himself who in late September 1918 lost his nerve after the capitulation of Bulgaria, begging the civilian government in Berlin for an armistice. 136 As he sought to save the army by ending the war, politicians at home were in fact calling for an all-out war of popular resistance against the Allies. 137 In short, front-line troops demoralized by military defeat, not ravenous citizens driven to revolt by the blockade, were the crucial agents who pressured the country toward an armistice. 138 Germany's food situation actually improved from July to September 1918 due to the good harvest that year and the influx of supplies from Eastern Europe. 139 But these improvements were nullified by setbacks on the Western Front, where all the gains of the spring offensive evaporated and the Allies cut deep into German-held territory. Ludendorff had hoped to repeat the shock and awe tactics that had knocked Russia out of the war in 1917, but instead saw his own soldiers lose the will to fight and grow increasingly restive. 140 The efficacy of blockade was partially limited by how the German economy worked. Germany was not as dependent on overseas food supplies as Britain. 141 Precisely for this reason, the war affected Germany more negatively by conscripting millions of agricultural workers responsible for providing 3/4 of ordinary caloric consumption than by severing access to foreign imports, which provided just 1/4 of the pre-war total. 142 More broadly, the blockaders underestimated the fungibility of resources in a complex industrialized economy. Blockade prevented Germany's large export industries from selling to world markets. It thereby released labor and inputs for use elsewhere. 143 The mobilization of economy and society for total war was ridden with problems, but there is little doubt about its productive achievements. In 1918 war production was higher than in any preceding year. The paradox of the German collapse that summer was that a fighting force plentifully equipped with shells and guns suffered a comprehensive breakdown in morale. 144 A clear causal chain between economic pressure and military defeat is difficult to construct. Blockade therefore played at most a supporting role in the outcome of World War I. 145 Ultimately, battlefield setbacks and the internal tensions of Central European societies mobilized for total war were more crippling than economic encirclement. Why, then, has the opposite conclusion that blockade was decisive persisted in interwar politics and in much subsequent historical writing? Part of the answer is that the defeated themselves helped to exaggerate its impact. The first in-depth study of the war produced in the 1920s and 1930s, the Carnegie Endowment's mammoth 150-volume Economic and Social History of the World War, drew heavily on the assessments of former German and Austro-Hungarian state officials. These administrators were keen to blame external forces for internal collapse instead of drawing attention to their own failures in war economic planning. 146 More important, German nationalists spent the post-war years spreading the infamous stab-in-the-back legend, blaming the empire's defeat on civilian betrayal, to emphasize that the army remained undefeated. This myth dovetailed with the Allied argument that blockade had vitally demoralized the German home front. 147 Loudly proclaiming the damage caused by blockade was also a favorite tactic in Weimar politicians' charm offensive to lower Germany's reparations burden, revise the Versailles Treaty, and attract foreign capital. 148 In private, German officials admitted that the blockade had not caused as much damage as their own propaganda claimed. 149 Humanitarian campaigns rightly drew attention to civilian suffering, but at the cost of further reinforcing the notion that hunger had caused Central Europe's social order to collapse. 150 What mattered most for interwar history was that all sides came to believe that blockade had been decisive to the outcome of the war. 151 For the internationalists such as Cecil, Smuts, Bourgeois, and Wilson, questioning the efficacy of economic war was politically self-undermining. It directly impeded the plausibility of the economic sanctions that they wanted to craft at the Paris Peace Conference. As Arnold Forster, who served there as the British Admiralty representative, later put it, we succeeded in bringing death through privation to some 760,000 people in Germany alone up to the armistice. We brought our enemy to his knees. This blockade weapon is more indivisible and far more deadly than had formerly been supposed. 152 Even though historians now see a death toll between 300,000 and 400,000 as a more realistic estimate, what was politically consequential in the interwar period was the fearsome specter of blockade that persisted in European historical memory. 153 This blockade myth profoundly shaped political and strategic thinking for the rest of the 20th century. Belief that economic pressure produced victory in 1918 became an article of faith for the supporters of economic sanctions. 10 years after the armistice, Cecil and Arnold Forster remained convinced that targeting the commerce of our enemies provided that pressure which gave us the victory in the late war and will do so again. 154 Belief in the power of the economic weapon had become an internationalist political commitment. And the Allies' war-winning weapon had one very clear institutional heir, the League of Nations. But the precise nature of the League's economic sanctions owed much to the political compromises struck during the months-long negotiations at the peace conference. The drafting of Article 16. As we have seen, the British, French, and American statesmen who shaped the covenant of the League of Nations, Cecil, Bourgeois, and Wilson, had all formulated specific ideas about economic sanctions in the run-up to the peace negotiations. Of the three, Cecil was probably in the best position to see his plans through. Not only had he been the British Empire's Minister of Blockade, but he had also been given plenty of freedom by Lloyd George to craft the League in broad agreement with British policy. 155 A special League study committee chaired by Lord Philimery had presented its findings to the British Cabinet in March 1918. After Cecil merged his own ideas with Philimery's recommendations, the Cecil draft placed a blockade-like security mechanism at the heart of the British negotiating position. 156 It also supported military sanctions, i.e., the ability for the League to organize armed intervention. Yet in this respect the British draft did not go as far as the French design for a permanent international military staff to foresee and prepare an expeditionary force. 157 League member states, Cecil and Philimery thought, should organize armed intervention on a case-by-case basis. The first meeting that Cecil had with the Americans, on January 9, 1919, suggested that London and Washington did not see eye to eye on this question of military sanctions. When Wilson's advisor, Colonel House, read out the scheme that he had drawn up with the U.S. President, Cecil was struck by the fact that it depicted blockade alone as sufficient to enforce arbitration. The Americans did not envision a military backstop. When he raised the point that the compulsion was to be only by economic means, House admitted that he personally thought that armed intervention should be available to the League if necessary. 158 It was not clear, however, if Wilson would agree to this. The first draft that the American president had shared, based on advice from his Secretary of State, Lansing, and legal advisor, David Hunter Miller, prescribed a complete economic and financial boycott, including the severance of all trade or financial relations, as well as the prohibition of all intercourse with an aggressor. 159 That the economic weapon would give the League its punch was something on which all the great powers agreed. What divided them was whether it would be the only instrument to do so. 160 Wilson opposed military sanctions because he believed that the United States should not get entangled in alliances with European powers, a conviction further buttressed by his advisers. Lansing and Miller based their thinking on the U.S. Constitution, which reserved the right to declare war for Congress alone. Since these powers could not be delegated in advance to any supranational organization, they suggested that any proposed union of the nations to prevent aggressions and international wars should be a negative covenant rather than a positive guarantee. In other words, the League should bind countries not to act aggressively rather than commit them to common action against aggression. 161 Military sanctions were not the only divisive issue. A second question was whether the use of the League's sanctions mechanism would entail war against the covenant breaker. Unintentionally, the negotiations here produced an innovation in international law, the possibility of using economic coercion against a state without being at war with it. Jan Smuts had already suggested in his pamphlet that sanctions could be cast as policing actions, refusing law-breaking states their belligerent rights to fight back. 162 But the British delegation had changed its stance on this for legal reasons. Under common law, His Majesty's government could not claim the authority to institute coercive economic measures without officially declaring war. In Paris, Cecil therefore proposed that any violation would by itself, ipso facto, in the technical phrase, create a state of war between the transgressing state and the League. 163 Regardless of whether League economic sanctions would work like a formal effective blockade or like the more ambiguous system of contraband control developed during the World War, the British state thus saw them as belligerent measures. As a form of use of force by states, sanctions formed part of the legal temporality of war by their very nature. Cecil believed in a foundational dichotomy between war and peace as distinct states. The conditions of a League of Nations in peacetime and an Allied Council in wartime are entirely different, he wrote in his diary during the conference. 164. As he had made clear in his 1916 memorandum, Cecil believed troublesome governments would avoid going to war if they had certain knowledge that doing so would bring terrible consequences. His conception of the economic weapon, like that of Smuts, was based on deterrence. The credible threat of a merciless economic siege had to be made abundantly clear for this to work. So Cecil's first proposal explicitly rejected all legal constraints on action against aggression, the naval, military, and economic operations undertaken shall be carried out without regard to any limitations hitherto imposed on belligerent states by any convention or rule of international law. 165 The deterrent effect of the economic weapon would be stronger if all legal restrictions on economic warfare were done away with. Wilson's advisor David Miller thought that this legal carte blanche was a drastic provision, and in his first meeting with Cecil at the Hotel Majestic on January 21 he opposed the British proposal. 166 A firm American legalist, Miller was concerned not just about the economic weapons proposed break with existing international law. He took special issue with the ipso facto war doctrine in the British draft. Guarding their legislative independence, Miller argued that the decision to go to war belonged to a sovereign people and could be made only in concrete cases. It could never, in his eyes, be made to start automatically if certain conditions were met. In the United States only a declaration of war by a majority in Congress could do this. On both these points, Miller succeeded in pushing Cecil and Wilson to adopt a milder formulation instead. This formed the basis for Wilson's second draft. Instead of creating an automatic state of war, this document prescribed that states violating the covenant were deemed to have committed an act of war against all the members of the League. 167 By January 27, the merger of the Wilsonian and British drafts produced a new Cecil-Miller draft. The modification made on Miller's behest was small in content but large in meaning. Indeed, it is difficult to overstate its significance for the modern history of economic sanctions. By making possible coercive sanctions without creating a state of war, the Cecil-Miller draft for the first time broke the long-standing link between the power to blockade and the condition of belligerence. Although subsequent drafts always defined aggression as an act of war, they no longer specified that the League response against it would take place in a state of war. A new modality for the use of force, non-belligerent economic coercion, thus entered world politics at the highest level in January 1919.168. Further negotiations in early February determined two more aspects of League sanctions. One was the concept of the enemy. In the January drafts, the targets of economic pressure had been specified as subjects of the covenant-breaking state. The newer versions instead talked about nationals. This mattered because many states had used the emergency of the World War to designate inhabitants of their territories as enemy aliens based on their ethnic or racial characteristics instead of their civic status. 169 Economic sanctions based on the nationality principle would not spare the assets of citizens of the aggressor state residing abroad, even if they had only tenuous links to their government. The second change was to specify in more detail what Wilson's complete economic and financial boycott entailed. Here the technical experience of the blockade ministries found its way directly into the League's founding text: severance of trade, financial relations, personal travel, and other forms of economic interaction between the aggressor and all other countries would all be prohibited. 170. By the first week of February 1919, the basic outline of the League's economic weapon had taken shape. It had been largely, although not solely, an Anglo-American process. The elaborate French scheme had been significantly watered down. In plenary sessions, the idea of military sanctions applied by an international expeditionary force was blocked by the British and American delegations. Bourgeois once more emphasized the realism underpinning his solidarism: without its own armed forces, he submitted, the League will be nothing but a dangerous facade. But Wilson countered that if we organize from now on an international force, it will seem like we are substituting international militarism for national militarism. 171 Bourgeois could not win against such determined Anglo-American opposition. The French statesman was in ill health at the peace conference. During his meetings with Cecil at the Hotel Majestic, he sat wrapped in fur rugs against the winter cold. 172 One French desideratum that did make it into the Covenant was the League's economic support mechanism for attacked countries, encapsulated in the third paragraph of the Sanctions Article. 173 But no concrete action to determine the distribution of benefits and burdens was decided in Paris. It would take until the second half of the 1920s before this positive economic weapon was further developed. Although there was now an Anglo-American-French deal on the table, the League's economic sanctions mechanism still needed international legitimation. In late March, Cecil and Bourgeois met with a group of 13 neutral countries: Argentina, Chile, Colombia, Denmark, Netherlands, Norway, Paraguay, Persia, Salvador, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, and Venezuela, to discuss the proposed sanctions articles. Most neutrals thought that the sanctions before them were too far-reaching, forcing them to join economic pressure campaigns against their will. The Dutch wanted more precise regulations for the military and economic action of the League. Cecil, keen to avoid any excessively stringent British commitment, rebuffed this outright. Denmark was happy to join in economic measures but would not allow foreign troops on its territory. Cecil and Bourgeois retorted that this was incoherent since economic sanctions required taking a side and would end Danish neutrality anyway. Copenhagen simply had to choose between neutrality and joining the economic weapon. The Swedish delegation thought that the economic sanctions proposed were too severe, suggesting instead an increasing scale of economic pressure. 174 But these small European neutrals had little leverage with which to force the great powers to accept their demands. They ultimately approved the Covenant, hoping to modify it in their interest once the League of Nations had been established. The final version of the article, now labeled number 16 of the Covenant, read as follows: Should any member of the League resort to war in disregard of its covenants under Articles 12, 13, or 15, it shall ipso facto be deemed to have committed an act of war against all other members of the League, which hereby undertake immediately to subject it to the severance of all trade or financial relations, the prohibition of all intercourse between their nationals and the nationals of the covenant-breaking state, and the prevention of all financial, commercial, or personal intercourse between the nationals of the covenant-breaking state and the nationals of any other state, whether a member of the League or not. Both the Americans and the British could recognize their own designs in this text. Wilson got his wish by having a council composed of great powers decide whether an act of war had been committed. This preserved U.S. discretionary power over the League's rule by economic pressure. For his part, Cecil saw the hermetic nature of the sanctions applied to all commerce, finance, and communications as proof that they constituted the severest blockade by all other members of the League. 175. The Versailles Treaty was signed in July 1919, and the Covenant of the League of Nations entered into force in January 1920. By leaving economic sanctions as the main disciplinary tool, the drafters of the Covenant staked much on a single instrument. The League's security system came to rest on a much narrower basis than many internationalists had hoped. This contingent outcome contains some of the roots of the troubled interwar history of sanctions as an instrument against aggression. As a policy possible in peace but without organized armed force to back it up, the economic weapon had to assume a role in the post-war order that was larger than most of its supporters had intended. As a result, much was expected of it, perhaps too much. Chapter 3. The Peace War, 1919–1921. In early 1919, Central Europe was so exhausted that it seemed to be consuming itself. A U.S. doctor who had traveled to Austria-Hungary reported on January 16 that the blockade had done its work. Absolutely nothing left. Every clock in Prague gone, melted for the metals. One in freezing Vienna, Henry Brailsford witnessed children dressed in suits neatly made from sacks. In many hospitals children had to be wrapped in paper, for want of sheets and blankets. Whereas before the war, Vienna had lived on the coal of Bohemia, the wheat of Croatia and the meat of Hungary. Now stands it alone. Brailsford expected that Austria is doomed to death if the blockade continues for many weeks more too. These reports captured the peculiar situation of the months between the armistice and the signing of the Versailles Treaty. Although the war of arms had officially ended, the economic war continued. The blockade machinery kept large parts of Europe in a chokehold of deprivation. While Allied statesmen and their advisors in Paris were talking, walking, dining, and debating, they kept in place many of the policies of economic pressure developed during the war. Simultaneously, they began to organize relief efforts. Food, clothing, and medicine eventually began to enter the politically stable parts of Europe. Significant as these programs were, they addressed problems caused in no small part by Allied blockade policy. Moreover, in the spring and summer of 1919, Germany's Republican government in Berlin, the Bolshevik regime in Petrograd, and the Hungarian Soviet Republic in Budapest all remained under blockades that were carried over from war into peacetime. Drafting the League's economic sanctions was thus no innocent parlor room affair. Article 16 and the men who drafted it were deeply implicated in the ongoing use of economic coercion and provision. Blockade and its counterpart, humanitarian relief, both belonged to the wartime economic weapon. In the post-armistice months they functioned as complementary instruments in the shaping of the post-war order. This chapter shows that continued economic war after the end of hostilities aroused considerable controversy in many countries, triggering debates about the ethics of targeting civilians and the role of economic factors in stabilizing politics and society. Both the power to feed and to starve lay in the hands of the SEC, an executive organ just below the Allied heads of government. However, the use of economic pressure in peacetime was beset with problems. Who would suffer most from being deprived of access to trade? Would blockade-caused hunger and socio-economic collapse stifle Bolshevism or spur it? And who determined when the isolation of the defeated and revolutionary states of East and Central Europe would end? The continuation of the blockade against Germany and Austria-Hungary has not escaped the attention of historians. 3 Humanitarian efforts to feed Europeans in this period have also been well documented. 4 Less appreciated are the distinct class politics of blockade. The economic campaign against Bolshevism was a form of counter-revolution on the cheap and at a distance. Classic studies by historians Arno Meyer and Charles Mayer show how European elites regained their grip on power after the upheaval of the wartime years and the radical groundswell of the Russian Revolution. 5 Material pressure against civilian populations deserves to be seen as an essential tool in the stabilization of the bourgeois social order in Europe. Wilson's wartime hope to use material pressure to transform rival states' internal political character found its most consummate expression in this period. As such, the post-war blockades and embargoes of the 1919 to 1921 period also need to be seen as core dimensions of domestic conflict in the aftermath of the armistice. 6 Robert Jerworth has emphasized how civic strife in this era brought forth a new logic of violence, a desire to exterminate enemies both internal and external. 7 The years following the World War were indeed filled with highly visible forms of violence, street fighting on the barricades of Berlin and Munich, fascist squadristi, breaking up Italian farm and factory occupations, Free Corps soldiers roving through Baltic swamps on anti-communist crusades, ethnic clashes in the Caucasus, and desperate refugees huddled on the quays of a burning Smyrna. The drama of these events has tended to hide the effects of the slow grind of deprivation and deflation enforced from afar, first by inter-allied bodies during the peace conference, then, as the spread of revolution was blocked, against the Soviet state in Russia. 8. Post-war economic pressure had another effect that persisted in the interwar period. It began to dissolve the time-worn distinction between the state of war and that of peace. Observing European geopolitics in 1920, the Franco-British humanitarian Edmund Morel worried about the deep uncertainty caused by the policies that had created a condition he called peace war. The essential purpose of war, he wrote, is the destruction of human life and economic resources, and that purpose is being carried out today with diligent activity by certain governments which, nevertheless, protest that they are not at war. Morel criticized what he saw as the scientific destruction, by the weapon of blockade, of Russian men and women and children. It is destroying them in various ways, depriving them as far as it can of food, clothing, fuel, light, soap, medical necessities, and means of transport, in short, of the things without an adequate possession of which mankind contracts disease, and perishes. No more cruel, bestial, calculated, cowardly and altogether diabolical method of destruction of human life has ever been devised. 9 Morel was wrong to attribute the misery to Allied policies alone. Both the Reds and the Whites fighting each other in the Russian Civil War bore responsibility for the country's suffering. But his broader point was accurate. In a world where economic coercion became more normalized, the meaning of the terms war and peace was thoroughly destabilized. The blockade of Hungary. In the early morning hours of April 4, 1919, a train pulled into Budapest's Kaliti station. Having traveled via Switzerland and Austria, it was guided onto a side track and surrounded by armed guards. On board was South African General Jan Smuts, the former Boer rebel turned factotum of the British Empire. Smuts had left Paris 3 days earlier with a small retinue of advisors, including the young diplomat Harold Nicholson, a high society fixture of the Bloomsbury Group, and the radical Liberal MP Josiah Wedgwood. Their mission was to negotiate with the new communist regime that had come to power in Budapest 2 weeks earlier. Not wanting to recognize the Hungarian Soviet government, Smuts refused to leave the wagon lit. So its leader, the communist Bela Kun, came on board the train to talk. Their initial meeting produced no result, however. Smuts proposed an armistice, but his condition for lifting the Allied blockade was a serious one. Hungary had to cede all of Transylvania to Romania. Kun, who had been born in Transylvania as Bela Kun and just 2 weeks earlier had been dwelling in a Hungarian prison cell, made a counter-proposal. To prevent Hungary's dismemberment, he suggested the Allies occupy Transylvania as a neutral zone and force the Romanians to withdraw east. Yet Smuts was uncompromising. Without the unconditional cession of Transylvania, there would be no end to Hungary's economic isolation. These terms the Hungarian communists found hard to accept. 10. The negotiations went nowhere. Nicholson, 33 years old like Kun, described his interlocutor as the Jew Bolshevik with the face of a sulky uncertain criminal, and he was repelled by the Hungarian foreign minister, Joseph Pogany, a little oily Jew fur coat, rather moth-eaten, stringy green tie, dirty collar. 11 Smuts decided that he could not take the Hungarian communists seriously, and the Allied mission departed after a 24-hour stay. The stalemate of mutual non-recognition between the Allies and the Hungarian Soviet state continued, but events in Central Europe changed rapidly. 12 3 days later, Nicholson had returned to Paris and was enjoying the comfort of his rooms in the Hotel Majestic, where he took a much-needed bath, just as the Romanian army invaded Transylvania and began its advance on Budapest to crush Hungary's revolutionaries. 13. Smuts's abortive negotiations to lift the blockade of Hungary were the result of political events that had caught the Allies by surprise. At the start of the year, the British cabinet had been planning to reduce economic pressure on Hungary's social democratic government, which had come to power in November and was desperate to restore the import of foreign goods. When asked in mid-March about the future of the blockade by his cousin, Foreign Secretary Balfour, Cecil replied that though some restrictions still existed, the blockade of German Austria and Hungary should be raised from the earliest possible date. 14. This changed when the Hungarian Social Democrats reacted radically to a French proposal for negotiations that entailed grave territorial losses for Hungary. 15. The minority communists were allowed into government, with Bela Kun becoming prime minister. Kun proclaimed a Hungarian Soviet Republic, hoping to realize a political revolution and strengthen Hungary's hand in peace talks with the Allies by attracting Russian Bolshevik support. His revolutionaries were not the only ones to exploit the political chaos of the post-armistice period to maximum effect. In armistice talks with the Austro-Hungarian Empire in November 1918, Allied negotiators had specified that they would not recognize any successor states until a general peace treaty determining new interstate borders came into effect. This created a legal vacuum in which Bela Kun's unrecognized government could be isolated by economic blockade without the need to declare war against it. The Allied blockade began on March 28, enforced in Vienna by a commission that controlled all shipments down the Danube and at the downstream end of the river by Serbian and Romanian forces. 16. Although Smuts had been unyielding about the blockade in the negotiations with Kun, he was also the first to suggest a change in policy. "I have no doubt," he wrote 2 weeks after returning, "that the only proper course is to remove the blockade as soon as possible from all Central European countries and to issue a public declaration to that effect. The blockade and famine are now the principal allies of Bolshevism, and the proper way to fight anarchy in those countries is to remove the blockade, assist with food, and pave the way to the resumption of normal conditions." 17. Smuts was making an emerging prudential argument: if hunger caused Bolshevism and the blockade perpetuated hunger, then it should be lifted as soon as possible. Nicholson, however, persuaded the British cabinet to wait and see. In early May, he wrote that if Kun succeeds in forming a stable and moderate government, the blockade will presumably be raised immediately, but if the terrorists come into power, I presume that we will wish to maintain existing restrictions. 18. The problem with this reasoning was that stable and moderate government was hard to imagine without first restoring Hungarian access to world markets. Nicholson's support for blockade was undermining the very stability he claimed to seek. The SEC left the door open to both continuing the blockade and lifting it, declaring that there would be no objection to a raising of the barriers as soon as the political situation permitted. 19. But in practice the Allies wanted Bela Kun to submit to their demands or else end his government. By mid-May, Hungary was fighting Yugoslav forces in the south, Romanian armies in the east, and Czechoslovak troops in the north. Kun rallied a disparate array of forces for national defense and beat back first the Czechs and subsequently Romania's advance as well. 20. In light of these developments, Nicholson declared his support for continuing the blockade to Cecil and Smuts. While feeling that it is extremely inhumane to exert pressure on enemy civil populations by such indirect means as blockade, I think it should be realized that whatever food is allowed to reach Hungary will be used by Bela Kun in a preferential manner so as to benefit his supporters as against the bourgeoisie. I admit that it is most unpleasant to feel that women and children are starving in Hungary simply because we persist in the blockade, but I feel that it would be illogical to reverse our policy at the very moment when we most need to maintain all possible pacific means of pressure on our enemy. 21. Ehrkrow, the Foreign Office's specialist on Germany, had an even tougher line than Nicholson, arguing that it was out of the question that we should recognize Bela. The proper policy for us is to bring about his fall. 22. Thus the blockade of the Hungarian Soviet Republic was maintained not only by Romanian, Czech, and Yugoslav armies in the field, but also by the Allies on Hungary's western border. In July, Jacques de strengthened the blockading ring by sending French troops from Bavaria to eastern Austria to man border controls, joining a small Italian contingent already active there. 23. The forces arrayed against Kuhn's government soon became overwhelming. After a retreat in July, the end came on August 3, when communist-controlled Budapest fell to the Romanian army. This presented a new set of problems for the Allied Supreme Council. As their capital was being ransacked by Romanian troops, the Hungarian people had to be kept well disposed toward the Allies. Here Herbert Hoover, the head of the American Relief Administration, ERA, weighed in. Hoover hoped that Hungarian trade unions could fortify a new non-Soviet democratic administration. But he did not offer the carrot of aid without a corresponding stick. He advised that the blockade should be lifted for 2 weeks, allowing for better social and economic conditions in which Hungarian moderates could sort out a stable government. If the Hungarians did not use this period to conform by demobilizing and doing what the council wished, the blockade could be reimposed. 24. As for the counterproductive looting by Romanian soldiers, Hoover's fellow American delegate on the council, Under Secretary of State Frank Polk, made it clear that the Romanians too would have to be issued with an economic threat, an idea supported by Balfour on behalf of the British. 25. This predilection for liberally imposing material restrictions on others led to some striking contradictions. While the Allies threatened economic sanctions against Hungarians unless they chose the correct democratic government, and against Romanians for despoiling their opponent's capital, they reminded the Serbs they had a humanitarian duty to lift an embargo on shipping food supplies from their territory to a famished Hungary. 26. Peacetime blockade in the dynamic circumstances of 1919 required direct enforcement on the ground. Controlling these blockade lines took more effort now than during the war itself. Beyond Central Europe, the Allied economic war against the Ottoman Empire continued in the form of restrictions on trade in the eastern Mediterranean, Black Sea, and Red Sea regions. 27. On top of this, the question of what to do with economic pressure on Bolshevik Russia loomed. These policies had first been adopted in 1917 to 1918 to preserve the encirclement of Germany and gradually morphed into a strategy for containing Bolshevism and perhaps even overthrowing it by assisting its opponents in the Russian Civil War. 28. As the Royal Navy pressed forward into the Baltic and Black Seas after the armistice, the possibility of blockading Russia directly presented itself. The decision fell to the new British Minister of Blockade, the Liberal politician Cecil Harmsworth, an old member of Prime Minister Lloyd George's Secretariat. 29. Throughout the spring Harmsworth corresponded with Robert Cecil in Paris about the continuation of the blockade of Germany and Soviet Russia while he fended off questions from the House of Commons about the extension of economic war into peacetime. In February a special Anglo-French-Italian-American Eastern Blockade Committee, Comité du Blocus de l'Orient, chaired by Jacques Sédouze, was brought into being to unify the blockades of Central Europe, the Ottoman Empire, and southern Russia. Under Sédouze's oversight, a low-profile but iron cordon was upheld from the Baltic Sea along the Polish and Austrian borders through the Eastern Balkans to the Aegean Islands where special customs posts were installed to stop contraband and thence to the Red Sea coast of southern Arabia, where the British wanted to continue blockade to make restive Arab tribes submit to the Allies. 30. French and British military officials were the main advocates of increased pressure on Lenin's government. The head of the French military mission in Russia saw an even more rigorous blockade of the European and Siberian borders as the most fearsome weapon up to the present. 31. In late March, the Royal Navy attaché in Paris proposed an official blockade of the Black Sea coast held by the Bolsheviks. Harmsworth realized that this was politically impossible without an official British declaration of war on the Soviet government. A Pacific blockade could be treated by the Soviets as an act of war and would cause an undesirable escalation of the situation. Harmsworth decided on a subtler form of interdiction, using the existing Admiralty mechanism of bunker control, the scheme controlling which ships received coal from British depots to stop merchant vessels supplying Bolshevik-controlled ports. 32. Yet the main obstacle to using blockade as a weapon against revolutionary communism was not legal but humanitarian. Visitors to Russia recounted scenes of deep misery among the civilian population. In April, the Russian Red Cross in Petrograd appealed to its American counterpart for grain and supplies to feed children in the capital. This led to fierce discussion on the SEC about how to reconcile humanitarian considerations and anti-communist goals. Cecil's private secretary, Walford Selby, harshly rebuffed the Soviet call for assistance, which he thought a pathetic appeal to which a deaf ear may be turned. 33. Selby saw the Bolsheviks themselves as entirely to blame for the situation in Russia and suggested that nothing should be sent to Russia until they had relinquished power. Edward Wise, the British food controller's delegate on the SEC, agreed that some pressure had to be kept on Russia. But he added, "I regret it, for I don't believe really that we shall kill Bolshevism by allowing children to starve or die for lack of drugs or medicine." Wise felt that an immiserating blockade was no way to undermine a revolutionary government that owed its power to popular anger about poverty and squalor. But as an experienced administrator of deprivation and convinced anti-Bolshevik, Cecil did not budge. His comment on Wise's confession was terse, "I see no other alternative." 34. Considering his record in sternly enforcing blockade in peace as well as in war, Cecil's reputation as a Nobel Peace Prize winning statesman who experienced a wartime conversion that made him a pacifist and internationalist is not accurate. 35. He was as hard-nosed about power as any member of the British War Cabinet. When the SEC recommended to Allied leaders in April that the blockade of Germany should be lifted as a gesture of goodwill to the German delegation arriving in Paris, Cecil explained his tough position to Harmsworth. "It is perfectly clear that the blockade has enfeebled Germany, which is what it was designed to do," he wrote with some irritation. "Our object was and is, not to do what is best for Germany but what is best for ourselves, by bending the German will to our own so that they will sign our peace terms." 36. Food Controller E. F. Wise's note to Robert Cecil, May 17, 1919. Wise writes, "I don't believe really that we shall kill Bolshevism by allowing children to starve or die for lack of drugs and medicine." The National Archives of the UK. Cecil soon began to support relief efforts to feed Germany. But this shift shows that in 1919, blockade and humanitarianism were often supported not by opposed factions but by the same people. Another prominent internationalist of this period, future U.S. President Herbert Hoover, had a similarly complex relation to economic pressure. Hoover was an enterprising and pragmatic figure. In many respects he was the polar opposite to the high-handed and moralistic Wilson. Although he owed his charitable reputation to his wartime role in organizing the Committee for the Relief of Belgium and the food supply of northern France, Hoover did not think that starving civilians was wrong in principle. 37 Tactical assessments rather than morality guided his views. As the armistice was being signed in late 1918, Hoover wrote to Wilson that for the time being, it is a positively necessary fact that we have continuance of the embargo. 38 When the German Revolution produced left-wing radicalism, he quickly came to oppose the blockade of the Reich as counterproductive. Hoover also pivoted to supplying rather than depriving Germany because of indications that U.S. farmers were suffering from a glut of pork and dairy supplies and needed a large outlet for their products. 39 Yet when Bolsheviks seized power, as in Bela Kun's Hungarian Soviet Republic, he supported a full blockade of these radicals. Hoover's humanitarian credentials were further boosted by the assistance he organized during the Russian famine in 1921 to 1922.40. Around this time, he lost faith in the efficacy of economic pressure as a political instrument, a skepticism that marked his entire subsequent political career. But, as we shall see, Hoover and many European humanitarians came to oppose the blockade because of their anti-Bolshevism, not in spite of it. An illustrative example of this attitude was the head of the Danish Red Cross Society in Paris, a humanitarian official who encouraged the Allied armies in their fight against the Bolsheviks, a party who employ absolute terrorism, and are completely devoid of any humanitarian sentiment. We absolutely have to act before it is too late, and before all of Europe is affected by this disease, which is as contagious, and 10 times more terrible than the Spanish flu, because it is the absolute overthrow of society as a whole. 41. The domestic politics of blockade. It was easy to make a case for ending economic pressure on prudential grounds. Winston Churchill, then Britain's State Secretary for War, had opposed the German and Russian blockades from the start. It is repugnant to the British nation, he told Parliament, to use this weapon of starvation which falls mainly upon the women and children, upon the old, the weak, and the poor, after all the fighting has stopped one moment longer than is necessary to secure the just terms for which we have fought. Ideally the Allies should use their land forces as a pressure tool, for without this power we have no means whatever of influencing or guiding the course of events in Europe except by starving everybody into Bolshevism. 42. Continuing it would throw Germany into the arms of the Bolsheviks and so give the Soviet government of Russia a fresh lease on life. 43. The aim behind unofficially blockading Russia while re-establishing trade with Germany was precisely to avert such a German-Russian behemoth. 44. How long Germany and Russia would remain economically isolated was not a question only of foreign policy and strategy, but also of domestic politics. West European publics were increasingly critical of using force against Russia. Democratization and demobilization both limited what the Allied governments could do. On the one hand, further deprivation was likely to fan revolutionary fervor. This Bolshevist germ, one British MP noted, becomes very infectious in countries which are suffering from food shortage. 45. Relief was clearly the soundest way to forestall further leftist revolts. Yet the enormous demobilization process in which Britain was engaged prevented an immediate lifting of the blockade. Of the 3.5 million men in uniform that the British Army deployed in 10 countries in November 1918, it demobilized over 2.7 million in the 12 months thereafter. 46. The same applied to France, which was eager to demobilize its armed forces so domestic reconstruction could begin. 47. As the size of armed forces was being rapidly reduced, London and Paris both faced the problem of how to maintain pressure on Germany until the peace treaty had been signed. The blockade apparatus, enforced by the Royal Navy and directed by the SEC in Paris, seemed the obvious answer to this conundrum. Cecil wrote to Harmsworth that it was the easiest and cheapest method of applying pressure to Germany and eased the difficulties of keeping men under arms. What Hoover, American public opinion, and British merchants calling for the immediate lifting of all restrictions misunderstood was that the blockade was not meant to obstruct trade but that it was an implement of war and a lever for securing the results of war. 48. If the entire machinery of control and guidance was dismantled, it could not easily be rebuilt quickly. Cecil therefore insisted that it be maintained. But the policy of economic war in peace disturbed quite a few British conservatives. Churchill was not the only one to voice misgivings. Lord Lansdowne, who had opposed Lloyd George and Cecil in 1917 with his call to moderate the economic war and reach a peace of understanding with Germany, thought that continuing blockade until a peace treaty was signed was foolish. How long is this process of turning the screw, of using the weapon of starvation, likely to last? Lansdowne asked. If we are to go on with the starving policy until the welter of difficult international questions has been cleared up, I am afraid that we shall find that there will be nobody left with whom to come to terms at all. 49. Such prudence among the conservatives was not due to any special sympathy for Germany. It was driven by their fear of revolution and desire to quickly re-establish a stable social order. The conservatives also sought to contain some of the radical effects of a liberal party, led total war on hierarchies of property, work, and gender. Blockade targeted women and children, not men in uniform. It widened the remit of war beyond a professional class of men trained in the use of violence. The conservative critique of total war sought to restabilize these old distinctions. Blockade and economic sanctions were topics of intense debate among women in this period too. In Britain, Christabel Pankhurst and the nationalist suffragettes of the Women's Party were unrelenting advocates of blockade. At one point they had even called for Cecil's resignation for failing to pursue the economic war of attrition with sufficient vigor. 50 Margaret Jourdain defended starvation blockade based on its respectability as a long-standing and legitimate method akin to siege warfare. 51 After the armistice, the U.S. publication The Woman Patriot warned about a vast seething mass of anarchy, extending from the Rhine to the Siberian wastes, and declared that the Allies can scarcely afford to feed, police, and govern Germany and Russia while Soviets are contending for their various views and talking instead of working. 52. Most women's groups, however, were active in opposition to economic war. In Germany, working-class women had borne the brunt of the deprivation caused by the blockade. 53 This experience had encouraged their civic claims on the state, contributing to the German Revolution and to the social hopes vested in the new Republican government. 54 Some of the most scathing criticisms of the blockade in Britain came from the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, WILP, especially its political thinkers, Helena Swanwick and Agnes Maud Royden. 55 Royden condemned economic pressure as a graceful phrase for torture, and thinking of the women I know in England whose babies are born dead, from economic pressure on their mothers, I ask myself if these are indeed the means by which we shall convert the German people from a false idea of 56 At the WILP's founding Congress in The Hague in April 1915, the organization had adopted a charter that called for an equitable peace settlement founded on freedom of the seas. Although women's groups demanded an end to the war and were horrified by the treatment of food as contraband, they did not reject all kinds of pressure. The boycott, long popular among social movements seeking change, was still considered an essential tool of women's politics. Thus the American Jane Addams called at the Hague Congress for women to unite in bringing social, moral, and economic pressure to bear upon any country which resorts to arms instead of referring its case to arbitration and conciliation. 57. After the armistice, women's organizations across Europe launched a major campaign against the continuation of the blockade. British feminist Ethel Williams visited Vienna and reported about the effects on children to audiences in Britain. 58 The WILP's British branch organized a rally on Trafalgar Square that attracted thousands of attendants, condemning the blockade as extermination which begins with the children. 59 They also organized humanitarian shipments of food and milk to the continent together with the Red Cross. By the time a second WILP Congress took place in Zurich in May 1919, the realities of hunger and starvation had changed the members' priorities. For the WILP it was an absolute priority that the remaining policies of blockade, a disgrace to civilization, were ended. 60. Feminist groups and thinkers were particularly concerned about economic blockade and sanctions because of the effects of the war on public health and social and demographic structure. 61 Their concern with issues of reproduction made the grievous effect of hunger on maternal and child health particularly worrying. Nutritionists had made new advances in documenting the effects of deficient feeding on infant development. 62 The WILP and its sister organizations in Central Europe were therefore intervening in multiple debates at once, not only about the meaning of war and peace, but also about the future political and social order of the continent and the responsibilities of modern government. 63 When Addams and fellow pacifist feminists returned from the Zurich Congress to Paris in May 1919, ending blockade policies remained one of their main goals. Addams recalled that Mr. Hoover's office in Paris seemed to be the one reasonable spot in the midst of the widespread confusion. The great maps upon the wall recorded the available food resources and indicated fleets of ships carrying wheat from Australia to Finland or corn from the port of New York to Fiume. And yet even at that moment the hunger blockade, hitherto regarded as a war measure, was being applied both to Hungary and Russia as pressure against their political arrangements, foreboding sinister possibilities. 64. For Addams, Royden, Swanwick, and other members of the WILP, the post-war feminist campaign against the blockade was the starting point of a broader critique of international institutions. By failing to provide a materially secure economic peace, the League perpetuated many of the rivalries that had emerged during the war. Economic hostility, having been legitimatized by the food blockades of the war, Adams argued, was of necessity being sanctioned by the very commissions which were the outgrowth of the peace conference itself. 65 War in general damaged the society that female labor and care maintained and reproduced, and economic war particularly so since it destroyed everything that mothers have begun. 66. The feminists' opposition to sanctions put them at odds with the mainstream of British politics, which saw economic pressure as good insofar as it allowed the demilitarization of domestic society. Compared to armed war, economic pressure avoided the need to draft large numbers of young men as conscripts. It could be directed by bureaucrats and operated through laws, courts, and administrators. Nonetheless, blockade attracted the opposition of organized sections of the British workforce because it was being used against a proletarian state. In January 1919, British socialists had started the Hands Off Russia campaign. Public and parliamentary anger grew when the Lord Privy Seal refused point-blank to answer questions from the House of Commons about the blockade's legality. 67 Cecil Harmsworth denied that a blockade in the strict sense of the term existed. 68 But a growing unease was palpable about the reconfiguration of war and peace that had occurred at the peace conference. In the eyes of many in the radical free trade wing of the Liberal Party, such as Josiah Wedgwood, maintaining a blockade without a parliamentary vote for war was an affront to constitutional principle. 69 By doing so in the absence of an official state of war, they worried, Lloyd George's government was also acting in breach of international law. 70 The Union for Democratic Control, UDC, an important pressure group for a more accountable foreign policy, published appeals by Russian notables, calling for an end to the blockade and aid for the reconstruction of their country. 71 Its position was that a de facto economic war in the absence of de jure war was both immoral and illegal. Edmund Morel, one of the group's leading figures, gave speeches around the country attacking the new system of peacemaking, which condemned entire populations to economic ruin and sought, by the cumulative enactments of the Peace of Paris, to complete the process of strangulation by blockade imposed as a war weapon. 72 In France, prominent writers and publishers, including Anatole France, Georges Duhamel, Henri Barbusse, and Gaston Gallimard, protested against the isolation of Russia as the Allies' great crime. 73. Despite this growing domestic opposition, the Allied governments made a final concerted push to isolate Soviet Russia from the international economy in the fall of 1919. On October 9, they issued a diplomatic note to Germany demanding that Berlin join their economic embargo against Russia. If their hope was to boost the League's untried economic pressure weapon, then the gambit was a failure. 74 The war had created deep German revulsion about blockade against civilian populations. The Social Democratic newspaper Vorwärts wrote of a proposal that was criminal and unethical to a special degree. 75 Foreign Minister Hermann Müller spoke out against imposing on the Russians the same deprivation that Germany had endured for 4 years. We know on the basis of our experiences that Bolshevism is fed precisely by such coercive methods as the Allies want to use today. We truly got to know the hunger blockade firsthand. 76 Despite its many grave internal disagreements, the Weimar Republic's political elite was almost uniformly opposed to joining the blockade of Russia. 77 On October 29, its centrist coalition government officially rejected the Allied note. The blockade of Soviet Russia had reached its peak, but it would take a while longer to crumble. Ending the blockade of Soviet Russia. Time was not on the Allies' side during the post-war blockades of 1919 to 1921. As governments tried to restore the pre-war gold standard, they launched a short but intense recession that caused global deflation and lower incomes across much of the world economy. In this context, the continued dislocation of trade led to growing calls by exporters to reconnect with the Russian economy. Rumors that merchant mariners from Scandinavia were asking their governments to ignore the Allied blockade of Russia showed the policy of exclusion was disintegrating. 78 On January 16, 1920, the SEC decided to lift a part of the blockade by permitting trade with Russian farmers' cooperatives. What this meant was open to some dispute. Pravda wrote that the question of the lifting of the blockade still entails many obscurities. 79 The Quai d'Orsay thought that the reprise of commerce with Russia appears to be the best means to eliminate the most extreme forms of Bolshevism in Russia itself, but that trade with the Russian cooperatives does not imply any negotiation with the Soviet government, and also not the recognition thereof. 80 Allied leaders were at pains to explain that interaction was not the same as acceptance. The farmers' cooperatives, they argued, were chosen as preferred trading partners precisely because they were associations that were purely economic in character. 81 But the Soviet Politburo of course saw things differently. Two veteran Bolsheviks, Leonid Krysin and Maxim Litvinov, were appointed to lead the Central Cooperatives Organization, Centrosoyuz. Their hope was to visit European countries to engage in commercial negotiations that would benefit the entire Russian economy. 82. British leaders hoped that limited exchange would soften and dull Bolshevism more effectively than maximum economic pressure. Lloyd George explained to the House of Commons, "We have failed to restore Russia to sanity by force. I believe we can save her by trade. Commerce has a sobering influence in its operations. The simple sums in addition and subtraction which it inculcates soon dispose of wild theories. The Russian with his head in the clouds finds he is cold, and discovers that he is not clad and that he is hungry. There is but one way: we must fight anarchy with abundance." 83 Lloyd George subscribed to a version of the older liberal idea of due commerce, the notion that trade is inherently civilizing. Yet there was also a strong link in this reasoning between calculative rationality and the abandoning of wild theories. Practical accounting to meet immediate needs would tame revolutionary passions. In his speech to the Commons, he invoked the need to feed Europe with Russian grain as a major practical reason to start trade with the farmers' cooperatives. When people are hungry, he argued, you cannot refuse to buy corn in Egypt because there is a pharaoh on the throne. 84 The language of civilization and commerce that he used was political. Lenin, he implied, was a brutal despotic ruler from antiquity. But the language was deployed in favor of depoliticized economic exchange, since resuming trade with Russia was not tantamount to recognizing the Soviets as equal partners. The Soviet leaders, on the other hand, realized that rebuilding their ravaged economy gave them a certain amount of leverage. Their search for advanced technology and investment capital from foreign suppliers would prove too tempting for many cash-strapped Western bankers and businesses to resist. Managing this import power wisely was the way out of economic isolation. 85 Litvinov had emphasized the importance of Soviet resources to European reconstruction in preliminary talks with the Allies in Copenhagen in the spring of 1920. 86 The emergence of the Soviet Union opened a new dimension in the politics of economic pressure. 87 A state committed to world revolution proved able not just to withstand isolation, but also to break through the blockade and direct economic pressure itself. The Soviet use of a government monopoly on foreign trade to withhold commodities from Europe was a state-driven application of the economic weapon against other countries. But socialist ideas about economic pressure always coexisted with older, bottom-up strategies in which populations used boycotts and coordinated strikes against governments and businesses. 88 Two factors made the aftermath of World War I a particularly propitious time to think about how the statist and civic versions could be used in concert. The first was wartime labor mobilization in European economies. Economic sectors that saw the largest surges in labor activism during the war: steel production, coal mining, arms manufacturing, railroads, dockyards, and shipbuilding were also the most strategically vital to the British, French, and Italian governments. The second was the founding of the Communist International, Comintern, in Moscow in March 1919. 89 A revolutionary state in Russia and working-class civil society across Europe could now find a new unity of purpose by using economic pressure against capitalist elites. The Comintern first attempted to mobilize this transnational power in response to Allied intervention against the Russian and Hungarian revolutions. Trade unions of Britain, France, and Italy had made far-reaching plans for an international general strike, set to begin on July 20, 1919. Factional disputes among the national workers' movements had derailed the initiative. 90 Yet economic pressure by organized labor continued to be a worrisome prospect to those in power. Having administered an unprecedented naval blockade, the British elite was understandably troubled by the increasing militancy of shipbuilders and dock workers. The political arm of the British workers' movement, the Labour Party, made no secret of its preparedness to cripple the British economy with strikes if its political demands were not met. Arnold Forster, having helped Cecil during the war and served as Admiralty representative at Paris, left the government in 1919 and joined the UDC and the Labour Party. He remained an ardent internationalist and felt that the League of Nations was the only institution that could legitimately wield the terrible instrument of blockade. Precisely for this reason, the British government's ambiguity on the isolation of Russia was dangerous. Arnold Forster underscored that because the economic weapon was less conspicuous and less obviously expensive, and, unless steps are taken, less subject to democratic control, there was a serious need to make its use more accountable. 91 If sanctions would be primarily aimed at civilian populations, then citizens should also be the ultimate directors of economic pressure. Unlike in previous conflicts, naval blockade would be secondary to administrative measures like energy, communications, and export controls. Full mastery of the economic weapon required public oversight of the bureaucracy of the modern warfare state. If the British government and the League did not open their decision-making to popular input, the working classes would take matters into their own hands, Arnold Forster warned. Instead of a refusal of service, or national strike, organized by national governments, we shall come to international strikes organized by international labor movements. Unless the League makes haste to democratize itself, the transport workers of the world, or the Seamen's Union, or the coal workers, will be filching away the League's economic weapon, and settling such questions as whether Russian White General Denikin is to have supplies for a war against revolutionary Russia. Unless the League's constitution is revised, there is a real danger that it may abuse its economic powers in the same sort of way as the Paris Conference did in dealing with Hungary and Russia. 92. William Arnold Forster, contributor to the UDC journal Foreign Affairs, July 1920. University of Iowa. If economic war could not be extinguished, Arnold Forster thought that it should be made subject to maximum popular control. That organized labor could exercise powerful economic pressure to restrict militarism was also made clear by events in Central and Eastern Europe. In March 1920, the militarist Kapp-Luttwitz coup against the Weimar German government was stopped by a massive general strike. 93 The Social Democratic Party, SPD, organized a nationwide walkout of German public and private sector workers, crippling the ability of the right-wing putschists to establish a military dictatorship. This general strike was the largest ever seen in Germany and probably anywhere in the world by this point. 94 The Polish-Soviet War that erupted that spring provided more proof of the power of grassroots economic pressure. After Polish forces invaded Soviet Ukraine and took Kiev, Lenin and Trotsky called on Western workers to stop the invasion. In May, dock workers and stevedores at the East India Docks in London refused to supply coal to ships bringing munitions to Poland. 95 This spontaneous action soon attracted wider support. Trade union leader Ernest Bevin called for a boycott by workers producing and transporting weapons for wars that outrage our sense of justice. 96 When, in early August, the Red Army's counter-offensive into Poland had brought it to the gates of Warsaw, class tensions grew in Britain and France. Anglo-French staff talks discussed offering military aid to Poland, and Whitehall considered a declaration of war against the Soviets. But on August 9, 1920, the Labour Party and the British Trades Union Congress, TUC, warned that the whole industrial power of the organised workers will be used to defeat this war. 97 Lloyd George took the power of the unions to shut down Britain's trading economy extremely seriously. In the event, the Red Army was stopped by Polish defences in front of Warsaw and a ceasefire was soon agreed. The British labour movement had not ended the conflict by itself. But its words and actions had created a climate of opinion in Britain that enabled the de-escalation of the war against Bolshevism. 98. Moreover, In the aftermath of the Polish-Soviet War, the intense public political pressure on Lloyd George to end the blockade of Russia was beginning to pay off. In March 1921, a trade agreement restored pre-war economic relations between the United Kingdom and Russia. Article 1 of the Anglo-Soviet Agreement stipulated that both parties agree not to impose or maintain any form of blockade against each other and to remove forthwith all obstacles hitherto placed in the way of the real trade between the United Kingdom and Russia. 99 The Allied attempt to starve Russians into turning against Bolshevism had failed. British, French, and American political elites now chose a new means with which to pursue this end. Instead of depriving the Bolsheviks of resources, the Allies began to supply them, making a show of the abundance that capitalism had to offer. 100 When serious famine erupted in southern Russia later that year, Western humanitarians came to the help of the Soviet government. 101 Lloyd George's transformation from blockader to trader was an acknowledgement that forging commercial connections could have a stronger impact on the behavior of underdeveloped and isolated countries than severing them from external trade. 102 Despite his commitment to ruthless blockade during the war, from 1920 onward Lloyd George prioritized economic suasion over economic force. His defense of trade with the Soviets derived from the constructive, activist nature of his liberalism. In his view, liberal subjects were not naturally created to be rational, law-abiding capitalist entrepreneurs and workers. They required exposure to the mores of the market. The penury of the post-war period was an opportunity to cultivate the Russians and other semi-civilized peoples as nascent capitalist subjects. 103 Lloyd George saw reasonable peoples as non-ideological and practically minded, which meant that they had abandoned childish beliefs in revolution and transcendence. As he put it to the press in defense of the Anglo-Soviet Treaty, Lenin begins to realize that he has to trade. He thought he could run his country on some theories of Karl Marx. What does he find? Starvation, famine, and his railways completely out of repair. You cannot patch up locomotives with Karl Marx's doctrines. 104. Whatever outposts of political radicalism remained in Europe were now besieged enclaves that no longer posed a threat to the overall social order. In the words of Charles Mayer, they were proletarian La Rochelles confronting a bourgeois hinterland. 105 Yet although radical socialist revolution failed in Western Europe, the Soviet Union persisted and even managed to expand ties with the rest of the world that had been damaged by 3 years of undeclared economic war. As one French diplomat wrote, Leonid Kherson had renounced the violent method and thinks that Russia can be well constituted as a communist oasis in a bourgeois Europe, with which it will find itself in peaceful relations and commercial ties, and that its example will suffice to convert. 106. By 1921 elites in Allied countries, Central Europe, and the Soviet Union were worried about being fatally weakened by organized economic pressure, whether this was external, sanctions, blockade, or capitalist encirclement, or internal, strikes and boycotts by workers, in nature. Blockades had usually been tools of state power. But as the domestic debates about blockade show, undeclared economic wars in peacetime become subject to interest group competition, class disputes, and democratic contestation. Once politicized by the war, the economic weapon was now an instrument without a single operator. The post-war period raised profound debates about which states, classes, and social groups should be deprived of material sustenance and who should decide on the terms of isolation and integration. The Allied campaigns to isolate Kun's Hungary and Bolshevik Russia were also the first uses of peacetime economic sanctions to achieve regime change in other states. In this regard they prefigured the period after World War II, when internal objectives began to overtake interstate objectives as the main reason for the use of sanctions. Yet if ideological change toward liberalism was the aim of these policies, then economic pressure singularly failed to achieve such Wilsonian hopes. Aid proved far more effective a tool of stabilization than blockade. As one British diplomat concluded after visiting the deprived cities of Germany in 1919, it is better to feed an idealist than to fight him. It is only those who fast who see visions. 107. Part 2. The legitimacy of the economic weapon. Chapter 4. Calibrating the economic weapon, 1921 to 1924. In July 1920, the League's most powerful organ, the Council, met in the northern Spanish coastal city of San Sebastian. British Foreign Secretary Arthur Balfour emphasized what he thought the organization needed most. "We must have an economic blockade," he announced to the assembled journalists. No nation would destroy itself in these civilized times by inviting such a penalty, Balfour predicted. It is not likely it will often be used, since it is not probable the League will often be defied. Balfour's view of how League sanctions would work first and foremost as a deterrent was the dominant one among internationalists in the decade after World War I. As more countries joined the League, this deterrent effect was bound to grow. The French had always envisioned an organization tending to the universal, tendant à l'universal, point 2, but this remained an aspiration rather than a reality. As ex-belligerent and revolutionary states, neither Germany nor Soviet Russia were members. Even more problematic was that in March 1920 the Versailles Treaty, and with it the legal basis of the new organization in Geneva, had been rejected by the U.S. Senate. This meant that the Council, the League's executive organ, would have not 5 but only 4 permanent members: Britain, France, Italy, and Japan, with its 4 non-permanent members elected by the Assembly, the League's legislature, for 3-year periods. The Council's Article 16 procedure against aggressors was not the only multilateral coercive instrument at the disposal of the 3 large European states, Britain, France, and Italy. Under the Versailles Treaty, these countries, as well as Belgium, a non-permanent council member, were earmarked to receive German reparations payments. If Germany was found guilty of non-compliance, tough enforcement measures of an economic or military nature could be used. Sanctions as they emerged in the post-World War I order were therefore marked by a constitutive tension. Within the League, sanctions were supposed to help preserve universal peace. But in practice, their implementation would be in the hands of the same European great powers that used separate Versailles Treaty sanctions to pursue their own particular interests in the reparations question. By using similar methods in both domains, Britain, France, and Italy were professing universalism while practicing power politics at the same time. Discussions of the economic weapon in the early 1920s were shot through with this fundamental ambiguity: would sanctions be another instrument of great power competition or a means of transcending it? In August 1921 the League convened a special expert body, the IBC, to adjudicate the meaning of Article 16 and calibrate its functions more precisely. The ink on these IBC resolutions was barely dry when the first crisis erupted in which the Article's deterrent function was put to the test. A well-timed League sanctions threat in November compelled Yugoslavia to break off its creeping invasion of northern Albania. Sanctions prevented what could have spiraled into the Fourth Balkan War in a decade. This successful display of unity stood in marked contrast with the use of sanctions to enforce Versailles Treaty reparations claims against Germany. Beginning in early 1921 the Allies forcefully seized German ports and customs posts, a process that escalated into the occupation of the Ruhr industrial region. The inter-Allied discord sown by the Ruhr crisis caused further problems for the deterrence of League sanctions when Italy, now ruled by the fascist Benito Mussolini, embarked on a punitive expedition against the Greek island of Corfu in 1923. It seemed that imperial hierarchy, not the norm that sovereign states were equal, was the stronger influence on peacetime economic pressure. The International Blockade Committee. During the peace conference, Cecil and Bourgeois had assuaged the worries of smaller countries about great power dominance by promising that member states' precise obligations under the Covenant would be worked out at the first League meetings in Geneva in the fall of 1920. Many states therefore welcomed the decision by its Secretary-General, the British Foreign Office diplomat Eric Drummond, to push the economic weapon to the front of the League's agenda. 4 In December, Drummond wrote that a special group of experts would sketch precise plans which enable the League to use the weapon of international economic and financial blockade. 5 This blockade commission would be balanced between great powers and smaller countries, mimicking the structure of the Council. Drummond's secretariat asked Cuba, Norway, Spain, and Switzerland to join the expert body. Since the non-permanent council members for the 1920 to 1923 period were Belgium, Brazil, China, and Greece, this meant that the smaller countries in the League now had 3 European and 1 Latin American representative to defend their interests. While preparing for the internationalization of the economic weapon, Paris and London were rearranging their state capacity and changed their strategic outlook. In the face of a large budget deficit and no relief on debts incurred during the war, British expenditure cuts and demobilization had forced the Ministry of Blockade to be disbanded in July 1919. When pressed on the efficacy of the blockade in the House of Commons, Cecil confessed, "I believe we succeeded, but the machinery which had to be established was elaborate, and I am sure it cannot be established usefully now." 6. Even if Britain had wanted to institute a comprehensive blockade on the wartime model, it now lacked the civilian administration and intelligence infrastructure needed to do so. British liberalism had long harbored a strong antipathy to land armies, conscription, generals, and anything else that reeked of militarism. An excessively strong army would not only be a costly burden on a thriving private economy. It would also spur nationalism and aggressive behavior, all of which clashed with the values of open-mindedness, rationality, and peace. Liberals were much fonder of the Royal Navy, which they saw as a purely defensive instrument to protect the empire and its lines of transport and communication. David Edgerton has argued that liberal internationalism in interwar Britain was always accompanied by a distinct liberal militarism. 7. The economic weapon played a role in both, appearing as sanctions in the former and blockade in the latter. Blockade was attractive because its cost to Britain was very low, as was its visibility to the British public. As Arnold Forster put it, blockade in its present form offers a new problem to the pacifist philosopher. When the aggressor has to go on sticking his bayonet into the passive resistors, even he will come to see in time that the process is unpleasant. But in the case of blockade there is no such direct contact with the results to act as a check. Lord Curzon's pen will replace the invader's bayonet and there will be no distressing scream audible in Downing Street. Blockade is so convenient. 8. The possibility of inflicting terrible suffering on civilians from a distance by bureaucrats was morally abhorrent to Arnold Forster. Yet to most British internationalists like him, the lack of a League army made the economic weapon the organization's main instrument by default. Arnold Forster's case for blockade was an internationalist democratic one. As the architect of the scientific statistical blockade system, he admitted that it was a terrible measure capable of killing hundreds of thousands of people. But if it was internationalized under League control, its potential power might be great enough to assure peace. Member States of the League of Nations in April 1921. Originally published in Literary Digest. Cornell University Library. The French began thinking about how to perform such internationalization in early 1921, in preparation for the IBC meeting that fall. The Foreign Ministry's review was conducted by the Commercial Relations Desk under CIDEUS, a department that had developed out of the wartime blockade apparatus. 9. A functionary more self-effacing than Cecil, who had a penchant for bold vision and oration, CIDEUS preferred to work out deals away from the public eye. 10. While the British administrative capacity to institute blockade was shrinking, he convinced his superiors that French national security depended on permanent preparedness for economic warfare. In February 1921 an interministerial subcommittee for the study of blockade was formed. Chaired by the French ambassador to the League, Jean Gout, another former blockade administrator, it brought together representatives from the Ministries of Foreign Affairs, Commerce, Finance, Agriculture and War, the Navy, and the Army. The committee worked from the premise that the dogma of a short war had left France unprepared in 1914 and delayed its ability to bring economic pressure to bear on Germany and Austria-Hungary. In its eyes, what was needed was an economic organization that will have, without delay, a staff and is likely to function from the mobilization onward. 11. The subcommittee drafted lists of industrial raw materials and foodstuffs to be stockpiled and discussed how peacetime blockade might be used. It was possible that an aggressor would respond to a sanctions regime by invading smaller nations around it. 12. Of course, This was precisely the fear that countries like Denmark, the Netherlands, and Switzerland had about deploying the League's economic weapon against Germany. French military planners pushed the civilian administrators to consider a preventive blockade merely when it seemed a country would embark on aggression. 13 The idea of economic pressure as a first strike strategy, an economic Schlieffen plan, remained appealing. Yet the feasibility of this approach seemed increasingly in question. As a growing number of civilian and military technocrats came to realize in the interwar years, when actually applied, the power of economic pressure lay in exhaustion through attrition, not paralysis through rapid action. The economic war of 1914 to 1918 had not fulfilled hopes that material interdiction would cause rapid social collapse. Certainly neither the Allied blockade nor the German submarine war had had this effect within any short time frame that was politically exploitable. However, internationalists seeking to strengthen sanctions deterrence kept emphasizing their quick-acting effects, leading to a relative overestimation of material pressure among strategists and historians. 14. At any rate, the civilian officials on Gaut's interministerial subcommittee knew that a preemptive blockade would be diplomatically and legally impossible. They opposed the military's quick-acting version of the policy as a threat to the hard-won peace and political stability in Europe. Preventive blockade was never proposed in Geneva. Yet Cedus and Gaut did think that an economic sanctions mechanism should be automatic, comprehensive, and supported by as many member states as possible. What they were seeking to defend was a middle ground between the military hardliners in their own country and the growing tendency toward continental disengagement of the British Foreign Office. 15. The IBC convened in Geneva in late August 1921. The committee was composed of 8 members, 4 from the great powers, Britain, France, Italy, and Japan, and 4 from the wartime neutral countries, Cuba, Norway, Spain, and Switzerland. Most were experts on foreign economic and legal affairs. Cuba sent its ambassador to Germany, Aristides de Aguero y Betancourt, an old revolutionary comrade of José Martí and Máximo Gómez and one of Cuba's main spokesmen in international affairs. 16 The Spanish delegate, Pablo Garnica Echeverría, a former banker and Liberal Party deputy, had resolutely laissez-faire economic views. Like Aguero, he defended neutral rights against a strong blockade mandate for the League. 17 The remaining 2 neutrals, Norway and Switzerland, had sent experts on maritime affairs and international law, Christian Sparre, a former Royal Norwegian Navy admiral and parliamentarian for the Liberal Venstre Party who strongly defended freedom of the seas, and Max Huber, a professor of international law at the University of Zurich and the Swiss Foreign Ministry's chief legal advisor. 18 Given the importance attached to the IBC in Paris, the French government sent Gaut himself. An experienced Quai d'Orsay insider, he had been head of the Foreign Ministry's Asian Department and deputy head of the Blockade Department during the war and had contributed to designing French League proposals. 19 The British seat was taken by Sir William Finlay, a distinguished lawyer who had served as a legal advisor on various blockade committees during the war and was Lloyd George's Lord Chancellor from 1916 to 1919. 20 The other 2 permanent council members on the IBC were the former Italian Finance Minister Carlo Schnauzer and Dr. Minoru Oka, a civil servant and journalist who had run the Commerce and Industry Department at the Japanese Ministry of Agriculture and Commerce and who led the Japanese League of Nations Association. 21. The International Blockade Committee in Geneva, August 1921. Seated, from left to right, are Jean Gaut, France, Aristides Aguero y Betancourt, Cuba, William Finlay, Britain, Pablo Garnica Echeverría, Spain, Max Huber, Switzerland, Christian Sparre, Norway, and Minoru Oka, Japan. Courtesy of the United Nations Archives at Geneva. Over the course of 9 sessions across 6 days, the IBC focused on 3 key questions. First, when would economic sanctions be deployed? Second, who would decide that sanctions should be imposed? Finally, how would League member states implement them? These questions were deeply political, and the committee treated them as such. 22 It became clear that the most sensible interpretation of Article 16 was at once narrow and open-ended. The narrowness was applied to the actions that would trigger them. Sanctions, the IBC agreed, should only be a response to aggression as defined in Article 10 of the Covenant, armed action against the territorial integrity or political independence of a member state. This definition excluded internal rebellions, coups, civil wars, and minority questions as conflicts that justified using sanctions. Only violating interstate peace between sovereigns would be a cause of sanctions use. At the same time, the sanctions measures themselves were defined as pliable by the IBC. League members, the committee held, were free to engage in acts of war in retaliation, but they could decide for themselves if this brought them into a state of war with the aggressor. 23 This distinction satisfied both Britain and France. It allowed Paris to institute economic sanctions as a peacetime policing measure. Simultaneously, London could use its considerable naval power as a deterrent without having to resurrect the wartime blockade apparatus. Individual government discretion over whether sanctions created a state of war also benefited the neutrals, which could impose light measures without forsaking their neutrality. The committee removed some anxiety by claiming that notwithstanding the whole debate over the meaning of pressure in war and peace, Article 16 was essentially economic in nature. 24 On the question of who decided on sanctions, it vested absolute power in the League Council. Besides these formal and procedural concerns, the deeper question that the IBC was broaching was how the economic weapon should be calibrated. If it was possible to resolve an international crisis without taking coercive measures, so much the better. But exactly how strong and quick should League sanctions be to have an optimal deterrent effect? As Finlay and his superiors at the Foreign Office were aware, optimal deterrence was not necessarily maximal deterrence. 25 If the sanctions were immediately devastating, they might be so strong that they could not be used lightly. Doubts might then arise about whether the economic weapon would actually be used at all. Conversely, if the sanctions were too measured, they might not work quickly enough or draw into question the Council's willingness to escalate further. The problems and dislocations caused by the wartime blockade had deeply marked the outlook of many neutral countries. On the insistence of the neutral delegates, the IBC stipulated that food embargoes should be used only as a last resort just short of war. This was not the only way in which public opinion shaped the economic weapon, however. The committee viewed publicity as key to the deterrent function of sanctions. That is, they would work only if the Council's sanctions decision was openly announced for all the world to hear. The IBC expected that on receiving news of impending sanctions, public opinion in the country which has been declared a covenant breaker will also be aroused, and that, in consequence, a new political orientation may be adopted, thus making a return to a normal situation possible. The result will be that the conflict will be brought to an end without it becoming necessary to put the sanctions in force. 26. This argument about the effect of sanctions on public opinion was a powerful rationale, aligning the operation of democracy with the cause of peace. Yet its core premise was that public opinion, if it could find coherent and timely expression within an aggressor state, was influenced primarily by economic factors. The prospect of material damage rather than moral stigma would induce publics to restrain their government's aggressive behavior. Identifying public opinion with the primacy of commercial motives was no doubt appealing to the bourgeois officials on the IBC. Still, their conviction that a population's fear of falling living standards could preserve peace was striking. Would the due commerce of economic exchange always trump the amour propre that encouraged nationalism and aggression? In light of the deep distrust and division left behind by the war, many commentators were skeptical. Even Norman Angell, the most famous early 20th century proponent of the softening commerce argument, concluded that same year, what we have seen in recent history is not a deliberate choice of ends with a consciousness of moral and material cost. We see a whole continent given over to an orgy of hate, retaliation, the indulgence of self-destructive passions. No indictment of human reason could be more severe. 27. Sanctions under the Versailles Treaty. While these discussions about Genevan sanctions were taking place, a different sort of sanction was being put into effect under the Versailles Treaty to pressure Germany into reparations payments. The Allied Reparations Commission was due to announce in May 1921 the total size of the indemnity to be paid. Up to that point, Berlin had a bad record of making payments both in money and in goods. On March 3, British Prime Minister Lloyd George held an address at St. James's Palace that circulated widely around Europe. Unless Germany accepted Allied payment proposals or matched them with a similarly good proposal of its own, he warned, the Allies would impose economic sanctions on Germany. The French government considered several sanctions. First, its occupation of the Rhineland could be extended beyond its currently envisioned end in 1934. Second, more German territory could be seized. Third, it could impose customs sanctions by levying duties on goods traffic on the Rhine and on assets like railways, mines, and forests. 29. A combination of the second and third options seemed the most appealing. French occupation authorities had identified the ports of Duisburg, Ruhrgebiet, and Düsseldorf as the key economic hubs through which most coal produced in the Ruhr region was exported abroad, some 20 million tons per year, a figure over two-thirds of annual French production. 30. If customs stations could be erected there to tax coal exports via riverboat at their source of loading, the burden would hit the wealthy German industrialists seen as responsible for the non-fulfillment of reparations. Moreover, the revenues from this export tax could be used to relieve French finances. In the early morning hours of March 8, French troops occupied Düsseldorf, Duisburg, and Ruhrgebiet. In the Reichstag, the German Chancellor, Konstantin Fahrenbach, of the Catholic Centre Party, announced that the Allied governments have decided upon and have already put into action the so-called sanctions. I will start by translating this word into the proper German. They are nothing but acts of violence. The praiseworthy concepts of law have nothing to do with these actions. Fahrenbach then delivered an appeal to the German people to face the sanctions with bravery, just as they had faced the wartime blockade. The German people need to prove the height of their resilience, the expansion of their patience, and their faithful endurance. It is uplifting for us to observe which spirit reigns in these threatened territories, the spirit of determination. 31 sanctions were criticized across the entire German political spectrum for different reasons, depending on the outlook of the parties concerned, for being a tool of League imperialism to crush class struggle, the Socialist USPD, as an attack on German workers and a blow for the understanding of peoples, the Social Democratic SPD, as an economic impediment to the need to re-establish commerce and economic growth, the centrist liberal DDP, as breaches of law, civility, and good standards of conduct among nations, the Centre Party, or as a cloaked attack on the national health of the German people, unjustly placed under economic quarantine in peacetime, the right nationalist DVNP. 32. Yet the uniform condemnation of sanctions by German politicians did not mean that all critics supported the government. The left was scathing about the class politics of Fahrenbach's appeal to the German people to tighten their belts. Such injunctions to steadfastness were deceptive so long as the upper and middle classes were unwilling to make their own sacrifices in facing down the sanctions. Former doctor and USPD deputy Julius Moses called the German elite a racketeerocracy, Skabarakratie, that used the sanctions to cover up its own failures. On reparations, the government was engaging in theater diplomacy as an excuse not to deliver the public services and living standards that the German people deserved. Right-wing politicians liked to decry how sanctions affected the health of the German people, but they refused to make the public expenditures needed to aid the weakest. 33. Germany appealed to Geneva to block the Rhine port occupations. The Allied sanctions, Berlin claimed, were violations of the international peace protected by the Covenant. Germany was not a member state, so it did not enjoy full representation in the organization. But under the Covenant's Article 17, even non-member states could benefit from interstate arbitration if they were prepared to temporarily assume the duties of membership. German Foreign Minister Walter Simons sent a note to Secretary General Drummond asking for an Article 17 conciliation procedure to obtain the immediate lifting of the measures of violence taken by the Allies. French officials were incensed that Germany, as a non-member, dared to ask for the Council to convene. 34 C2 wrote a note defending the French sanctions in which he argued that to occupy peacefully a territory, to assign to the payment of the debt of a debtor state the receipts of the customs rights of that state or certain sums due to the recalcitrant nation, are measures that have for long been practiced and consecrated by the custom of states. To force recalcitrant states to execute their obligations or their commitments. 35 While C2 was right that such measures had been used in preceding decades, this logic blithely extended gunboat diplomacy from the semi-colonial periphery to Europe itself. Such desires to Ottomanize Germany were by no means restricted to France, a long-standing rival of German power in Europe. Even small nations, which otherwise had a strong stake in the protection of formal equality among states, were tempted to accept imperial hierarchies in the use of economic pressure when they could secure benefits by doing so. Danish conservatives wanted to occupy the North German province of Schleswig, including the Kiel Canal, which connected the North Sea to the Baltic. Such a move, they argued, would find broad support in Scandinavian countries and allow Germany's creditors to control a major waterway, just as Britain and France operated the Suez Canal in Egypt. 36 Belgian Foreign Minister Henry Jasper proposed the blockade of Hamburg, Germany's main seaport, and the seizure of its maritime customs income as a form of collateral. 37 Talk about the impending seizure of Hamburg was so common in the spring of 1921 that the Czechoslovaks asked French Prime Minister Aristide Briand if he could at least administer the port with the commercial interests of their landlocked country in mind. 38 This enthusiasm for unequal punishment implied a remarkable reversal. In 1902 to 1903 Germany had joined the Pacific blockade of Venezuela. Less than 2 decades later, it was in danger of becoming the target of the same unequal procedure. 39 In an effort to render the German government more cooperative, the Allies decided in August 1921 to end the Ruhr port occupations and customs posts. However, this relief was conditional on Berlin's official acceptance of the legality of previous measures. Nothing that had been done in terms of territorial occupation could be held against them, whether inside or outside the League, now or in the future. This set a precedent for future measures of isolation, taxation, the seizure of assets, and military occupation as legal peacetime economic sanctions. But the tension caused by these moves dissipated somewhat as the League engaged in a successful use of sanctions that seemed to warrant the internationalists' belief in deterrence. Saving Albania. As the Second League Assembly opened in September 1921, a political crisis was brewing over the independence of Albania. The small country had been created by the European great powers in the wake of the Balkan Wars of 1912 to 1913. To rule its mixed population of Sunni Muslims, Roman Catholics, and Orthodox Christians, the great powers picked a German prince, Wilhelm of Wied. Crowned in March 1914 as Prince Vdi of Albania, he left the country just 7 months later to fight on the Eastern Front. 40 Albania disintegrated along sectarian lines and narrowly escaped partition at the hands of Italy, Greece, and Yugoslavia during the peace conference through a last-minute intervention by Woodrow Wilson. 41 Northern Albania near the border with Yugoslavia, 1921. From Rose Wilder Lane, Peaks of Shala, New York and London, Harper and Brothers, 1923. University of Virginia. Albanian independence was threatened not only by internal instability, but also by the expansionist ambitions of the Serb-dominated Kingdom of Yugoslavia to its north. Part of the reason for this was that fixing the northern border between the countries, a process begun in 1913, was not complete when the World War erupted, and the task remained unfinished. 42 Serb forces used this uncertainty to exploit local divisions among northern Albanian clans, bringing a large chunk of the country under their control. Reports of Serbian brutality in northern Albania grew in 1920, even as the country was admitted to the League in December. An arbitrationist friend of Bourgeois wrote to him that the extermination of the Albanian race will not be anything but a great crime committed after many others since the war, but this crime will have been committed with the complicity of the great powers. History will not pardon it. 43 The conflict escalated in July 1921, when a Catholic chieftain called Marcajoni declared an autonomous Republic of Merdita in the country's north. Entering Albania with a band of 1,200 fighters and Russian and Serbian mercenaries, funded and equipped by the Yugoslav government, Joni claimed to defend the freedom of Christians against the Turkish agents, Bolsheviks, and Kemalists he alleged controlled the central government in Tirana. 44 By September a simultaneous Yugoslav ground offensive conducted with great vehemence using perfected means of warfare had destroyed 157 villages and endangered Albania's survival as a state. 45 With the international press terrified about the prospect of another Balkan war, the Assembly heard representatives from both sides. 46 Britain backed the government of Albanian Prime Minister Pandeli Evangeli and confirmed its commitment to his country's independence. On November 8, Lloyd George sent a telegram to Drummond in which he declared that the Yugoslav invasion threatened peace. If the government of Prime Minister Nikola Pasic refused Geneva's mediation, he would propose economic sanctions. 47 Whitehall thus raised the prospect of an Article 16 sanctions regime against Yugoslavia. 48 Lloyd George also brought forward the next council meeting by 2 days to increase the pressure on Belgrade. Before the House of Commons, he said that if the raids and slaughter did not stop at once, the Yugoslavs would face a Royal Navy blockade of the Adriatic and the severance of diplomatic relations. 49 As Yugoslav troops advanced, the British threat was reported across Europe and the United States. 50 At the council meeting of November 17, open to the public and attended by reporters, British Ambassador Herbert Fisher consciously formally delivered Lloyd George's threat of economic sanctions. 51 These overt announcements bought the time necessary to let diplomacy do its work. A League Commission of Inquiry with experts from Finland, Luxembourg, and Norway fixed the northern border by mid-November, which allowed the hostilities to die down. 52 As long as the border remained unclear, it was technically difficult to claim that Yugoslav conduct was an act of aggression against Albanian territorial integrity. To avoid this legal awkwardness, Leon Bourgeois, who followed the crisis closely from Paris, privately concluded that it would be better if Article 16 would not actually have to be applied. 53 But his worries were unnecessary. Before the end of the month, the Yugoslav government had backed down and withdrawn its troops behind the new border. The Yugoslav-Albanian crisis of 1921 showcased how League intervention in an escalating conflict could preserve peace. The episode buttressed Albania's contested statehood. A country whose invasion could not go unpunished was indeed a genuine sovereign state. 54 More important, it vindicated internationalist hopes that the economic weapon had a genuine and powerful effect. The threat of an economic cut-off had worked to de-escalate the situation. As the League's Deputy Secretary-General Frank Paul Walters later wrote, there can be little doubt that Albania owed her survival as an independent state to the action of the League, and to the threat of sanctions so unexpectedly sounded forth from London. This last was, indeed, of doubtful legality, but it was completely effective. 55 The Economist, whose editor, Walter Layton, was closely tied to the Genevan internationalist milieu in the interwar years, claimed that the episode was the first illustration of the use of the League's special weapon, the economic blockade. 56 Despite its large army, Pasic's government had been amenable in a more than proportionate degree to economic sanctions. The mere threat of reference to the League set the dinar falling on the London market, and this is what induced the Yugoslav government to give way so promptly. 57 This economic analysis was true in that Yugoslavia realized it could not afford another war. But the threat of blockade left a bitter aftertaste in Belgrade. The Yugoslav delegate to the council, Boskovic, said that the threat of using against the Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes Article 16 of the pact was particularly painful for the amour propre of his country. 58 The economic weapon acted on the national political imagination as much as on a rational assessment of economic interest. It would work against a small Balkan state unable to fight the great powers. But could the same be said about a medium-sized, second-tier power? Would an aggressive dictator bow to a sanctions threat? This problem would arise sooner than the deterrence theorists anticipated. The Ruhr and Corfu. If the Allies' wartime blockade had been an economic operation with a military purpose, the Ruhr occupation of 1923 was the inverse, a military operation with an economic purpose. 59 As an ultimate means of securing reparations, it had been considered for years beforehand. Lloyd George, in a moment of frustration, had suggested it in 1920.60. Cedus, far from a rigid anti-German hardliner, told his colleagues that the real sanction, the one that we have been thinking about since the month of January 1920, is the occupation of the Ruhr. 61 At a Paris meeting in August 1921, Prime Minister Briand had made it clear to Lloyd George and Italian Prime Minister Ivano Bonomi that the last-minute German acceptance of the ultimatum had been the only thing that had prevented him from ordering the seizure. 62 By April 1922 the British consulate in Cologne was picking up fears among the Rhenish population of an impending French invasion. 63 Such drastic action would certainly cause major tensions with Britain and the United States. But on the Allied Reparations Commission, France could count on the support of Belgium and Italy, two allies equally eager to obtain more resources for post-war reconstruction. The French Foreign Ministry had first considered economic sanctions as enforcement measures in the spring of 1921. Its interministerial subcommittee had considered and rejected territorial seizure as a form of economic sanction. Pacific occupations, it noted, have never been effective except regarding countries unable to defend themselves. Such measures could not as a result be adopted in the majority of cases. 64 Moreover, occupying other countries' cities and lands was not legally defensible because Article 10 of the Covenant protected the territorial integrity of all League member states. However, there were two reasons for seeing Germany as an exception. The first was the fact that the Reich was not a member state and had been demilitarized, it was not officially protected by the Covenant and did not have a large enough army to defend itself. The second was the fact that, as Cedus had already pointed out, the Versailles Treaty explicitly allowed for reprisals in case of German non-payment. The relevant section of the treaty, paragraph 18 of Annex 2 of Part 8, concerning reparations, allowed the Allies to take economic and financial prohibitions and reprisals, and in general such other measures as the respective governments may determine to be necessary in the circumstances. It was on paragraph 18 that the legal case for the occupation as an economic sanction was built. 65. Briand's cabinet had ordered the preparation of plans for a Ruhr invasion to gain control of lucrative economic assets, chiefly coal mines and steel factories, but also dyes tough plants, state forests, and customs posts on the Rhine. 66 The French army under Marshal Foch had finalized these plans as early as May 1921. 67 18 months later, Briand's successor, Raymond Poincaré, made one last attempt to obtain British support for implementing economic sanctions. 68 Whitehall rejected this proposal. Still, the Ruhr occupation was no unilateral undertaking. When Germany failed to make scheduled deliveries of coal and timber, France obtained a 3-1 vote in its favor on the Allied Reparations Commission before it initiated the occupation as a sanction. A 60,000-strong force of Belgian and French troops began crossing into the Ruhr on 11 January 1923. 69 Soon the French military authorities were engaged in a tug-of-war with the government in Berlin over coal deliveries from German industrialists. The working class did not turn out to support the French against Ruhr capitalists. Instead, the occupation boosted German nationalism, uniting a broader swathe of the population than before behind calls to protect the fatherland. 70. Most British commentators understood the Ruhr occupation as a demonstration of force intended to signal French resolve. Only a few perceptive analysts in the Foreign Office and Treasury recognized that it in fact had an ulterior economic aim. Occupying the Ruhr was first and foremost a way to obtain payment in kind from a recalcitrant Germany by extracting large amounts of coal, steel, goods, and customs revenue from the region. In the summer of 1922, Poincaré told French lawmakers that since military sanctions did not bring in any money, the challenge was finding the best sanctions, that is, the most monetarily rewarding ones. 71 Payment, not punishment, was the main objective. A second aim of the occupation was to raise the costs of non-compliance for Germany. Berlin should stop sabotaging the reparations payments through inflation and evasion. As the British counselor at the embassy in Berlin explained to Foreign Secretary George Curzon, the real question before us is not a moral one, but merely whether the occupation will hit them so hard as to make them willing to agree to anything rather than suffer it to continue. 72. The French saw their operation as the multilateral enforcement of a right to payment in peacetime. 73 The occupation was the result of taking a certain kind of economic rationality to its logical extreme. Once the coercive extraction of resources, revenues, and profits entered the realm of the possible, there was always a temptation to double down. If Germany did not comply, this simply meant the pressure of occupation was not yet strong enough to change its behavior. As resistance to occupation grew, this mindset began to appear dangerous. Even the liberal economists suggested that the hedonistic calculus is not the whole of human nature. If Germany were entirely cool-blooded and cool-headed, she might lie down under this treatment for fear of worse. But all the news that comes from Germany points to a closing of the ranks, and a rapidly rising temper, and history shows that whenever a community is driven beyond a certain extremity it fights without counting the cost. 74 This admission that there were limits to what economic coercion could achieve was formulated in opposition to French policy. Yet the British government's expectations about how the economic weapon had restrained Yugoslavia and would deter other would-be aggressors were based on much the same idea. The European tensions caused by the Ruhr occupation were further increased by another act of occupation with imperial characteristics in the Mediterranean. In August 1923, the Italian general Enrico Tellini, head of the Commission for the Demarcation of Albania's southern border, was killed by bandits in the Epirus region of northwestern Greece. Mussolini demanded an apology from Athens, as well as the payment of damages, burial with full military honors, and a thorough investigation of the murder by the Greek government. When the Greeks agreed to some but not all these conditions, Il Duce took matters into his own hands. In a brazen display of aggression, Mussolini sent an Italian naval squadron to Greek waters. On August 31 these ships bombarded Corfu, killing 20 civilians and wounding dozens, and landed a 5,000-strong army regiment on the Ionian island. 75. Mussolini's punitive expedition coincided with the Fourth League Assembly in Geneva. But Italy's ambassador on the council, Antonio Salandra, refused to discuss the issue. As a result, the Italo-Greek conflict was referred to the Conference of Ambassadors, a smaller diplomatic forum consisting of Britain, France, Italy, and Japan, with the United States in an observer role that had emerged from the Inter-Allied Supreme War Council. France, seeking to avoid international scrutiny of its own Ruhr occupation, supported this move to take the dispute out of the public limelight of the League. The British government was particularly dismayed at the Italian escalation. Whitehall immediately started to investigate the application of sanctions under Article 16, as it had done during the Yugoslav-Albanian War 2 years earlier. There was a strong desire on the part of the cabinet and the public to proceed with at least some sanctions. The Times wrote that nations which have valuable commercial interests abroad, and which depend for many necessaries upon foreign commerce and upon foreign finance, will assuredly think twice and think coolly, before they expose themselves to the risk of incurring penalties so severe. 76 Cecil advocated a full blockade of Italy, prompting the Daily Mail to call him a warmonger. 77 Yet the institutions in charge of administering sanctions were more hesitant. The Treasury argued that the only way of blocking Italian access to international financial markets and commerce would be to reintroduce the system of control and surveillance instituted during the wartime blockade. It was expected that this would be possible only if popular opinion firmly supported harsh action against Italy. 78 The Admiralty reminded the cabinet that an actual blockade would be impossible without first neutralizing the Italian fleet, an offensive operation that would entail open war. 79 Yet the real problem lay in comprehensiveness. Without American participation in an embargo, the Italians would be able to continue to access world markets. 80 Some of the U.S. press was fiercely condemnatory, but on the whole there was little appetite for intervention against Mussolini. 81. Mussolini was gambling on the fact that by not declaring war on Greece, he could get away with the occupation of Corfu. Franco-Belgian policy in the Ruhr lent some support to military occupation as a coercive measure. Mussolini had no treaty rights to invoke but only the past practice under international law that nations could resort to so-called reprisals in case of injury. Italy, he emphasized, did not want to initiate a war. Nonetheless, to the Italians the British press discussions about an Article 16 sanctions procedure were worrying. Salandra picked up rumors in Geneva that an anti-Italian bloc was forming in the Assembly, led by the Norwegian internationalist Fridtjof Nansen. 82 The Italian Navy began to consider what a war against Greece and Yugoslavia supported by Great Britain would require. 83 Fortunately, the Conference of Ambassadors managed to bring the Corfu crisis to a negotiated end without economic sanctions or naval action. Greece apologized and acceded to most Italian demands, including the payment of 50 million lire in damages, and Mussolini could claim a victory for Italian honor. But the incident showed that even a dominant maritime power like Britain could not muster the policy coordination to effectively implement economic sanctions wholly by itself. Without the United States in the League, British sanctions risked forcing the empire to block the foreign trade of the world's largest economy. What had been possible against Yugoslavia in 1921, defusing a crisis through a sanctions threat, proved too difficult and risky against Italy in 1923. Franco-British discord over the Ruhr occupation had ensured that no sanctions warning was ever issued, which was probably for the better. Helena Swanwick of the UDC felt that the threat of sanctions in relation to the Corfu incident would have made worse an already bad situation. 84 As Peter Yearwood has argued, the episode demonstrated that the sanctions articles of the Covenant were ineffective, at least when agreement between France and Great Britain was lacking. 85 British strategic analysts concluded in the wake of the Corfu incident that effective peacetime blockades would be much more difficult to achieve because neither American nor Soviet participation was likely, and the blockaders would face far larger civilian merchant marines. 86 The efficacy of the wartime economic weapon had hinged on a favorable geopolitical alignment that could no longer be taken for granted in the 1920s. Italy was the key swing vote in the Allied Reparations Commission, which had authorized the sanction of the Ruhr occupation under the Versailles Treaty. In return, Mussolini expected France to defend his right to occupy Corfu as a reprisal against Greece. There was more to this than fascist rhodomontade. Italian officials saw their country as belonging to an inner circle of imperial great powers. This was not without reason. Italy was one of 4 permanent council members, contributed expert personnel to the League's various organs, and possessed an African colonial empire in Libya, Eritrea, and Somaliland. 87 It had also acquired control over the Greek-inhabited Dodecanese Islands through the Treaty of Lausanne in 1923 and ruled this archipelago through a governor in a colonial fashion. 88 Given this deeply imperial relation to lands inhabited by Greeks, it is not difficult to see why Italians felt entitled to shell and seize Corfu in a display of gunboat diplomacy. Italian elite and public opinion saw the bombardment and occupation of a Greek island as a perfectly proportional response to the injury the country had suffered. The Italians were exploiting the narrow definition of war in the Covenant to avoid triggering Article 16.89. Mussolini also listed past reprisals by Britain and France against Cinque Formosa, 1885, and Siam, 1893, as well as the international blockades of Crete, 1897, Venezuela, 1902–1903, and Montenegro, 1913, as examples of international enforcement that justified his actions. 90 Indeed, as the British jurist Frederick Pollock observed during the Corfu crisis, if Signor Mussolini cared for technical precedents, then Britain's own past practice would be more than enough for him. 91 An American lawyer similarly pointed out the inconsistency in the British position on the Ruhr, where Whitehall opposed sanctions for treaty enforcement even though England has invoked them many times. 92 Corfu and the Ruhr were both episodes that brought the unpleasant imperial past of economic coercion back into an organization that claimed to have put the savage world of power politics behind it. Building the economic weapon of sanctions involved preparation by bureaucrats, economists, military officers, and jurists, identifying targets for economic pressure and then outlining the policy levers to be deployed. Yet an additional effort was needed to make sure that the object to be pressured by sanctions, a country, a population, a social class, a region, or a movement, possessed the right characteristics to obtain the desired effect. The use of sanctions under the Versailles Treaty in 1921 to 1923 confronted the same problem in practice that the IBC faced in theory. How could people be made responsive to sanctions? Not all peoples and societies were inherently materialistic in ways that made them amenable to economic sanctions. The construction of sanctions was therefore not just an effort to devise an effective instrument, but also a project to fashion a responsive object. Would populations change their collective behavior due to shocks to their material conditions? When they refused to bend to external pressure, this led sanctionists to expressions of frustration and pleas to continue experimenting. During the reparations saga, for example, the Daily Telegraph concluded that the psychology of the Germans is so curious that sanctions which might be decisive with a more self-respecting people seem to have small effect upon them. The humiliation of seeing their towns and provinces occupied by foreign soldiers leaves them unmoved. It remains for the Allied government to devise an appeal to the material interests of this remarkable people which cannot be disregarded, and then to leave Marshal Foch and his gendarmerie to carry it into effect. 93 Making the economic weapon a measure that could shape state behavior, enforce norms, and guarantee security depended on this labor of construction, devising an appeal to the material interests of remarkable peoples, whether they were Soviets or Hungarians or Yugoslavs or Germans or Italians. But after 5 years of use, sanctions seemed as likely to spur nationalism as they were to increase international solidarity. In the grand Pavlovian experiment of building sanctions, calibrating pressure correctly to obtain the desired effect proved very difficult. Uncertainty lay not only in the response of a country targeted by sanctions. The economic weapon also allowed its users to maximally exploit the gray zone around the boundary of war and peace. Indeed, different interpretations about where sanctions fell on the spectrum of force actively weakened this boundary in the 1920s. The adjudication of this question at the Paris Peace Conference and by the IBC in favor of optional belligerence had enormous political consequences. For the remainder of the interwar period, Britain and France, the two military powers most responsible for implementation, were free to decide whether they saw sanctions as wartime or peacetime measures. The French concluded from the Corfu crisis that coercive measures were permitted if they were not intended as acts of war. 94 The British came away from the same crisis with the exact opposite impression: a full blockade would require institutions and laws that were available only by assuming wartime powers. That such different views about how to use sanctions persisted in the two most powerful democracies in Europe made it more difficult for the League as a whole to achieve its goal of preserving peace. Chapter 5. Genevan World Police, 1924 to 1927. In an interdependent world economy, sanctions could provide security only if almost all states participated in them as part of a global system. In the League's early years, two congenital defects had prevented it from developing such quasi-universal reach. The first was the U.S. abandonment of the organization, placing the world's largest economy outside the circle of Article 16 upholders. The second issue was the European tension caused by the struggle over reparations from Germany. By 1924, however, international affairs entered calmer waters. A new blueprint for the stabilization of the German economy, the Dawes Plan, used American finance to lower the temperature of European politics. Eventually, Britain, France, and Italy even agreed to let Germany into the League by 1926. The middle years of the 1920s thus raised hopes that Geneva would become the headquarters of a global sanctionist security order. but diplomats and internationalists from European and American countries disagreed about how tightly knit the resulting system had to be and about which countries would be on the hook to enforce it. Point 1. The first major initiative of this period, the so-called Geneva Protocol, tried to strengthen the covenant by linking economic sanctions to judicial arbitration and the regulation of armaments. Point 2. Its most enthusiastic proponents envisioned a transatlantic security order in which the manpower of the French army, the cruisers of the Royal Navy, and the dollar loans of Wall Street would provide interlocking security instruments. Such visions went too far for the British Conservative cabinet and the US Republican administration, and the protocol failed. Britain and France were left free to develop their own approaches to the economic weapon. French governments continued to advocate automatic sanctions procedures. Failing that, they wanted a stronger mechanism to provide assistance to the victims of aggression. Planners at the Advisory Committee on Trading and Blockade in Time of War, ATB, an important British planning organ, went in the other direction. Toning down the severity of blockade techniques, they moved them out of the realm of wartime measures and into a new policy category that they called economic pressure. That the mere threat of sanctions could work to secure peace was shown once again in October 1925, when the League used such a warning to defuse a short border war between Greece and Bulgaria. British and French officials also considered using economic blockades against Turkey, China, and the Soviet Union to speed up treaty negotiations, quash nationalist uprisings, and retaliate in diplomatic quarrels. These plans showed that it was easier to use material pressure unilaterally to enforce hierarchical order against smaller Eurasian states than to bring it to bear multilaterally in disputes involving other great powers. In this regard, the sanctionists faced a problem in the form of Germany, a neutralist state with revisionist objectives. When it was admitted to the League as a new permanent council member in 1926, Germany was exempted from joining in sanctions procedures against other states. Even as it grew larger, the League thus suffered from a growing gap between official commitment and effective policy, as the gulf separating the virtual threat of sanctions from the real application of economic pressure widened. The Geneva Protocol. The origins of the Geneva Protocol lay in growing dissatisfaction with the IBC compromises on sanctions struck in 1921. The committee's resolutions had made sanctions optional, their pacific or belligerent nature discretionary, and their application gradual. This made them less onerous to impose for member states. Yet the flexible nature of the IBC resolutions was difficult to reconcile with the actual language of the Covenant, which was much more forceful and uncompromising about the use of the economic weapon. An opportunity to expand the League's security function emerged in early 1924, when Britain and France both embraced a more progressive domestic political course. In January, the Scottish trade unionist Ramsay MacDonald became the first Labour Party Prime Minister in British history. Shortly afterwards, Socialist Édouard Herriot became Prime Minister in France. He supported the League wholeheartedly and promoted the internationalization of security. 3. More encouraging still for the prospects of renewed internationalism was the arrival in Europe that summer of a group of American League enthusiasts, including James Shotwell from the Carnegie Endowment, General Tasker Bliss, and Wilson's former legal advisor, David Hunter Miller, who together worked out an American plan for at its heart lay a novel approach to combating aggression. Rather than circumscribe the term's meaning with a specific definition, Shotwell and his colleagues proposed that aggression should simply be any act that a majority of the Council agreed to designate as such. The task of synthesizing MacDonald's and Herriot's ideas about arbitration with Shotwell's plan into what became known as the Geneva Protocol fell to two Europeans, the Czech Foreign Minister Edvard Benes and the Greek jurist diplomat Nikolaos Politis. Benes hammered out a 21-article protocol, with an automatic sanctions procedure in Article 11. The protocol incorporated all the Article 16 sanctions of the Covenant: economic, financial, transport, communications, and travel bans, but for the first time specified what the assistance promised in paragraph 3 meant. Signatories would aid the attacked state by the provision of raw materials and supplies of every kind, openings of credit, transport, and transit. In addition, Article 12 of the Geneva Protocol envisioned that the League's Economic and Financial Organization, EFO, should help to study and prepare Genevan sanctions. Although hitherto the EFO had been a technical organ that produced economic analysis, advised national governments, and supervised post-war reconstruction finance, Benes and Politis proposed that it should make plans of action for the application of the economic and financial sanctions against an aggressor state. 5. Within the EFO, there was interest in playing a more active role in the implementation of sanctions. Upon taking charge of the organization in 1919, its head, the former Inter-Allied Shipping Administrator Arthur Salter, had already pointed out that the economic weapon depended on accurate information. At the time he had proposed that a special blockade intelligence council was needed to identify the weaknesses of individual states and monitor the effects of sanctions. 61 of Salter's staffers, the Scottish statistician Alexander Loveday, continued the search for information concerning the commercial interdependence of different countries. Loveday saw sanctions intelligence as crucial not only to estimate the effects on the targeted county, but also to ascertain the probable weak spots in the blockade barrier. He took an early interest in financial blockade. In the interlinked world economy of the 1920s, he was convinced that the duration of sanctions would be decided by the dependence of the blockaded state on foreign banking credits, and that a blockade intelligence council therefore must rely upon information collected at the moment from the great money centers of the world. 7. As one historian has put it, the Geneva Protocol united a battery of collective sanctions behind a tripwire that was provided by the American definition of aggression. 8. This change was significant because it entailed a strong security commitment from Britain, the empire most concerned with preserving its discretionary power over the economic weapon. British naval power was making headlines at that very moment. In the highly publicized Empire cruise of 1923 to 1924, 8 Royal Navy battle cruisers and light cruisers circumnavigated the globe over the course of 10 months. 9. If the protocol could put this force at the League's disposal to enforce sanctions, it would be a tremendous victory for internationalism. Whatever doubts the British Admiralty harbored about the Geneva Protocol were due primarily to strategic goals. In the 1920s, the Royal Navy was confident it could win a war against any naval power except the United States. Assuming the role of League police force would weigh it down with more obligations than its competitors. The Admiralty thought that the protocol meant the assumption of such great responsibilities that would involve the gravest risks to the fleet on which the safety of the empire depends. 10. Trade protection and securing the British Empire's maritime lines of communication had to remain chief priorities. 11. The Admiralty faced a serious dilemma. It could preserve parity with the growing U.S. Navy at the cost of abandoning internationalism, or it could become Geneva's blockader-in-chief but lose its strategic autonomy. This military tension between the Navy's long-term strategy and Britain's internationalist commitments remained present throughout the interwar years. In October 1924, Ramsay MacDonald lost power to the Conservatives under Stanley Baldwin, who would remain in power for the next 5 years. The Tories were much less predisposed than Labourites to make concessions that ran counter to Britain's imperial interests. Less than a month after the Geneva Protocol had been drafted, serious political resistance to it emerged in London. One ranking Foreign Office diplomat complained that the original Article 16 had tricked Britain into overcommitting. The covenant had been rushed through without enough discussion, like Minerva sprung completely equipped from the head of Jupiter, and now the protocol would do the same. 12. As the main internationalist in the British cabinet, Cecil vehemently disagreed. He noted that the economic sanctions of Article 16 were regarded by all the continental nations as their sheet anchor, and that for the Foreign Office to play fast and loose with our obligations under the covenant would be really disastrous. 13. Cecil tried to convince the skeptics that the Geneva Protocol was a logical response to fill the security vacuum created by the Anglo-American veto against a League army in 1919.14. Aristide Briand, now France's foreign minister, also lobbied the British establishment. Both countries had a strong interest, he argued, in seeing two elements linked, the French army and the British navy, a duumvirate that together could respond to conflicts that might arise in all regions of the globe. 15 However, the French government felt that economic power behind the League would have even more heft in the form of mutual assistance than in the form of sanctions. 16 Emphasizing the positive economic weapon of supply had several advantages. It avoided the disputes with Washington that negative sanctions would inevitably cause. At the same time, it roused the commercial instincts of U.S. export firms and banks, and channeled them toward beleaguered states. Finally, mutual aid appeared more attractive than risking national armed forces in an intervention. This was the conclusion that Elliot Felkin, Salter's secretary in the EFO, reached after consulting John Maynard Keynes. Felkin came away from talking to Keynes convinced that a financial assistance mechanism could hold strong appeal to the British elite. An obligation of this kind might involve Great Britain in the liability of guaranteeing 20 or 30 million pounds, he thought. It would be much more inclined to run the risk of losing a sum like this in the interests of general security and welfare than to assume an obligation to send the Navy, under whatever method of Pacific or quasi-Pacific blockade, to places where there would be a definite risk of being embroiled in war. 17. But the Committee of Imperial Defense, CID, Britain's highest strategic decision-making body, was far more skeptical of the protocol than both the French and the EFO. It recommended to Baldwin's cabinet that the entire initiative should be abandoned. Britain should not, under any circumstances, be forced to intercept the foreign trade of the United States. The CID took the view that any position of being bound on behalf of the League to interrupt financial, commercial, and personal relations between citizens of the United States and those of some other country ought not to be prolonged. 18 Such a confrontation risked grave diplomatic damage. 19 Moreover, the British strategists feared that the protocol would turn the EFO into the economic and financial section of a general staff, a possibility that would tie Britain's hands in strategic terms, and was thus unacceptable. 20 France and the other continental European states supporting the protocol saw the British approach as unbalanced, inconsistent, and unreliable. To the French military, the English tendencies can be summarized in the following formula: a bit of blockade, the least possible economic assistance, no military assistance at all, and a lot of disarmament. 21 Benesse and Polides went further, arguing that the only thing that would deter an aggressor was the prospect of facing war with the entire League. 5 years after Wilson and Miller had removed the concept of ipso facto war from the Covenant, the question of automatic war against aggression was back on the table. On the point of automaticity, Shotwell's American plan was less helpful than his European backers realized. By using economic sanctions to discriminate against aggressors, it departed from traditional U.S. neutrality. 22 But to make them palatable to the political elite in Washington, Shotwell made sanctions optional, or permissive, as he labeled them. Turning the French argument for automatic sanctions on its head, he argued it was precisely the threat of uncertainty as to what the other states might do that functioned as an effective agency for keeping an aggressive state from proceeding to the overt act of war. 23 David Hunter Miller also defended permissive sanctions as more efficacious because of their uncertain gravity. 24 Shotwell's and Miller's sanctions were thus based on a deterrence theory quite different from that envisioned by internationalists in Britain, France, and Geneva. They saw ambiguous sanctions rather than crystal-clear sanctions as the more powerful deterrent, since a would-be aggressor could not prepare against an unpredictable countermeasure in advance. 25. The question of deterrence also provoked disagreement between the League and feminist organizations. When it became clear that the sanctions of the Protocol's Article 11 would include food shipments, the Wilp's Emily Balch wrote to the EFO. Balch said that she dreaded seeing hunger blockades admitted as one of the possible new weapons of international control. She trusted that experts could devise a form of financial pressure that would work through the wallet, not the stomach. Such a policy would in her view have a stronger moral basis. But Balch went beyond common ethical arguments against food blockades. She also argued that sanctions against civilians were ineffective. They simply failed to change the behavior of bellicose governments. It is not the hunger of women, children, and the poorest and weakest that troubles the war-making elements, Balch wrote. The well-to-do, the powerful, and the army will always have food enough even under a blockade famine. 26. Balch's objections bothered League officials, especially Elliot Felkin. He was opposed to any qualification of the League's right to stop food shipments as an economic sanction. The IBC resolution declaring food blockades a last resort had been a mistake, Felkin thought. It was superficially more humane, yet in the end it is more humane to stop all imports. The logic of blockade as a war prevention measure was total. Felkin believed that it is the starvation of the general population and in particular of the poorest people which is likely to cause such trouble in the aggressor country that it must give way. Promoting a popular uprising, whether through public opinion or in the form of bread riots, was the very point of sanctions. Balch's argument that the powerful would manage to insulate themselves from starvation could be turned around, if food going into a blockaded country would benefit the rich and powerful anyway, then a full food blockade made more sense than a special exemption for civilians. Felkin ended by insisting on the necessity of mercilessness if sanctions were to preserve peace through deterrence. I think personally that we should make sanctions as automatic and as terrible to the entire government, fighting forces, and civil population of the aggressor state as we can without resorting to arms or landing ourselves in such trouble with neutrals as to entail the breaking up of our system of sanctions owing to their opposition, and I think that the more successful we are in making life in the aggressor state intolerable to the ordinary man and woman, the more likely are we in a modern democratic state to break down the resistance of the recalcitrant state or indeed prevent a potential aggressor from becoming recalcitrant. 27. Balch's critique did not change League policy. But it did produce a crystalline statement of the logic behind the internationalist belief that only total sanctions were a viable deterrent. While British and French sanctionists encountered humanitarian objections from their own civil societies, American opponents of the Geneva Protocol advanced racial and geopolitical reasons. The protocol contained a clause that allowed the Permanent Court of International Justice, PCIJ, created by the League in 1920, to adjudicate domestic questions, an amendment that had been introduced by Japan. Since Congress had just passed the infamous Immigration Act of 1924, also known as the Asian Exclusion Act, this led many to fear that the United States would be dragged before an international tribunal for its racist immigration laws. 28. The Domestic Questions Clause seized the U.S. public imagination. As Arthur Sweetser, the highest-ranking American in Geneva, observed, American judgment of the protocol is almost exactly the reverse of the truth. 75% of American attention has been directed to the domestic question as regards Japan, migration, etc., 20% to the question of sanctions, which are decidedly contrary to America's traditional policy, and about 5% to the question of compulsory arbitration and peaceful settlement of disputes. 29. By extending police power to member states on every continent, the protocol also threatened the Monroe Doctrine, Washington's historic claim to preponderance in the Western Hemisphere. The possibility of European cruisers enforcing League sanctions in Latin America was abhorrent to Secretary of State Charles Evans Hughes. 30. His suspicion only grew upon hearing Bennes's explanation of what the protocol's arbitration and sanctions obligations would mean for U.S. interventions in the region. Asked if actions such as the Pacific blockades, occupations, and raids against Mexico in 1914 to 1916 would be allowed, Bennes plainly replied that Mexico, as a member state, had the right to appeal to Geneva. If aggression had occurred, then the Council could impose economic sanctions against the United States. 31. Unsurprisingly, the Coolidge administration steadfastly refused to endorse the protocol. Between October 1924 and September 1925, the protocol was signed by 19 states. 32. The remaining 35 League member states did not sign. In March 1925, a council meeting exposed the deep fissures among the great powers. Bryant made an impassioned plea for accepting the protocol, but Foreign Secretary Austen Chamberlain elaborated Britain's insuperable objections. Italy joined the skepticism, while Japan postponed a verdict. The Geneva Protocol was never ratified. Despite the best efforts of the League staff, France, and a coalition of European countries, by mid-1925 economic sanctions were still as qualified and optional as they had been in 1921. Germany and League sanctions. As we have seen, sanctions were an integral part of the reparations system under the Versailles Treaty. One formal step to Germany's reintegration into the European order as a formal equal was thus the removal of this unequal structure of enforcement. When it agreed to the Dawes Plan in August 1924, Germany accepted Allied oversight, in return for American capital and protection against grave sanctions like the Ruhr occupation. 33 Sanctions would be possible only in response to a flagrant breach, manquement flagrant, of the Versailles Treaty, an event defined so strictly that Berlin was unlikely to suffer them. 34 The Dawes Plan also opened the way for Germany to eventually become a member of the League. 35 From September 1924, getting a seat at the table in Geneva became a consistent aim of German foreign policy. 36 German desires to join the victors of the World War in their internationalist organization were not unconditional, however. 37 The nationalist liberal Gustav Stresemann, briefly Chancellor in 1923 and thereafter Foreign Minister until his death in 1929, was committed to restoring Germany's old political and economic power on the European continent. Yet Stresemann's softer brand of revisionism did not risk open confrontation, he preferred to work through international organizations rather than against them. 38 With regard to economic sanctions, Germany tried to carve out a distinct space for itself in the League. As a prospective permanent council member, it had the ability to decide when Article 16 sanctions would be used. But the crucial condition of entry set by Berlin was that it would not be required to participate in those sanctions. As long as the Versailles Treaty limited German armed forces, joining in an embargo without possessing an army was too dangerous for a country located in the heart of Europe. To understand the reasons for this ambivalence entering the League but not its collective security mechanism, it is also important to grasp how Germans understood the functioning of sanctions within the organization. 39 Many in the Weimar German elite saw the League of Nations essentially as a political federation, Bund. The immediate precursors to the modern German state had taken this form, both the German Federation, 1815–1866, created by the Vienna Congress, and the short-lived North German Federation, 1866–1870. As a loosely aligned group of states that had outlawed war among each other, the League also bore a strong functional similarity to the Holy Roman Empire, the Christian constitutional superfederation that had existed in Central Europe for a millennium from Charlemagne to Napoleon. 40 In fact, there was no country in the world whose domestic constitutional history so closely resembled that of the League, especially its sanctions procedures, as Germany itself. Just as the Covenant condemned aggression and prescribed conflict resolution by the Council, so under the imperial constitution the Holy Roman Emperor had been charged with preserving the so-called perpetual peace of the land, Wiger Landfrieden. Any state or ruler in the empire that broke this peace by going to war with another state could be subjected to a disciplinary procedure known as imperial execution, Reichsexekution, in which an intervention force was assembled from contributions by other states within the empire. 41 This tradition of imperial intervention had a profound influence on German thinking about Article 16. In the interwar period, the League's sanctions procedures were invariably referred to in German as a League execution, Bundesexekution. 42 Stresemann had personal experience with the Weimar Republic's federal intervention procedure. His crackdown against Saxony's leftist state government in October 1923 cost him the chancellorship. 43 Ironically, joining the League would submit Germany to a superior power that could threaten his country with similar coercive powers. Even though the Dawes Plan enabled an escape from the clutches of Versailles Treaty sanctions, Germany still faced a larger challenge: how could it peacefully regain its former power without becoming the target of an international Article 16 Bundesexekution directed from Geneva? During the negotiations leading up to the Locarno treaties in early 1925, German diplomats pointed out to their British and French counterparts that they could not preserve neutrality and contribute to sanctions at the same time. Since participation in economic sanctions meant taking sides in a conflict, joining an embargo could invite an attack. but Stresemann also sought to preserve Weimar Germany's relationship with the Soviet Union, which had provided an export market for manufactures, credit, and military advisors. Commenting on the future of the alliance, Stresemann said that as a realpolitiker it depends for me not in the first place on whether the League of Nations formally waives vis-a-vis Germany the use of Article 1644 protecting ties with Moscow was a matter of honoring older treaty commitments that predated Germany's arrival in Geneva. Moreover, as one German diplomat wrote, Germany will be constantly in the position, not just to refuse participation in a League execution against Russia, but in general to make such a Bundesexecution impossible. 45 After all, as a permanent council member, Berlin could block the unanimity required to initiate an Article 16 procedure. Even so, it was more constructive for Germany to use its influence to shape the League's current and future sanctions practice. Two of Stresemann's key advisors, the diplomats Bernhard von Bülow and Friedrich Goss, emphasized that League sanctions were not yet fully developed and thus presented opportunities as well as constraints for Germany to exploit. 46 During talks in the Swiss lakeside town of Locarno in October 1925, Stresemann obtained his desired exemption from participation in sanctions in Annex F of the eponymous Locarno Treaty. 47 While not formally endorsing the possibility of German neutrality, Britain, France, and Italy gave Berlin a provision that it could invoke to justify non-participation in sanctions. This helped Stresemann convince the SPD and the moderate wing of the nationalist DNVP to support the Locarno Treaty. 48 It also formed the basis of his defense of the treaty against attacks by hard-right nationalists in the Reichstag. 49 Germany's special carve-out was accepted by other League members. To the French politician Joseph-Paul Boncourt, a believer in bourgeois solidarism and a strong advocate of collective security and economic assistance under Article 16, German adherence to the covenant was another step on the road to making the League a universal organization. From now on, in a conflict, there will no longer be neutrals among the member states, Paul Boncourt wrote. Only Russia remains an open breach. Locarno unifies mandatorily, with the exception of Russia and pending her arrival, even all the productive nations that encircle the possible aggressor. 50 neutrals were also content with Annex F, since it created a precedent for exemptions from participation in League economic sanctions. The Danes, for example, thanked the Germans for helping them because the obligations of the members to participate in League executions and League sanctions have definitely been made milder. 51. Yet neutral membership of an organization which, in its attitude to aggression, was fundamentally anti-neutral, remained an incongruent position. If Germany is fortunate enough to escape the Scylla of the executors, then it will all the more surely fall victim to the Charybdis of the executed state, wrote one German commentator. 52 The Weimar Republic's ambivalent attitude to League sanctions was further complicated by Stresemann's diplomacy in Eastern Europe. The first step in his Ostpolitik was to reaffirm the alliance with the Soviets through a new treaty in April 1926. This Treaty of Berlin explicitly banned Germany and the Soviet Union from using economic boycotts or blockades against one another, further eroding Berlin's sanctionist duties as a League member. 53 British and French internationalists noticed that Germany had made contradictory commitments to Geneva and Moscow. Arnold Forster made an unsuccessful appeal to German citizens to join the sanctionist majority on the Council. 54 But since there was no crisis in which to test Berlin's commitments, the issue was covered up. As it began its 7-year membership in the League, 1926 to 1933, Germany was relieved from participation in economic sanctions while anchoring its neutrality in an anti-sanctions constellation with the USSR. Grand Strategy and the ATB. In the aftermath of the World War, policymakers in Britain and France struggled to design measures to isolate recalcitrant countries effectively without provoking war. 55 Legally a full blockade would mean initiating war, but the whole point of sanctions was to prevent war. Making sanctions non-belligerent was possible only if economic pressure was fine-tuned very precisely. This strategic issue confronted governments of all political stripes. Between 1924 and 1929, Baldwin's conservative government relied on the experience of the wartime pioneers of international blockade, such as Robert Cecil and William Arnold Forster. These men, known to the outside world as passionate internationalists, thus worked at the same time as consummate insiders of the British warfare state 56. In terms of their attitudes to the use of force, the difference between British liberal internationalism and imperialist unilateralism was much smaller than is often supposed. The economic weapon allowed the CID to rethink how the British Empire could use its material power against potential opponents. 57 CID chairman Maurice Hankey gave this specific task to the ATB, created in 1923. 58 The purpose of such grand strategy was to manage decline, not avert it, and Cecil and Hankey were in close touch as they confronted the reality of this fact. 59 Their main disagreement was about how British liberal civilization was best defended. Cecil proposed a combination of international organization, naval power, and a good dose of general disarmament, whereas Hankey stressed preserving a certain military spirit to stem decadence among the population. Just as we are prone to wonder at the spectacle of the camps of the Roman armies filled by barbarians at a time when the Italian cities were crowded with men on the dole, he wrote in a letter to Cecil, so the historians of the future may be puzzled at the phenomenon of an army which cannot complete its ranks at a time when 1 million males are receiving unemployment benefit. 60 It was not surprising that elite concerns about the martial resilience of British society surfaced at the same time as its establishment was developing new forms of force aimed at breaking the moral cohesion of other populations. Questions of political economy deeply shaped the priorities of the British Empire in the interwar period. Financial and commercial strength was the backbone on which Army, Navy, and Air Force all depended for funding and force maintenance. 61 To this end the government reduced inflation, brought sterling back onto the gold standard in 1925, made deep budget cuts, and tried to create propitious market conditions for private interests to flourish. 62 The ATB operated at the intersection of this process involving both armaments and economic adjustment. In early 1926, Hankey asked Cecil on behalf of Prime Minister Baldwin to chair the ATB. A unique planning role unifying civil servants and military officers across different ministries and all branches of the armed forces was thus in the hands of the nation's most prominent League supporter. 63 As the Treasury's top economist, Ralph G. Hawtrey, put it in May 1926, the blockade organization was really a fourth fighting service, and hence a separate political head in charge of it might be advisable. 64. Hawtrey's presence on the ATB shows how economists also played a growing role in the development of interwar sanctions policy. A leading theorist of credit money and trade, Hawtrey was close to the bankers and merchants in the City of London throughout his 43 years at the Treasury. 65 On the ATB he often made common cause with the Controller General of the Department of Overseas Trade, Sir Edward Crowe. 66 Hawtrey and Crowe analyzed the economic weapon and the international economy in which it operated from the point of view of practitioners. It was thus no surprise that they often thought of money as the prime instrument of British influence, as they averred in 1924, finance might be our best weapon. 67 But as civil servants, they were aware of the tensions involved in building a weapon that leveraged the private networks of the British economy in times of austerity. Crowe saw himself in an unenviable position, being on the one hand a representative of a department that desired to increase the trade of the country, whilst on the other he was a member of a committee interested in the preparation of the most perfect machine possible for the enforcement of blockade measures in war. 68. The ATB was in fact so prolific that its work had to be divided into subcommittees. Its legal subcommittee included Cecil Hurst, the Foreign Office legal advisor who was probably the first to use the term the economic weapon in 1912, as well as A. Pierce Higgins, the Whewell Professor of International Law at Cambridge University. 69 Senior military officers were also involved. At least one Royal Navy representative, usually the head of the Admiralty's Plans Division, would sit on the committee as the chief intelligence conduit for its deliberations. Together with the BOT, the Admiralty formed a standing committee on bunker control to examine the future of coal supply measures. After surveying bunker depots in some 220 ports worldwide, This group concluded that the growing use of oil-fired ships in the global merchant marine was making coal-based bunker control of very little value in future wars. 70. Over the course of the 1920s, the ATB planners began to dissociate economic coercion from open conflict. To counter the Admiralty's objections that blockade would lead to war, the committee sketched two distinct modalities of the economic weapon. One was the classic weapon of blockade with all its naval and legal accoutrements. The other was what became known as economic pressure and was sometimes referred to as commercial blockade. To defend this instrument, Cecil underscored the difference between using force in a direct physical sense and applying pressure in indirect ways. Indirect pressure operated at a distance and was virtual rather than physical. It affected not human bodies but aspects of the social and economic world around them: market liquidity, business and consumer confidence, price levels, public morale, and communal cohesion. Cecil claimed that no more than 20% of the wartime blockade he had directed was enforced by physical measures taken by the Admiralty. It was mainly carried out by economic pressure. 71. Yet the difference between hard physical and soft economic measures was to some degree artificial. For a blockaded state, British legislative trade restrictions had the same effect as a Royal Navy cruiser intercepting inbound cargo: both prevented resources from reaching the population and created artificial scarcity. The distinction between physical and economic measures was therefore one that meant more for the users of sanctions policy than for their object. Talking about economic pressure allowed civilian bureaucrats to lay claim to blockade as their policy domain. Sanctions were considered economic, nonviolent, pacific, and civilian in nature, distinguishing them from physical, violent, belligerent military measures. They came to be conceived of as a political rather than a military instrument, were integrated into diplomatic practice, and could be administered by technocrats rather than professional soldiers. 72. As ATB chairman, Cecil admitted that a great part of our measures for exerting economic pressure in the last war were illegal, or rather, extra-legal. 73. He made it clear he was shaping a policy instrument that transcended the existing division of labor within the British state as well as international law. Arnold Forster, too, was finding a receptive audience for his sanctionist ideas in Geneva and London. At the EFO, Felkin regularly consulted him during the discussions about the Geneva Protocol. Arnold Forster's status as an expert on the economic weapon rested not only on his practical familiarity with British wartime measures, but also on his grasp of the legal ramifications of sanctions, both domestic and international. In his view, the British Trading with the Enemy Act of 1914 provided a suitable template for domestic legislation. This law allowed for the immediate sequestration of enemy property, the cancellation of all contracts with subjects of enemy nationality, and their loss of legal personality before domestic courts. Its advantage was that it suspended rather than eviscerated rights of property and contract, allowing for a quick reversion to normality once a crisis had passed. 74. Effective domestic laws had to be quick, act uniformly across all spheres of society, be applicable without a state of war, capable of gradual increase in severity, and suspensory rather than destructive of commerce. 75. International law also provided large opportunities for innovation in sanctions. By having broken during the war with long-standing principles of the law of blockade without putting firm new ones in their place, Britain and France had created a normative vacuum around the question of who could economically isolate whom, for what purposes, and under which conditions. Arnold Forster drove this point home in lectures to the Royal United Services Institution and the think tank Chatham House. 76. Sanctionism had to seize new possibilities wherever it encountered them. Blockade and sanctions in the East. While preparatory work for British and League economic sanctions took up a large part of the ATB's interwar activity, the committee was also called upon by the cabinet in urgent crises. During the 1920s, these occurred predominantly along the Eurasian seam where the British and Soviet empires intersected. 77. These episodes produced studies of economic pressure against Turkey, China, and Soviet Russia that give valuable insight into British thinking about sanctions. Turkey had remained a target for the economic weapon after the Allied blockade of the Ottoman Empire was lifted in 1918. During the Greco-Turkish War in the early 1920s, British and French policymakers considered if they should respond to the Asian problem by inflicting economic pain on Turkish nationalists, and they aired these considerations fairly openly in the press. "One does not think of the use of force," wrote one French Republican newspaper, "but of the possibility of a blockade of the coasts of Asia Minor." 78 British officials continued to keep the option of sanctions in reserve during the tense negotiations in Lausanne, Switzerland, about the borders of the new Turkish Republic, especially when talks briefly broke down in early 1923.79. The Turkish delegation carefully maneuvered among three forces: Britain's overwhelming territorial interest in the oil-rich Iraqi province of Mosul, the French desire to retrieve some of their investment in the pre-war